Chapter 187. You aren't from 9 Bug Gang, so what are you thinking about? Lin Fan looked at Feng Poliu. They had been through thick and thin together, and all of a sudden their relationship soared. Feng Poliu was helpless. Although he said that, as the big disciple of Insect Valley, his heart was still on Insect Valley. If he wiped out 9 Bug Gang, wouldn't Insect Valley suffer a loss? Thinking about it made him sad. Suing wanted to laugh. He actually said that he wanted to wipe out 9 Bug Gang. That wasn't a joke. Do you know 9 Bug Gang's strength? Her tone showed that she didn't have high hopes for Lin Fan, and didn't think that he had the ability to wipe them out. It was just a bunch of nonsense. She didn't even say that he knew the power behind 9 Bug Gang. Insect Valley? No, that was a long time ago. The power behind them wasn't something he could offend. You don't need to know how strong 9 Bug Gang is. It isn't important to me because I have decided to wipe them out. Are you interested? I can bring you along. After all, you were abandoned. Lin Fan smiled and said. He was serious this time. His peaceful life had come to an end. His heart to become strong was swelling. When it reached a certain level, no one would be able to stop him. I won't go crazy with you. Suing rejected him. Lin Fan wanted to wipe out 9 Bug Gang. To her it sounded like a fool bragging. He wanted to bring her along. That was the same as asking to die. That is such a waste. 9 Bug Gang nearly killed you and you could bear with it. Your grandfather even came and you didn't tell him the truth. I thought you wanted to take revenge personally, but who knew that you were just cowardly? Lin Fan was regretful. He thought that this girl was a hero, but it seemed like he was thinking too much. So she was a weakling. Maybe she was a weakling who didn't dare to take revenge. No matter what, he wanted to take revenge. 9 Bug Gang sent people to mess with him time and time again. They even provoked him. Who could take that? If it wasn't for him being a little far away. He was prepared to fight them today. Rage points plus 111. Suing was a little furious. What did this fellow mean? He was purposely provoking her in order to bring her to her death. Only someone with a screw loose would fall for it. Otherwise, who would go? Feng Poliu, do you have any thoughts? Lin Fan turned his head and asked. Naturally, he wouldn't head to Fuzhou alone. Cousin would definitely follow. If Feng Poliu went too, then he could bring him. There was strength in numbers and it would be convenient to do things. Feng Poliu was stunned as he looked at Lin Fan, saying exaggeratedly, "You are serious?" He had always thought that Lin Fan was joking. Even if 9 Bug Gang was just a subsidiary power of Insect Valley, their strength couldn't be underestimated. Do I look like I'm joking? Lin Fan asked. He was serious. With the current situation, 9 Bug Gang was the best choice to raise his strength. Jiang City and Yu City were 1,000 miles apart. It wasn't far, so they were at the border. Fuzhou was a large city. Even though it was far from the central dynasty, it was a truly large city. It was a shipping fortress and had abundant resources. It was a truly large city. I need to consider, Feng Poliu said. He didn't think about communicating with people related to Insect Valley. This was what he thought about after leaving Insect Valley, so he needed to consider it. Suing didn't want to hang out with this idiot. She knew that she couldn't return to 9 Bug Gang. If she did, the outcome wouldn't be good. Although her life wouldn't be in danger, it would still be problematic. So she left. Lin Fan looked at her back view and shook his head. This girl was not bad, her body was good, her face was beautiful, but she was a little timid. People who were timid just didn't make one feel like they were good. Young Master Lin, you like this girl? In my opinion, she is not bad. Family background, status, looks, etc. She is top class. Feng Poliu said. I am so bored, why would I like her? Lin Fan looked at Feng Poliu. What was he thinking? He actually had such thoughts, it was tough for him to accept it. Feng Poliu shook his head. What were people thinking now? Suing was not bad. Others probably couldn't even lick her. To Lin Fan, okay, if she was timid, then so be it. He would do it himself. Especially Su Ying's tone of disbelief made him unhappy. Did she know 9 Bug Gang's strength? She made it sound like he was the weak one and that others were strong. Go back and think about it, we will head out tomorrow. Lin Fan was an impatient person and couldn't tolerate hatred for too long. He was afraid that if he had too much hatred in the future, he wouldn't be able to remember who survived. His cultivation was already at martial path grade 11. He was strong in both internal and external cultivation, but since he met the Su family old ancestor, he knew that he was still weak. The gap between the two was huge. There was a wide chasm. My cultivation is stuck here not because I lack rage points but because I lack some special cultivation techniques. During the battle with the Een demons he gained many rage points, enough for him to spend for a period of time. If he was in Yu City, he wouldn't need to worry about cultivation techniques. He would head to cousin's place to take a look. Zhang Tianshan brought Liang Yongqi and Yuan Tianchu to be busy outside Jiang City. He noticed that it wasn't safe to hide it. It was easy for people to dig it out. Of course, it wasn't that they knew where the red flame stone was placed, but that it would glow at night. As long as one wasn't blind, they would dig it out. So he needed to think of a way to hide the glow such that others couldn't find it. If such a thing happened again, they would be finished. Yuan Tianchu pushed the small cart and asked, Deputy Sect Leader Zhang, was the old man that appeared the Su family old ancestor? Ens was City Su family old ancestor, you haven't seen him, right? He is an important person. Even if he went to the imperial city to meet the emperor, he didn't need to kneel. The emperor even had to call him country protector. Zhang Tianshan said. So amazing. Yuan Tianchu was shocked. He had never seen the Su family old ancestor, but that Su family seventh little miss left a deep impression. Brother Liang, you were beaten up by that Su family seventh little miss, right? His question had no standard at all. It brought up that sad matter of Liang Yongqi's. That matter. Liang Yongqi didn't want to recall it, it was just too embarrassing. He was beaten up so badly that he didn't even know what was going on. From then on, his father didn't love him anymore, demoting his position. Big Brother took over. Who knew what his father and Big Brother were doing now? Maybe Big Brother made his father happy. Zhang Tianshan said. Let's not talk about the past. You are a little scheming. Little Liang is not bad. Didn't you notice that his cultivation has reached martial path grade 4? But you are still at the same spot? Those words were a huge blow to Yuan Tianchu. Oh my god. What did those words mean? How could Yuan Tianchu's cultivation not be at the same spot? During this period of time he didn't cultivate at all, and his mind was filled with schemes and plots. Wait. Scheme as expected, it was a scheme. He actually attacked from his cultivation. Now he understood why Zhang Tianshan gave Liang Yongqi secret techniques. He wanted Liang Yongqi's cultivation to improve so that he could humiliate him? But that wasn't right. Liang Yongqi was on your side and I was neutral. Why did you think that I was on his side? That was possible, that was really possible. Since that was the case, then he could only remain calm. If he got angry, then he might really fall for it. Hayes, I have no choice. Brother Liang is talented and I am average, so how can I compare? Yuan Tianchu said. Liang Yongqi looked at Yuan Tianchu in shock. Damn it. He didn't expect that Yuan Tianchu would actually say such words. He would actually admit that he was weaker than him? In the past, this would have been impossible. He changed. Yuan Tianchu really changed. No, how can I compare to Brother Yuan's talent? I just had nothing to do recently, so I worked hard. Liang Yongqi said anxiously. Since Brother Yuan was so humble, then naturally, he couldn't be too high profile. Okay, the two of you help out, finish it quickly and head back. When Zhang Tianshan saw the two of them being so humble, he was really not used to it. However, on a deeper level, his evaluation of the two of them was much better. Last night, they dared to leave Martial Path Mountain and follow him to Jiang City, which meant that they were on the same side. This matter had elevated the relationship between everyone to a higher level. Yuan Tianchu kept silent. He felt like he was in a really dangerous situation. Liang Yongqi's sudden humility was like someone hiding a sharp knife in his sleeves that could stab someone to death at any moment. That night, Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan got a few cultivation techniques from Cousin. Cousin's Demon Ape Fist was not bad. When one cultivated it to a high level, the demon ape illusions would appear. If one said that it was a fist technique, then it was definitely a fist technique. But if one said that it was a body training technique, then it was a body training technique. Using the fist to train the body was really overbearing. Unmovable King Body was cultivated to a high level by him, and he couldn't raise it anymore. To raise physique, he needed more body training techniques. There was also a demon enforcing heart scripture that was not bad. It was on the same level as the Purple Sun for Saint Scripture, but it had a dual cultivation effect. Take a look at the small support system. Physique, 330 Martial Path Grade 11, Internal Strength, 330 Martial Path Grade 11, Heart Cultivation. Purple Sun for Saint Scripture Grade 25. Demon Enforcing Heart Scripture Unlearned, Cultivation Technique, Vengeful Tiger Blade Technique, Returning to True. Bug Controlling Technique Unlearned, Unmovable King Body Returning to True. Lightning Blade 4 Strokes, Returning to True. Mixed Energy Broken Jade Hand Unlearned. Demon Ape Fist Unlearned. Rage Points 102231. The rage points that the Eam demons provided were enough to raise him to Master Realm. Raise Heart Cultivation. Consume 2000 rage points. Purple Sun for Saint Scripture Grade 26. Purple Sun for Saint Scripture Grade 33. He instantly reached the Great Perfection Realm. Instantly, Lin Fan felt a shocking change in his body. He activated the Purple Sun for Saint Scripture. Suddenly, a purple halo appeared behind Xiao Chen's head, and a purple mist revolved around his body. A shocking phenomenon occurred. Did I improve too quickly? Lin Fan was shocked by those scenes. He couldn't accept it. Chapter 188. Although the Purple Sun for Saint Scripture was left behind by the assassin in black, he already knew that such a profound mental cultivation technique couldn't have been left behind by the assassin. It was definitely left by his father. Using this, he suddenly wanted to sing a song. 1, 2, 3. Sing. My father. The person I love the most. Now that he raised the Purple Sun for Saint Scripture to Grade 33, the purple internal strength surged like an ocean. The quality of the internal strength had a shocking change, and it was much stronger and more intense than before. When I am serious, all of you have nothing to do with me. Lin Fan was confident. He had to become strong, he had to become even stronger. After going through things, he would slowly grow. Cousin wasn't invincible, even if he was, he had to protect himself. Looking at how Cousin didn't care about his injuries to protect him, he felt that if he continued like this, he might lose someone important. He wouldn't let that happen. So, only by killing and crippling those people who threatened the safety of the people around him could he have the right to enjoy his life. Improve. He consumed 1000 rage points. Demon Ape Fist Basics. Demon Ape Fist Returning to True. He consumed 16,500 rage points to raise the Demon Ape Fist to the highest realm. The carefree feeling of cultivating a cultivation method to the extreme was simply too refreshing. With the current situation, it was no problem to raise his cultivation. Add points. Physique slowly increased. Now 1 point required 600 rage points. Physique. 360 Martial Path Grade 12. When he raised it to Martial Path Grade 12, he noticed that his body felt swollen. That feeling was power. He continued to add points. What he wanted was to cultivate both internal and external cultivation, to be able to use his strongest combat strength in battle. Internal Strength. 360, Martial Path Grade 12. Lin Fan felt that his strength had greatly increased. He clenched his fists. This was the feeling of power. What a waste, I don't have enough rage points to reach Master Realm. However, with the current situation I will reach it soon. Lin Fan looked at the small support system. He was only left with 33,731 rage points. It wasn't a lot, but it wasn't little either. Since that was the case, then he would use the remaining rage points to raise the Demon Heart Enforcing Scripture. This heart cultivation technique was not bad. When Cousin used it, it was really strong and had a strong aura. If you don't act a little fiercer when you go out, others won't be afraid at all. The Devil Heart Suppressing Scripture has a total of 12 levels. The first level requires 2,000, and upgrading to the third level requires 3,000. Lin Fan's strength continued to grow. Demon Heart Subduing Scripture, 10th layer. Rage points, 1731. Although I am still a distance away from Master, as long as I have a chance, I will definitely become a Grandmaster. Lin Fan thought that he would be able to step into Master Realm right away, but now it seemed like he was thinking too much. Su family old ancestor said that if he wanted to step into Grandmaster Realm, he would need a very, very long time. Didn't these words mean that he, Lin Fan, couldn't make it? This face had to be slapped back, and it had to be done in the shortest time possible. He didn't sleep and just packed his things. He would leave Marshall Path Mountain tomorrow and he had to be quick. Only by using every second would he be able to raise his strength in the shortest time. 9 Bug Gang, you bunch of scum, just wait for me to kill you. The next day. Feng Poliu, have you considered it? If you have, then let's head out now. If not, then I won't wait for you. Lin Fan stood in front of Feng Poliu's house and shouted. It was just too slow, he still needed to consider such a small matter. In his words, what was there to consider? There was no need at all. Feng Poliu pushed open the door and looked at Lin Fan with a stunned expression. Oh my god. This speed was just too quick. He said he would consider it yesterday, and now he wanted to leave today. The time he had to consider was just too short. At least he had to give him a few more days. Are you leaving or not? Lin Fan asked. Apart from the Een demons who hated him now, it was 9 Bug Gang. As for the Een demons, although they were arrogant, they were destroyed by him several times. He could put aside this hatred for now. 9 Bug Gang couldn't do it. They were the ones who came to Jiang City to find trouble with him. If he didn't attack, they would think that he was afraid. He had to teach them a lesson so that they would know how terrifying things were. Let me ask you again, are you sure you want to head to 9 Bug Gang? You have to think about it. Although 9 Bug Gang is just a subsidiary power of Insect Valley, they are really strong. Feng Poliu said. He had to make it clear that the young people were just too rash. If they had some thoughts, then they would have to take action. When they face problems, they wouldn't even have a place to cry. Nonsense, if I didn't think about it, would I pack my things? What's your situation, are you going or not? Lin Fan asked. This fellow was just so annoying. Just one sentence, why did he have to hesitate for so long? Feng Poliu thought about it and nodded. Since that was the case, then let's go. He hadn't visited 9 Bug Gang in a long time. He also heard that 9 Bug Gang didn't have any sense of belonging to Insect Valley. They formed their own sect and relied on other powers. He followed Lin Fan to 9 Bug Gang not to help him wipe them out, but to verify something. Lin Fan was satisfied. This was a good offer from Marshall Path Mountain. 100 silver was worth it. As long as he performed well, there was a chance of the price rising. Young Master, what about me? Let me go, I can take care of Young Master. Go Zi wanted to follow. He didn't want to be separated from Young Master. Lin Fan said, you can stay on Marshall Path Mountain. I am going out to take revenge, not to travel. If you follow, you will be in danger. Go Zi was too weak. No. One could say that Go Zi had no strength. At most, he could use a blade to slash normal people. If he faced an expert, he was basically dead. Go Zi wanted to draw circles on the spot. He felt that he was too weak and would only be a burden if he followed Young Master. How sad. He wanted to become strong, but his body didn't allow him to do so. He was helpless. Zhang Tianshan, when I am not here, you will be in charge of Marshall Path Mountain. Lin Fan said. Zhang Tianshan looked at Lin Fan and said, Sect leader, why not forget it? Going out is asking for trouble. Staying on Marshall Path Mountain is so good, we have food and drink, it is so comfortable. He didn't want the kid to leave Marshall Path Mountain and head into the turbulent pugilistic world. Especially when he faced the terrifying 9 Bug Gang. He felt that it wasn't realistic. There was a high chance that they would turn the tables on him. If he didn't do it well, things would really happen. Yuan Tianchu looked at Zhang Tianshan and smiled in disdain. Hypocrite. He was really happy. The chance was finally here. As long as Lin Fan wasn't here, he would be the Marshall Path Mountain sect leader. However, he felt that this was Lin Fan's plot. Although he didn't know how strong 9 Bug Gang was, as long as one was sane, he wouldn't say that he brought a few people to wipe out such a huge gang. How strong was he? Or how strong was he? He guessed that this was Lin Fan's excuse to observe Marshall Path Mountain. If he noticed that the situation wasn't right, he would instantly appear in front of everyone. When that happened, he couldn't think about it, he really couldn't think about it. Am I the sect leader, or are you the sect leader? Don't worry about where I go, just take care of Marshall Path Mountain. This is 1,000 silver, enough for this period of time. Lin Fan took out a bill and passed it to Zhang Tianshan. Zhang Tianshan stared at the bill and his eyes opened wide. So generous? Where did he get so much money from? He didn't understand the kid. He was totally confused about how much money Marshall Path Mountain had. Anyway, he always felt that Marshall Path Mountain was poor. Who knew that the kid would take out 1,000 silver right away? Oh my god. Shocking. It was just too shocking. So rich. Yuan Tianchu looked at Lin Fan. It was obvious that he was shocked by this huge sum. If he was still in Yu City, he would still be the Yuan family's second young master. Naturally, he wouldn't care about such a small amount of silver. But it was different now. After leaving Yu City and coming to Marshall Path Mountain, he was a poor person, so poor that he didn't even buy new clothes. He looked at Lin Fan with a profound expression. He hid his emotions really well. There were many secrets that they didn't know about. If Lin Fan knew about Yuan Tianchu's rich inner world, he would definitely roar out. Could he stop thinking about it? His actions were just too cool. If he went to the toilet, would he think that he hid poison in the toilet? Of course that was true. If Lin Fan had put on a weird expression before entering the toilet, Yuan Tianchu would have thought that he was hiding poison in the toilet. To Lin Fan, he really treated Zhang Tianshan and the others as his own people. The fact that they were able to fight the Yin demons that night showed this problem. This was why Lin Fan wouldn't be stingy towards them. As for the silver, he would definitely be the one keeping it. Talking about money would hurt relationships. Just let him raise them from behind. If you need to buy anything, I will buy it for you. Zhou Zhongmao pulled 3 horses over. These were all contributed by the bandits from Wolf Brigade. Cousin, everything is prepared. Lin Fan looked at them. I will leave Marshall Path Mountain to all of you. The moment he said that, just as he was about to lift his leg, he noticed that the 9-headed bug hugged his leg. Its 9 heads raised and looked at Lin Fan with a cute expression. To Lin Fan, this was a cute gaze. But to others, the 9-headed bug was really vicious and terrifying. You want to go too? Lin Fan said. 9 demons, 9 heads nodded crazily. It wanted to go too. It didn't want to separate from Lin Fan. Lin Fan thought about it. Bringing the 9-headed bug might be a good choice. Anyway, he was going to 9 bug gang. In front of them, he would let them see that the thing they needed was with him, but he didn't give it to them. Would they feel angry? When that happened, everyone would be furious and would want to kill him. Then the rage points would be stable. Jump on my shoulder, let's go. Lin Fan patted his shoulder and made space for the 9-headed bug. The 9-headed bug jumped up and landed on his shoulder. It raised its 9 terrifying heads and looked into the distance. He noticed that the world had become bigger. As expected, only by standing on a giant's body could one see further. Ride! The 3 of them got on the horse and charged down the mountain without turning their heads. Pung! 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 They charged down and the horse flipped. Chapter 189. King Wutong Camp. Oh my god, look, Zhu Xiang actually brought the bandits back. What are those boxes of things? Zhu Xiang worked hard in the camp. To climb to a higher position, he gave everything he had. He volunteered to wipe out the bandits. He didn't wipe them out, but he recruited them into the army. He also brought back the resources that the bandits stole. Even the soldiers in Zhu Xiang's hands were stunned. Till now they didn't know how Uncle did it. He entered the bandits' home alone. On the second morning, the bandits brought the things out with Zhu Xiang. What a surprise. If they hadn't personally witnessed it, they wouldn't have believed such a thing. What did he say to the bandits? Why did they willingly submit to him? Place the resources there. Zhu Xiang instructed the soldiers and then walked towards the general. He wanted to tell him about the situation. To Zhu Xiang, these were things that needed to happen on the way forward. As long as he persevered, there would be no problems. It is him. Lu Xian came to the camp and noticed that familiar person. He frowned in confusion. Wasn't he mining stones? Why would he appear here? As the strategist by King Wutong's side, he was under huge pressure. That was because not only him, but there were other strategists who would compete with one another. Brother Lu, do you recognize him? A middle-aged man with a long beard followed Lu Xian's gaze. That was just an unassuming earl. Lu Xian smiled. I don't know him. The person who spoke to him was also one of King Wutong's strategists. If one were to talk about opponents, he was just one of them. Is that so? I heard that he volunteered to wipe out the bandits. Looking at the situation, they are really successful. Seems like he is a strong general. I can recommend him to King Wutong. The middle-aged man smiled. Lu Xian's expression was really ugly. What did he mean? If he recommended him to King Wutong, wouldn't he be making enemies for himself? Lu Xian didn't think that Zhu Xiang would be grateful to him when he climbed to a certain position. He tossed Zhu Xiang to the stone quarry to die on his own. Who knew that this fellow actually became an earl? If he knew that this would happen, he would have killed him. 3 horses galloped in the forest. The Yin demons had already moved away, and the trees returned to their original state. When the Yin demons were here, the forest was really dark and not a single ray of light could shine in. Now that the Yin demon aura wasn't infecting it, everything returned to normal. What a pity. The conflict between Lin Fan and the Yin demon couldn't be resolved. Who knew that the Yin demon would be terrified by that sword and leave right away? Can't you just be a little more stubborn? He was very disappointed with this behavior. Young Master Lin, the journey is long. Let's hurry and try to find a place to rest at night. Feng Poliu said. We'll see. Lin Fan didn't want to find a relay station to rest. He just wanted to hurry on with his journey. If he was too tired, he could just find a place to rest. Of course, it was impossible for him to be tired. He had never felt tired before. To Feng Poliu, he just wanted to understand how young Master Lin cultivated the bug controlling technique. He remembered that time when he took the wrong secret manual, he got it back in a very short time. According to the time, that was impossible. How could he cultivate the bug controlling technique to the peak in such a short time? Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't believe it. But the truth was placed in front of him. Even if he didn't believe it, he had to. When the sky was about to turn dark, Lin Fan's speed slowed down. The horses couldn't run anymore. From morning till now they didn't stop. Horses weren't made of iron, so it was normal that they couldn't take it anymore. Young Master Lin, there seems to be a residence ahead. Let's head there for the night. Feng Poliu said. Since there was a place to stay, then naturally he had to stay. He didn't want to stay in the wilderness. And okay, Lin Fan was casual. He just wanted to reach Fuzhou quickly. The residence ahead didn't look like it was for civilians. It was made of wood and looked really nice. It gave off a leisurely aura. When he brought the horse close, there was a stone plaque at the entrance. Wandering Dragon Sect. Lin Fan felt that the name was familiar, like he had heard it before. Are you all spending the night here? Just at that moment, a strong kid wearing clothes that had been mended many times looked curiously at the 3 of them. And spending the night? Lin Fan said. Spending the night, 5 coins per person, 15 coins for the 3 of us. The kid said. Lin Fan only had silver on him and no copper. Kid, where are your adults? Who? A rough voice spread out from within and a guy walked out. When he saw Lin Fan, he was stunned. Aren't you Martial Path Mountain sect leader Lin? Why did you come to Wandering Dragon Sect? Did Deputy Sect Leader Zhang follow? Wang Yushu was surprised. Of course, he didn't have a good impression of Sect Leader Lin, but he had a good impression of Deputy Sect Leader Zhang. Lin Fan recalled who this person was. Wasn't he one of the 3 people who came to Martial Path Mountain to ask for an explanation? How can you stand at the entrance? Come, please enter. Wang Yushu welcomed him and then touched the kid's head. Go call your 2nd master and 3rd master. The kid tossed him aside. The sky wasn't dark yet. Lin Fan looked around. Isn't this a sect? Why does it look like an inn? He thought that Martial Path Mountain was old and broken. Who knew that there would be something worse than Martial Path Mountain? Wang Yushu smiled awkwardly. The sect's expenses are huge, so I earned some money to live. Zhou Zhongmao looked around warily. Even if there wasn't any danger now, he had to be careful when he went out. No one knew when danger would arrive. Lin Fan noticed that there were a lot of kids in Wandering Dragon Sect. That kid who was wearing pants and playing in the mud, what were you doing? Grabbing a bird and spraying water into the mud. You were playing in the mud, how amazing. Sect Leader Lin. Not long later, Wang Linfeng and Wang Xiaosa ran over. They didn't expect Martial Path Mountain sect leader to actually come to Wandering Dragon Sect. This was too sudden. They didn't even have time to prepare. When they learned that Lin Fan came, the 2 of them were washing clothes at the back well. If they found out that Wandering Dragon Sect's deputy sect leader and elder were washing clothes there, wouldn't they lose all their face? Lin Fan nodded towards the 2 of them as a greeting. He didn't know what to say to the 3 of them. Also, wasn't this a sect? Why were there only the 3 of them and the rest were kids? Quickly prepare rooms for sect leader Lin and the others. Xiaosa, go cook and welcome sect leader Lin. Wang Yushu instructed. Only the 3 of them could do that. Lin Fan smiled. Sect leader Wang, there is no need to be so polite. We are just borrowing for a night. We will leave tomorrow morning. Of course. Wang Yushu said. Now that the Martial Path Mountain sect leader personally came to Wandering Dragon sect, they had to welcome him. If not, if this spread out, would their Wandering Dragon sect still have a footing among sects? Wang Linfeng went to clean up the room. Behind him was a little girl with 2 braids. Her face was red. Second master. Is this the interaction between sects? That's for sure. Your big master, that's our sect master, is currently interacting with another sect master. As the big senior sister, go and tell Gooden and the rest not to be mischievous and throw our sect's face. Be careful of getting beaten up, Wang Linfeng said. The little girl held her head high and stuck out her chest. Her face was full of pride as she said, Yes, second master, don't worry. I will definitely teach my younger martial brothers to be honest. In the future, I also want to be as awe-inspiring as eldest master and communicate with other sect leaders. To the little fellows of Wandering Dragon sect, they had never seen other sections. Anyway, they felt like they were all in the same line and their Wandering Dragon sect was the strongest. Wang Xiaosa came to the kitchen and scratched his head in annoyance. There was nothing to welcome them. Goo-goo. The hen crowed. Their Wandering Dragon sect's most valuable thing was this hen. They relied on it to lay eggs for the little things to improve their meals. But they had no choice as there was nothing to welcome them with. For Wandering Dragon sect's face, they had to kill it. Dinner. 9 Demons' appearance attracted the bunch of kids. Senior sister, what monster is that? It looks so ugly. Shush, softer. Second master said that it is their sect's god beast. Then where is our sect's god beast? It is in the pot. As Lin Fan listened to the conversation of these little fellas, he was exasperated. Just what sort of sect was this? Could it even be called a sect? Sect leader Lin, sorry for not being a good host. Wang Yushu smiled and then took some wine. This is the wine we brewed, it is not bad. The dish is here. Wang Xiaosa holds a big bowl. An old hen that has been stripped unyieldingly raises its head in the bowl of floating oil and water. Please. Wang Yushu smiled. But deep down he was really sad. Wandering Dragon sect's only hen died to the blade today. But as the sect leader, he had to treat the guests well and not lose the sect's face. The hen soup was here. The kids' gazes locked onto the table. They didn't come over, they just licked their lips and showed a yearning gaze. Lin Fan was prepared to move his chopsticks when he noticed that their gazes moved along with his chopsticks. They retracted and shifted their gazes away. When they reached over, their gazes locked onto him. Sect leader Wang, let the kids eat together. Lin Fan said. Sect leader Lin, you don't have to be so polite. Just eat. Wang Yushu said. Lin Fan placed down his chopsticks. Let's eat together. Under his repeated requests, Wang Yushu called the kids over. A bunch of them surrounded the table. Let me show all of you something amazing. Lin Fan laughed. Then he tapped the table lightly with his fingers. The hen in the bowl flew up into the air. With chopsticks in hand with a schwa sound, there was no shadow, but the hen instantly disintegrated in the air. Then, the meat fell into everyone's bowl in an orderly manner. Wah! The children were all dumbfounded. That was amazing. Haha. Amazing, right? Lin Fan asked. The kids said in unison, amazing. Eat. The kids wolfed it down like they hadn't eaten meat in a long time. Thinking about Martial Path Mountain, it felt good. Each day they ate either bird's nest or shark fin, how luxurious. The next day, Lin Fan woke up early and placed a 10,000 silver bill on the table. He thought about it and placed another one on the table. Wandering Dragon sect entrance. Lin Fan and the others got on their horses and saw Wang Yushu run over. He cupped his fists. Sect leader Wang, thank you for your hospitality. If you have a chance, you can bring the kids to Martial Path Mountain to play. Goodbye. Ride. This time it was flat ground and there was no flipping of the horses. Wang Xiaosa was prepared to call sect leader Lin to eat breakfast. He noticed that there was no one in the room, but there were 2 silver bills on the table. When he heard the noise outside, He chased right away. Big brother, second brother, look, sect leader Lin left this. Wang Xiaosa was shocked. Wang Linfeng looked at the bills and instantly fainted. I am fainting. Wang Yushu looked at the bills and then at sect leader Lin, whose back view couldn't be seen. His eyes turned red. Thank you. Chapter 190. The three of them rushed on horseback and rarely stopped. However, the horses weren't strong enough and couldn't run anymore, giving them a huge headache. Young Master Lin, what is the situation with Wandering Dragon Sect? Feng Poliu asked. He had never seen such a tragic sect. If they could even be considered a sect, then their expectations of a sect were just too low. Nothing much, don't you think that it is a decent sect? Lin Fan smiled. He noticed that sometimes one couldn't just look at the surface. When those three from Wandering Dragon Sect came to Martial Path Mountain, he thought that they were fools. Now he realized that he was too shallow. Feng Poliu smiled. It is indeed a decent sect, the only sect in the world. No one can replace it. The sky is about to turn dark. Let's find a place to rest. The forest ahead is better. Since leaving Wandering Dragon Sect, he didn't stop. Nothing happened along the way, and everything was peaceful. These 2 consecutive days of riding caused his butt to hurt. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have asked for such pain. But it was different now. If he wanted to become strong, he had to suffer. Let's rest here. Lin Fan got off the horse and rubbed his butt. It really hurt. The surrounding environment was not bad, and just one look and one knew that there were no demons. A place where demons stayed wasn't for humans. Trees covered the sky, and there was no light at all. Young Master Lin, we seem to have forgotten something important. We actually didn't bring any dry rations. Feng Poliu reacted now. That was a headache. Unfortunately, even if he thought about it now, it was too late. It is okay, we have a way. Lin Fan didn't care much about this matter. What could it be? It was just a small matter. The horse was so tired that it panicked. It knelt down to rest. Running from morning till now, it was really tiring. Lin Fan came in front of a giant tree, touching the bark and taking out the newly bought blade. Shwa! A crack appeared on the tree, and it was sliced in half. Lin Fan grabbed the tree and tossed it into the air. His understanding of blade techniques had reached a really high level. The blade light shone, and the tree that was floating in the air instantly disintegrated. Pung! 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 The tree branches fell down and were pieced together in a square manner, forming a bed. That works. Feng Poliu's mouth was agape, but he was more shocked by Lin Fan's technique. He had already cultivated his saber technique to such a level? He was too strong. Cousin, bring the remaining wood over to start a fire, Lin Fan said. Then, he picked up the remaining piece of wood and used a knife to cut it into skewers. Feng Poliu didn't understand what Lin Fan was doing. In any case, he just stared blankly. Zhou Zhongmao's speed was very fast, and he had already started the fire. Not long after, Lin Fan placed the wooden stick back. Next was the most important thing. Even if they didn't bring any dry rations, they wouldn't starve to death. Refresh your stats. Bug controlling technique max completion. Instantly, circles of ripple-like gray internal strength spread out from Lin Fan's body. Lin Fan sensed his surroundings and searched for living creatures. Feng Poliu was familiar with this internal strength and knew that it was the bug controlling technique's internal strength. He suggested for Lin Fan not to use the bug controlling technique's internal strength. If Insect Valley found out, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with him. Suddenly, soft voices could be heard from the surroundings. Swoosh! Something seemed to be moving. Feng Poliu's eyes opened wide. He didn't expect a few snakes to crawl over. Poochie! At that moment the blade light flashed, and the few snakes' heads were sliced off. Let's eat barbecued snake meat tonight. Lin Fan grabbed the snake, slicing it open and releasing the blood within. He then cut it into pieces and skewered them with wooden sticks. We are eating this? Feng Poliu looked at Lin Fan. Oh my god, was the bug controlling technique supposed to be used like this? Was that really good? Let's eat snake meat. You don't know, not only is snake meat delicious, but it is also nutritious. It also has health benefits. Although we don't have any supplementary ingredients, it doesn't matter. It will taste good too. Lin Fan busied himself. He noticed the true effect of the bug controlling technique. In any desperate situation, as long as one knew the bug controlling technique, one would have a chance to live. He placed the skewered snake meat on the rack. Couldn't be too close, but it couldn't be too far either. Not long later, a meat fragrance spread out. Feng Poliu didn't expect the snake meat to be so fragrant when it was barbecued. Lin Fan said regretfully, "I was in a rush. If I knew, I would have brought some supplementary ingredients. Drip some sesame oil, some chili powder, along with a flask of wine that tastes tsk. It is hard to imagine." The smell of the snake meat spread out. The meat was a little golden, and the skin was crispy. Although the taste would be much worse with the current conditions, it was already not bad to have such a delicacy. "Come eat some." Lin Fan spread the wooden sticks and then took a bite. And not bad, really not bad. It was unexpectedly delicious. The snakes here were different from those on Earth. They didn't have the earthy smell, and the meat was more delicious. Perhaps this was the most special place in the world of cultivation. Not bad. Feng Poliu praised. Of course, eat quickly and then sleep. Lin Fan sliced the remaining snakes and placed them there to barbecue. The only thought he had about heading out was that he was tired. But he had no choice. To become amazing, one had to be able to bear with loneliness and take hardships. After Lin Fan finished, he laid on the wooden bed to rest. The surroundings were really quiet, and occasionally there would be the roars of wild beasts. Feng Poliu sighed at how a rich young master really knew how to enjoy life, to be able to eat a meal of snake meat outside. He envied the bed he could sleep on. However, they were going to head out in the morning, so he was lazy. He just rested against a tree and closed his eyes to rest. Zhou Zhongmao didn't rest. He just sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. As long as there was any movement around, he would wake up right away and then kill the person who threatened cousin. The sky was bright. The air in the forest is really fresh. Lin Fan stretched. It was a safe night, so how would there be so many dangers? Let's head out and continue to rush. He had no choice but to not wash his face and brush his teeth. Without water and tools, what else could he do? If he met a beauty and she told him that she had spent several days in the forest, he would kick her away and tell her not to get close. Who could take not washing their face and brushing their teeth? A few days passed. Lin Fan didn't stop, finding a place to wash up when he passed a city. He also bought some ingredients so that when he cooked in the wilderness he could add some flavor. As they got closer and closer to Fuzhou, Feng Poliu didn't dare to show his face. He bought a mask in the nearby city to wear in case people recognized him. Is there a need to be so careful? Lin Fan asked. This life was so tiring. Feng Poliu said, I have no choice, it is better to be careful. If people recognize me, it doesn't matter if I am fine or not, but all of you will be dragged down. Also, try not to use the bug controlling technique. If you are noticed, it will be a huge problem. I know, how problematic. I am really curious what Insect Valley is like for you to actually make it sound so terrifying. Lin Fan was really frightened by Feng Poliu's words. He talked about Insect Valley every day. What would happen if he was noticed? He was really curious about what Insect Valley was like to actually give one a terrifying feeling. When you see it one day, you will know how terrifying Insect Valley is. Feng Poliu said. Very few people dared to stay in Insect Valley as they didn't know whether or not the bed they slept on had numerous bugs in it. I am looking forward to it. Lin Fan wanted to see how amazing Insect Valley was, but now wasn't the time. He was a little weak, and even if he met them, he would be chased by them. We are at most 2 days away from Fuzhou. Once we get there, don't let anyone target us. Feng Poliu warned. He didn't understand what this kid wanted to do. To wipe out 9 bug gang with his current strength was just a dream. Even if he had a dream, he shouldn't dream about such unrealistic things. Being prepared, the 3 of them continued on their way. Lin Fan had thought about it. He had to let 9 bug gang know how strong he was. They sent people to find trouble with him, and that was already too much. He didn't want to stoop to their level, so naturally he knew what he was doing. However, the outcome was regretful. 9 bug gang didn't know what they were doing. On the official path, 3 horses galloped towards Fuzhou. Not far away, there was a small group of people who rode in the opposite direction from Lin Fan. They were about to bump into each other. These people were dressed in the same uniform and had a cape on their bodies. The patterns on the cape were exclusive to 9 Bug Gang. Those who recognized the patterns moved aside. How would they dare to block people from 9 Bug Gang? Even hundreds of miles away, they knew about 9 Bug Gang's name. That was a really terrifying power. If he was too handsome and 9 Bug Gang targeted him, that would be a tragedy. They heard of a story. Although they didn't know if it was true or false since it spread out, then there was a reason. There was a handsome guy who walked on the streets normally. However, when 9 Bug Gang saw him, they thought, why was he so handsome? They were annoyed. They didn't do anything and just waved their hands. That handsome guy's face was covered in blood and many bugs crawled out from his face. The scene was gory and terrifying, such that everyone exclaimed. That handsome guy couldn't take the fact that he had become so ugly, so he hanged himself. So to people who knew about 9 Bug Gang, they didn't want to offend such a person. Instantly, 2 waves of people brushed past one another. Lin Fan turned his head and so did the other. The 2 of them stared at one another, even if it was just for a blink of an eye. Both of them saw different things in one another's eyes. Hualulu. Lin Fan stopped. 9 Bug Gang people stopped too. The 9 Bug Gang leader opened his mouth. Kid, although I don't know you, I have a feeling that you are the person I am looking for. Lin Fan said, right, I have that feeling too. He felt that this thing was really magical. Chapter 191. Feng Poliu recognized right away that they were from 9 Bug Gang. Don't ask why he was so sure. That was because their clothes were already exposed. 9 Bug Gang's clothes were all the same. Looking at them, they seemed to be members of the 9 Bug Gang assassination team. Don't misunderstand, we are just passing by. How can we be your target? Feng Poliu was stunned. What was going on? They could even stop when they passed each other on horseback. Also, their conversation sounded weird. It felt like they were the person they were looking for. Why did they have so many feelings? Just go home and sleep. Do you think we are blind? What is that on his shoulder? The male's voice was really cold. Did this masked fellow really think they were blind? Feng Poliu was stunned. He looked at 9 Demon who was standing on Lin Fan's shoulder. Its 9 heads spinning. Those 18 eyes were lost like they were saying, what? He nearly smacked his head in rage. What was going on? He actually forgot about such an important person. If he had known this would happen, he would have just placed 9 Demon into the cloth bag and there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Lin Fan smiled, so you aren't just a feeling. I really have a feeling towards you. That feeling let me know that you are the people I am looking for. Could he stop bragging? Feng Poliu just wanted to ask that. They were wearing the 9 Bug Gang uniform, so what did he feel? Didn't he see it with his eyes? Let's change places and play with you? Lin Fan pointed at the small forest in the distance. Some things were only interesting in the small forest. He didn't wait for them to agree, leading the horse and walking into the forest. 9 Bug Gang assassination team's goal was to investigate the Jiang City matter, and then find the 9 Bug Gang treasure. Now that the treasure was right in front of them, naturally they wouldn't let it go. Lin Fan's arrogance made the 9 Bug Gang assassination team members furious. Rage points plus 333. Rage points plus 444. The 6 experts exchanged glances with one another. Let's go. They thought that they had to rush, but who knew that they would bump into them halfway? They were really lucky. However, they didn't dare to be careless. Feng Poliu was helpless. We were exposed too quickly. We haven't even reached Fuzhou and 9 Bug Gang assassination team noticed. Luckily, there aren't many people, but who knows if there aren't 9 Bug Gang people hiding among the commoners. Perhaps they weren't here for Lin Fan. Most of them hid among the commoners and used their identities to gather more information. He really didn't expect that 9 Demon would be discovered. Just by standing on his shoulder, only a blind man would be able to see him. The grove was quiet. The 6 members of the assassination group followed behind, their eyes filled with malicious intent. The way he looked at Lin Fan and the other 2 was as though he was looking at 3 naked girls. It seemed to be saying, let's go to the grove and have some fun. Lin Fan turned around and said, hey, hurry up, don't dawdle. The 6 members of the assassination group were furious. How could they be so arrogant? When Lin Fan and the others just entered the small forest, the 6 people of the assassination group couldn't wait to take action. Insect Shadow Hand. The leader growled and leaped up. He stretched out his arms and 2 black insect arms flew out from his sleeves. These insect arms were made of insects and formed into palms that grabbed towards Lin Fan. Wherever the black insect arms flew past, the vegetation would gradually wither. It was highly toxic. "Are you so eager?" Lin Fan exclaimed. He refreshed his stats bug controlling technique at max completion. He stood there and didn't move. The gray internal strength turned into numerous threads that covered his body. Just as the black insect arms were about to sweep in front of him, he reached out and the black insect arms stopped in front of him. Insects aren't played like this. Let me tell you how to play with them. This is the true way to play with them. Lin Fan clenched his fingers and the gray internal strength injected into the black insect arms. Those insects seemed to have tasted a delicacy and started to swell up. They became even more vicious. The black insect arms that were originally as thick as a human's arm instantly swelled up. "How? I can't control them." The leader was shocked. He hollered and wanted to control these insects, but they didn't react at all, like they had broken off their connection with him. Lin Fan smiled. "Do you know why you can't control them? Because you are too weak." "What?" The leader was filled with disbelief. What the heck, this was really going to happen? Lin Fan raised his arm and then placed it down. "Feel your own insects." The arm formed by the insects spun and changed direction, rushing towards the opponent at an extremely fast speed. No. The leader wanted to run, but he couldn't. His pupils constricted as the aura of death covered his body. In an instant, the insect arms covered the man. It was a black patch and one couldn't see what was going on inside. "Ah!" Screams exploded out. That was a roar of despair. However, that sound was just too short. The insects fell from his body. When all of them fell to the ground, all that was left was a black corpse. Not a single bit of flesh and blood was on it. "Young Master Lin, let's not use bug controlling technique, it isn't good," Feng Poliu said helplessly. Why didn't they listen to him? Bug controlling technique's internal strength suppressed 9 bug gangs' bug controlling technique. It was normal that he couldn't control the insects. The remaining 5 members looked at Lin Fan in terror. They didn't expect such a thing to happen. Too quick. It was just too quick and they weren't able to react at all. They retreated in fear and cold sweat dripped down. "Who are you?" Their methods were too familiar. It was similar to their 9 bug gangs' methods but more overbearing. The moment they made their move, they felt the insects that they had been carefully nurturing move, as if they were being led by the other party. "Don't be afraid, I have no bad intentions towards you. It is just that your 9 bug gang keeps finding trouble with me, so I have no choice. I can only kill all of you to be safe." Lin Fan stepped forwards, his feet landed on the ground. The gray internal strength was like a python, sweeping along the ground. Leave, we don't know where these people came from. Let's inform gang leader." They knew that they couldn't win. But it was all too late. The moment they turned around, the bugs hidden on their bodies revolted. Under the buff of the gray internal strength, they became stronger and more terrifying, instantly swallowing them. The 9-headed bug was excited. The 9 ferocious heads became even more irascible when they saw this. But very quickly, a palm landed on the 9-headed bug's head. Slowly coiling around, "Don't be impulsive, listen to me. Hayes, you should just chop them to death. Why did you have to use the bug controlling technique? I don't understand how you cultivated it. Without decades, one wouldn't be able to reach such a stage, or rather, one wouldn't be able to reach such a stage." Feng Poliu really didn't understand how this fellow did it. It was shocking. Lin Fan smiled. "When in Rome, do as the Romans do. They like to play with bugs, so I just played with them. As for how I cultivate it, that is a complicated question. Do you believe in geniuses? Does it mean that I can instantly learn any cultivation method I get my hands on? Forget it, don't say it, just treat it like I didn't ask anything." Feng Poliu waved his hands and didn't want to ask anything. How was there such a person? Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't believe that there was such a person. What a waste. These few fellows could have gained some rage points, but he had no choice as he had to rush. He didn't have time to talk nonsense with them, so he could only send them to the heavens. Feng Poliu said, "Zhou Mao, dig a hole to bury these corpses. If people notice, they will see the problem. It won't be good for us. These are just 9 bug gangs assassination group, they aren't much. If experts are drawn over, it won't be good for us at all." Zhou Zhongmao looked at cousin. He was waiting for cousin to agree. When people said things to him, he would treat it as a fart. Unless cousin said that he could smell it, then he would take the initiative to smell it. Bury them. Lin Fan nodded his head and then looked towards Feng Poliu. What you said makes sense. With our current strength we can't beat 9 bug gang. But I am not in a rush, let's take it slow. If I knew, I would have given you an activity. Didn't you want to know whether or not 9 bug gang left Insect Valley? Although Feng Poliu didn't mention the situation in Insect Valley, he felt that Insect Valley wasn't in a good state. Even if they sealed the valley, they couldn't just leave them alone, right? There were only 2 possibilities. One was that 9 bug gang didn't leave. The other was that Insect Valley suffered a huge blow and didn't have time to bother about 9 bug gang. To him, the second possibility was more likely. Let's not worry about all this. We are close to Fuzhou, you have to hide 9 demon. If not, once we are within Fuzhou and haven't entered the city, 9 bug gang might surround us. Feng Poliu said. He really didn't expect that he actually forgot about this fellow. What was 9 bug gang searching for? Wasn't it that thing? He actually placed it on his shoulder, they were just asking to die. Lin Fan nodded his head. He did need to be careful. Very quickly, Zhou Zhongmao buried the corpses. Lin Fan pretended to be calm as he rode his horse out of the small forest. He smiled at the commoners on the official road. Like he was saying, we didn't do anything. Don't think so much, nothing really happened. As for those few people, their stomachs hurt and they found a hidden place to shit. There was no need to wait for them, they wouldn't come out. Lin Fan and the others left. Outside the small forest, there were only 6 horses waiting there in a daze. Why isn't our master out? When he passed the river, there were fishermen fishing. He spent some money to buy a bamboo basket to store fish. He placed the 9-headed bug in and covered it. From the outside, one could only see that there was something inside, but one couldn't see what it was. Zhou Zhongmao carried the basket on his back. His wariness was at its peak. As he got close to Fuzhou, he felt really uneasy. Chapter 192. They were about to get close to Fuzhou. Lin Fan exclaimed. As expected from a huge city, even the nearby cities were really prosperous. Jiang City and Yu City combined couldn't compare to them. Not to mention before they even reached Fuzhou, just the official roads outside of Fuzhou were like heaven and earth. Just one look and one knew that they weren't commoners. These are disciples from various sects and are usually active in the cities around Fuzhou. Let's be low profile and not attract attention. Feng Poliu said. There were many sects in the world and many powers. To them, a city like Rivertown was like a countryside and they rarely went there. Do you think Fuzhou is managed by the imperial dynasty? Lin Fan asked. Feng Poliu said, on the surface it is, but in truth it isn't. 9 bug gang is really strong in Fuzhou and has totally controlled it. Even if the officials from the imperial dynasty go there, they are just decorations. Fuzhou was different from Jiang City. Jiang City's officials were far away and were controlled by the local rich families. As for Fuzhou, 9 bug gang was too strong and the officials were controlled too. But maybe to give face to the imperial dynasty, 9 bug gang allowed officials to handle cases here. But as long as it concerned 9 bug gang, those officials had no power at all. Is the imperial dynasty so cowardly? Lin Fan exclaimed. A country actually allowed 9 bug gang to do what they wanted, what were they afraid of? Feng Poliu said, it isn't that they are cowardly, but they worry too much. Some things aren't as simple as they think, it is really complicated. How is it so easy to clear it out? Lin Fan didn't agree with what Feng Poliu said. In my eyes it is due to the weak and strong. If they were really strong, they could just sweep over and wipe out 9 bug gang in one night. His words made sense, but to Feng Poliu it was like a joke. Young Master Lin, are you kidding me? Lin Fan saw Feng Poliu's expression and smiled calmly. In the end, no one understood him. There was nothing in the world that couldn't be solved. When there were people who didn't dare to move and felt that it would affect things, it wasn't that they were strong, but that they were too weak and thought too much. Scram, all of you scram. That moment, someone scolded from behind. Along with that was the sound of horse hooves. Lin Fan and the others stepped aside. The caravan sped away. One of the carriages was piled high with boxes and tied up with a rope net. What is 9 bug gang doing? Feng Poliu looked at the carriages in confusion. Who cares about what they are doing? Come, let's follow them and kill them on the way. Lin Fan followed them impatiently. They were still a distance away from Fuzhou. 2 days was more than enough. Hey, don't be rash. Feng Poliu chased. My dear young Master Lin, why are you so impulsive? Can't we just go peacefully? He followed Lin Fan to Fuzhou. He didn't really want Lin Fan to be rash and wipe out 9 bug gang. He wanted to bring him to see 9 bug gang's strength locally. If he knew that he couldn't beat them, he would leave calmly and not think about so many unrealistic things. However, judging from the current situation, that was clearly not the case. He really wanted to make a move. Was he really that powerful? At night, in the forest about 200 li away from Fuzhou, 9 bug gang's carriages were resting here and arranging for people to be on the lookout. Towards 9 bug gang's confidence, they didn't think that anyone would dare to attack here. However, they still had to do what they had to do. Pay attention and look around. Don't move alone. The person who spoke carried 2 blades on his back and stared coldly at everyone. Yes, everyone replied. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves spread out from the distance. Who? Zhou Kaosen placed his hands on his blade and looked around with a sharp gaze. The people around got up and locked onto the depths of the darkness. Using the moonlight, they noticed that someone was getting close. Zhou Kaosen hollered. 9 bug gang is doing things. If you don't want to die, then scram. Slowly, the sound of horse hooves got closer and closer. Zhou Chaoshen's face turned darker and darker. Did he not care about what he said? Kung. He pulled out the blades on his back and held them in his hands. He stared at the person getting close. If you dare to get close, you will die. Zhou Kaosen raged. The other 9 bug gang members all took out their weapons. They didn't believe that anyone dared to stop 9 bug gang's goods here unless they were sick of living. Release the signal. Zhou Kaosen said softly. Is there a need? The gang members asked. Zhou Kaosen said coldly. They know that we are from 9 bug gang and still dare to come. They are either fools or confident. I believe that they are confident, so naturally they aren't weak. Just in case, release the signal and let the surrounding divisions send people over. His words made sense. The gang members took out something that looked like a firecracker and pulled a string at the end. With a pung, fireworks rose into the sky. In the dark sky, it formed a multicolored bug. It didn't dissipate for a long time and lasted for a long time. Feng Poliu raised his head and said, "This is 9 bug gang's signal, let's leave. If not, when they come, it will be problematic." "We can make it, we have enough time," Lin Fan said. Very quickly, when Lin Fan and the others appeared in front of them, Zhou Kaosen noticed that there were only 3 of them and was shocked. He said with an unfriendly tone, "Who are you?" Just 3 people dared to get close to them. There was a problem, there was definitely a problem. "We aren't anyone, we just want to kill you and stop your goods." Lin Fan smiled. His calm expression made Zhou Kaosen and the others furious. Rage points plus 555. Rage points plus 444. "We are from 9 bug gang, we are transporting 9 bug gang's goods. If you dare to stop us, you won't be able to leave Fuzhou. If you know your place and scram, we can act like we don't know you. But if you insist, then you will bear the consequences." Zhou Kaosen didn't attack, like he was delaying time and waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Stalling for time? Lin Fan laughed. Then his expression turned serious. Kill. He came to Fuzhou from so far away to slowly wipe out 9 bug gang. Moreover, from what he heard and saw recently, he noticed that 9 bug gang people weren't good people. They wouldn't show mercy when they killed. He didn't care so much, he just had to kill. Kill. Zhou Kaosen hollered in rage. He held his blade and struck towards Lin Fan. The gang members behind him roared in rage. Black Dragon Blade Technique. He hollered. The blades in his hands were slowly dyed black. This was caused by special internal strength exploding out. A fierce aura burned on the blade. Pung. Lin Fan raised his hand, the blade in his hand blocking his attack. Who are you? Zhou Kaosen hollered. He definitely wasn't a nameless person. To be able to block his Black Dragon Blade technique so easily, he had seen many people, but he had never seen this guy in front of him. He hollered. The black internal strength formed into a vicious python that wanted to swallow Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan's body gave off strong fluctuations such that he was unable to get any closer. You talk a little too much. Lin Fan's lips curled into a grin as he jerked his arm slightly. Instantly, a massive amount of power burst forth and pushed the other party away. Your blade technique is too weak, try mine. Lin Fan hollered. He held the blade with both arms and opened his legs. He tilted his body and slashed. A crescent blade energy exploded. Zhou Chaoshan's expression changed. That blade was just too quick. He raised his hands and the blades merged together to block in front of him. Poochie! Everything happened too quickly. That blade broke his blades and also slashed his body. He didn't even react at all. As expected, I am really strong. Maybe only Master Realm can fight me. Lin Fan exclaimed. The feeling of becoming stronger felt really good. When he faced enemies, he basically didn't need to speak much. He also didn't need to tire himself out from fighting them. Why didn't he feel it in the past? Maybe this was why a greenhouse would make one so weak. Zhou Chaoshan didn't understand even when he died. How could he be killed so easily? He didn't even know who the enemy was. The other 9 bug gang leaders were dealt with by Cousin and Feng Poliu. The gang members who died to Feng Poliu were blessed. Those who died to Zhou Zhongmao were really tragic. None of them had a complete corpse. In Cousin's words, he didn't know whether or not they were dead, so it was better to kill them. Even if they didn't die, they wouldn't be able to hold on. Young Master Lin, let's go. Feng Poliu rushed. Lin Fan walked in front of the carriage and opened the net. He smashed the lock and opened the box. He noticed that there were treasures inside. Even at night there was a bright glow. Oh my God, how much silver is this? He didn't dare to imagine. He had never seen so much money in his life. From this, one could see how shocking 9 bug gang's wealth was. Cousin, pull the carriage and let's go, Lin Fan said. He wanted to wait here for 9 bug gang's reinforcements to arrive, but forget it. Who dared to guarantee that there wouldn't be experts among the reinforcements? He didn't want to be surrounded by experts before he even did anything. That would be a huge loss of face. Young Master Lin, we can't bring the silver away. Feng Poliu was helpless. He definitely couldn't bring the silver away. Unless he went back the way he came, there would be a chance. If not, there was no chance. Don't you like to gamble? There are so many treasures. Just a little is enough for you to fight for months. Lin Fan wouldn't leave the treasures behind. Since he noticed it, even if he couldn't bring it back, he wouldn't let 9 bug gang find it. Feng Poliu retorted, I was comprehending life, how could I like to gamble? Lying through his teeth, even Lin Fan felt embarrassed for him. Before he left his name and also a handsome portrait for 9 bug gang. Feng Poliu was stunned by Lin Fan's actions. What was he doing? Wasn't it dangerous enough? To Lin Fan, if he didn't know who he was, would he have rage points? Chapter 193. After a long while. Ahead, it is just ahead. A huge group rushed over. They were members of the 9 bug gang division. When they saw the signal, they came right away. Naturally, they needed a lot of time to get here. What a thick stench of blood. The leader frowned. His hair was white, his eyebrows were white, and even his face was terrifyingly white. Even the white-browed Eagle King had to exclaim in front of him. He was even whiter than him. The man was the person in charge of the division. When he saw the signal from the headquarters, he personally brought people to support. But looking at the situation, it was too late. When the 9 bug gang people saw the situation, their eyes opened wide. This was just too tragic. Who did it, to actually be even more vicious than their 9 bug gang? There weren't many complete corpses. The rest were split up in pieces and it was tough to piece them all back together. White Demon walked in front of a corpse, his fingers pressed against his nose. He took in a deep breath, and it was obvious that he couldn't accept it. This corpse was split into 2. This corpse was definitely done by Lin Fan. From the blood on his face, he recognized who it was. A deputy hall head from the headquarters. He was in charge of transporting the silver back to the headquarters. There were only some horses there. As for the carriage that transported the silver, it had disappeared. Something is going to happen, White Demon muttered. His face was dark and sunken. If something happened in the area he was in charge of, he wouldn't be able to answer. Which bastard did it? If he found out, he would torture him to death. Suddenly, White Demon noticed a portrait at the side. He picked it up and on it was a face. He was certain that he had never seen the person on it. Then he saw the name left on the tree. Lin Fan. White Demon was thinking about where did this person come from to dare to behave so arrogantly in 9 Bug Gang's territory. Moreover, he actually killed the deputy hall head in the territory he was in charge of and stole the silver. Obviously, he was extremely daring. Sect leader, there are traces of the carriage wheels rolling over here. They went in that direction. One of the members surveyed the surroundings and shouted after discovering the clues. That's right. Chase, we have to get the silver back. White Demon said fiercely. Such a thing hadn't happened in a long time. Now that it suddenly happened, he didn't know what to do. White Demon and the others followed the path of the carriage and searched. After a long time, they found the carriage in front of them. Sect leader, the silver is all gone. The sect member stepped forward and opened the chest. It was empty, not even a single tael of silver. White Demon frowned. Who did it? How could he walk so fast with so much silver? He thought of the restless small forces around him. Something was not right. Those small forces were just trying to survive in the cracks. They didn't have the guts. Few days later, on the huge ship on the Fuzhou River. Oh, you're saying that my wealth was robbed by an unknown person in your territory, and even Zhou Chaoxing was chopped in half by a saber? 9 Bug Gang leader's expression was calm. His tone was calm, but it gave off a chilling cold intent. White Demon knelt on one knee and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Gang leader, when I brought people there, it was already over. The carriage with the silver was stolen. He knew that the rage in gang leader's heart was burning. No one dared to offend 9 Bug Gang. Now, not only did someone offend them, but he did it in their territory. That was like slapping 9 Bug Gang's face in front of them. Lin Fan. The 9 Bug Gang leader's fat body made it hard for him to move. He muttered this name, it was really foreign, he had never heard of such a person. He picked up the portrait. He is a handsome brother, it is good to feed the bugs. Although he was talking about someone else, his words terrified everyone in the room. If one said that the most terrifying person in 9 Bug Gang, it was naturally this gang leader. What a little slut who deserves to die 10,000 times for her crimes. Find her and bring her to me. Remember, if you can't find him in 3 days, I will feed you all to the bugs. Scram. Instantly, the higher-ups in the cabin all backed out. How would they dare to stay here? If the gang leader didn't think it through, he might have really crippled them. The fat gang leader was feeling really sad now. His Suing had left for a long time and hadn't returned. He really missed her. In the past, he was satisfied just looking at her. But now that he couldn't see her for such a long time, he panicked. Gang leader. A devilish girl leaned on his body. The fat was disgusting to others, but she was used to it. She could feel warmth, peace of mind, power, and wealth from the fat. Of course, none of these were important. She actually loved fat the most. The gang leader grabbed the woman's head with his fat and wide hand and pressed it down. Tell me, why doesn't Suing have such a weird feeling towards me? Tell me. No one spoke, there was only moaning. Don't you understand a girl's heart? Why aren't you speaking? Do you think that I am not a gentle man? Speak, tell me. If you don't speak, then it means that you agree. You really hurt my heart. Pung. Gang leader used too much strength, causing the girl's head to smash into his fat, causing it to explode. Fresh blood scattered all over the ground. Gang leader looked at his hand that was covered in blood and cried. His face was covered in tears. Even if you die, you aren't willing to tell me? Didn't you say that you loved my fat? As expected, women don't like fat people, they only like violent men. The guard hiding in the dark. His body trembled. Gang leader was too violent. Moreover, he was sickly violent. Suddenly, the guard in the dark felt like there was someone behind him, but when he looked at where gang leader was, there was no one at all. A drop of sweat fell from his forehead. What was he doing? A dark and terrifying voice spread into his ears. From your heart, I can feel your fear and disgust towards me. Are you disgusted by the fat on my body? Gang, before he said anything, he noticed that gang leader opened his mouth. It was as big as a water tank, 2 rows of sharp teeth were terrifying. Poochie. Fresh blood spurted. From the shadows, one could see that the guard's body was swallowed. There was also water flowing like a fountain. Wow, that is majestic. Lin Fan and the others looked at the scenes in front of them and were shocked. They had never seen such a majestic scene. They had already arrived in Fuzhou, but they didn't enter the city. They stood on the shore and looked at the scenery. That night, Fuzhou was brightly lit, flowers bloomed. The huge Fuzhou looked really beautiful under the light. One couldn't tell that this place was as terrifying as what Feng Poliu said. Especially that giant ship which stopped on the river surface, it was really majestic. Too huge, he didn't know what words to use to describe it. If he had to describe it, it was thousands of miles long. It wasn't many ships connected together, but just one giant ship. It was really majestic and majestic. Feng Poliu is right, 9 Bug Gang is really strong. To be able to have such strength, they definitely weren't weak. But regretfully, I have my eyes on you. Although I can't wipe you out in a short time, targets that I have my eyes on won't have a good ending. Young Master Lin, it is useless even if you bury the silver there. Feng Poliu couldn't understand Lin Fan's actions. Why did he want to leave his name and portrait? Lin Fan wouldn't tell him that while they were talking, he had received a few thousand rage points. Could he tell him that? Lin Fan smiled. Who says it is useless? Once 9 Bug Gang is wiped out, we can dig out the silver. The thought is good, but the reality is cruel. I think the silver will rest here. Feng Poliu said and then looked at Lin Fan. What do you want to do next? Leave the portrait, maybe there are people checking at the city gates. Moreover, I don't recommend you to enter. If you are noticed, then you won't be able to leave. I'm not joking, 9 Bug Gang is really strong. Even with me here, we might not be able to retreat safely. Feng Poliu was serious, he wasn't joking. Lin Fan thought about it. I am thinking, don't rush. Feng Poliu totally respected Lin Fan. Since he came to Fuzhou to wipe out 9 Bug Gang, then didn't he think about what to do? Or should he just take it one step at a time? Suddenly, Lin Fan looked towards the shore. There seems to be people fighting there. Feng Poliu looked over. He was used to such things and wasn't surprised. Let's go take a look. Lin Fan rode the horse and headed into the distance. Zhou Zhongmao followed behind. There were many corpses on the shore. It was obvious that both sides were in an intense battle. You dare to attack us? Yang Wu was injured. His gaze was sharp as he stared at 9 Bug Gang in rage. 9 Bug Gang didn't reply to Yang Wu's words and attacked instead. It was obvious that they wanted to kill them here. As a member of the Imperial Dynasty's secret department, Yang Wu had been investigating King Wutong. He found Fuzhou but didn't expect 9 Bug Gang to notice and chase him all the way here. At this moment, a middle-aged man held a sword and covered the wound on his shoulder. He said solemnly, Yang Wu, bring the people and leave. I will open a path for you. After that, the remaining people gathered around Yang Wu. All of them had quite a number of injuries on their bodies. Some of them even had bugs crawling in their flesh and blood. One had to be careful when fighting 9 Bug Gang, otherwise it was hard to say that nothing would happen. Sir, leave, we will cover for you. Yang Wu looked around warily. His face was covered in sweat. The situation wasn't good, they couldn't leave at all. Can you all leave? In the darkness, a dark and sunken voice spread out. Instantly there were screams. Yang Wu looked at his good friend who suddenly cried out. Who knew when his friend's body was covered in bugs? Instantly, he fell to the ground and was no longer breathing. Only those bugs crawled around in his flesh and blood. Those damn disgusting things that one couldn't defend against. Chapter 194. Zhao Xianghe stared at the person who walked out from the darkness and his expression changed. 9 Bug Gang. Assassination Team Deputy Ing Jiu. At first glance, he recognized this ordinary-looking middle-aged man in front of him. He had a smile on his face, and he was smiling so much that he couldn't even open his eyes. This was the true top expert of 9 Bug Gang. Zhao Xianghe, I let you live in the past, so why did you come to die? Although the Imperial Dynasty is strong, if you die in Fuzhou, no one will take revenge for you. Ing Jiu's voice was dark and sunken, totally different from his smile. Ing Jiu, do you really want to kill us? Zhao Xianghe knew that he couldn't leave. Ing Jiu's appearance cut off their path of survival. It was extremely difficult to escape from his hands. Yang Wu was still in deep thought about the death of his companions. He didn't expect 9 Bug Gang to be such a terrifying existence. He was tasked by the Imperial Dynasty to investigate King Wutong's rebellion. He found out that King Wutong was related to 9 Bug Gang, so he came to take a look. Who knew that before they entered Fuzhou, 9 Bug Gang would kill them? Half of them died and they weren't their match at all. Even if he revealed his identity as a member of the Imperial Court's secret department, it would be useless. It was like they wanted them to die. Ingzhou had a smile on his face as he unleashed his inner energy. He took a step forward and punched out. His inner energy condensed into a fist that smashed towards Yang Wu and the others. Zhao Xianghe was shocked. He raised the sword in his hand and sword energy swept forwards. It clashed with the fist and was shattered. He panicked and held his sword in front of his chest. Pung! The blade bent. Zhao Xianghe's face flushed red. He wasn't Ingzhou's match at all. He retreated and then spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Is your Imperial Dynasty secret department sick? You sent small fries to Fuzhou. Are you looking down on 9 Bug Gang? Do you think we are blind and can't notice your actions? Ingzhou smiled. When they just entered Fuzhou, they already knew their whereabouts. They just didn't attack and wanted to see what these people wanted to do. Zhao Xianghe looked at him. You planted a spy beside us? Ha ha ha. Spy, our 9 Bug Gang doesn't care about such boring methods. If I say that your Imperial Dynasty secret department belongs to our 9 Bug Gang, would you believe me? Ingzhou's expression remained unchanged. It was impossible to tell which of his words was true or which was false. Zhao Xianghe didn't say anything else. The other party was trying to obscure his conjecture. There had to be spies within, otherwise how could 9 Bug Gang be so clear about their movements? Before he even entered Fuzhou, he was intercepted outside. If it wasn't a spy who leaked his tracks, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. I'll hold him back later. You guys leave if you can. Zhao Xianghe no longer held any hope. He only hoped that 1 or 2 of them could escape, even if it was just 1. Ingzhou said with a smile, don't put up a futile resistance. Do you think they can escape? Yang Wu had never felt that death was such a terrifying thing. It was just that he was too indignant. He was actually betrayed by his own people. Fuzhou was rotten internally, some officials were taken over and even colluded with 9 Bug Gang. The Imperial Dynasty wouldn't believe these officials. But these officials had other uses. They represented 9 Bug Gang to interact with other city officials, to form a giant net of benefits. It greatly affected the interests of the Imperial Dynasty. Okay, it is about time. It is time to send all of you on your way. Zhao Xianghe, in the next life be more observant and don't be blind. The moment he said this, just as Ingzhou was prepared to attack, he was shocked by the movement around. The snort of the horse stunned both sides. Who came? Lin Fan and the other 2 rode on their horses and looked for a while. Seeing that they attracted attention, they felt a little embarrassed. They definitely scared people. Continue, I am just passing by. Lin Fan waved his hands and said. Feng Poliu asked him whether or not he needed help. Lin Fan felt that Feng Poliu had too little experience in society. Didn't he see the weapons in their hands? Those who could fight weren't good people. It wasn't good to join in like a lunatic. Who knew, he might even be used by them. Wasn't it good to watch a show? It was fun and exciting. Ingzhou looked at the 3 of them and said coldly, who are you people? We are here to watch the show, don't worry about us. Do what you need to do, it has nothing to do with us. Lin Fan said. But saying that was asking for a beating. Who would say such words? As expected. Rage points plus 999. Rage points plus 444. Peak rage points appeared. Did that mean that they wanted to kill him? Till now, he didn't understand what the increase in rage points had to do with. Actually, he didn't care. As long as he had it, then nothing was a problem. Zhao Xianghe opened his mouth. 3 good men. We are from the Imperial Dynasty and hope that you can help. In the future we will thank you. I am not interested. Lin Fan waved his hands to reject. Those words made one feel uncomfortable. Why did he have to report where he was from? Like when cousin told the Yin demons that he was his cousin, and that his cousin's father was Lin Wani. Did the Yin demons hold back? No. Instead, it became even more intense and terrifying than before. Zhao Xianghe didn't expect that the 3 of them would reject him so quickly. It seemed like they weren't from 9 Bug Gang, but why did they reject him? It wasn't that he hadn't encountered young geniuses in the past, and many of them had drawn their blades to help when they saw injustice on the road. But now it caused him to be speechless. Deputy Head, we don't know where these people came from. Someone said softly. Isn't this bullshit? Even they knew that they didn't know where they came from, so how could he not see it? He suddenly realized. Recently many things happened in Fuzhou. Treasures were stolen, Head Su's whereabouts were unknown. The assassination group members were killed. Even Zhou Chaoxing was sliced into half. Why were there so many things happening? Yang Wu noticed that the guy on the horse was familiar. He then looked at the honest-looking Zhou Zhongmao. He really looked familiar. Suddenly, he remembered. Brother Lin, is that you? Yang Wu shouted. And Lin Fan looked at Yang Wu. He couldn't remember who this person was. You are? He really didn't remember where he had seen him before. Yang Wu wasn't angry. Instead, he tried his best to help Lin Fan recall. Brother Lin, we met once at the inn. You even helped us burn the map. You said that such an important thing should be destroyed. Since I heard Brother Lin's words, I had a deep feeling about it. And there was such a thing. Lin Fan recalled that such a thing did happen, but he didn't have much of an impression of it. Yang Wu, I am Yang Wu. Yang Wu patted his chest and wanted Brother Lin to remember who he was. Zhou Zhongmao looked at Yang Wu and then whispered to his cousin, Cousin, I remember such a person. We met at the inn, and he even attacked King Wutong's men. Cousin, now that you mention it, I remember. I really can't remember him. Lin Fan nodded his head and slowly recalled. He finally remembered such a person. Brother Lin, please help us this time. We will definitely repay this kindness. Yang Wu hollered. To them, their only hope was right in front of them. If they missed it, then they wouldn't have another chance. Ingzhou said, the three of you don't be a busybody. This is 9 Bug Gang's matter. If you help, then don't think about leaving this place. Cousin, he is threatening me. Lin Fan pointed at Ingzhou. He was really annoyed. Cousin, let me beat him up. Zhou Zhongmao couldn't take it anymore. No matter whether or not he could beat him, as long as cousin was unhappy, he had to raise his fists and fight. Lin Fan stopped his cousin and then jumped up. Let me take a look. Kung. He pulled out his blade, his muscles swelled, and internal strength injected into the blade. Lightning blade 4 strokes exploded out. Blade energy pressed forwards, and the dark sky was lit up by the lightning. Very strong. Ingzhou nodded his head. He pressed down with his palms and energy covered his body. Pung! The blade slashed onto the energy and it shook slightly. There was no result. Not bad, unfortunately your strength is lacking. Ingzhou praised. What are you acting for? After Lin Fan slashed out, he hollered. His physique strengthened a little, and his strength gathered once more. He then slashed out with the strongest blade of the lightning blade 4 strokes. This blade was even more terrifying than before, and even more shocking. Small tricks. Ingzhou didn't care at all. Energy wrapped around him, he felt like he couldn't be defeated. Pung! When the blade landed, it caused Ingzhou's energy to be a little unstable. Ingzhou was shocked. He directly exploded out with even more terrifying internal strength to break the blade. How amazing! Lin Fan shook his head. He was much stronger than him, but he didn't care. He said towards Feng Poliu, you fight him, I will find someone else. Avoiding the strong and picking the weak. That was his usual style. If he couldn't beat him, then so be it. Next time when he was stronger, he would take revenge. As for now, he would just find someone weaker than him to bully. Feng Poliu wore a mask, so no one could recognize who he was. He was helpless towards Lin Fan's words, but he had no choice. He could only fight. From the short clash, he could see that Lin Fan had initial Grandmaster cultivation. He was a realm away from him for small realms. Moreover, there was a huge gap between Martial Path Grade 12 and Master Realm. How could it be so easy to cross? You give me a familiar feeling. Ingzhou's smile retracted as he stared right at Feng Poliu. Feng Poliu didn't say anything and attacked right away. Honglong. The battle between the two of them was not a simple exchange of moves and techniques. Instead, it was an invisible collision of internal energy. Senior brother, is it you? Ingzhou transmitted his voiceover. He was familiar with his moves and felt like it was the same as the person in his mind. Feng Poliu didn't reply. He felt helpless. He could even recognize him. My dear junior brother, you are a talent. Senior brother, I am junior brother Yanjiu. Jiu transmitted his voice. He noticed that although Lin Fan's attacks were fierce, he held back. Right. He had to be senior brother. Leave. Jiu hollered. His body disappeared into the darkness. When the 9 Bug Gang disciples saw that the deputy of the assassination group had fled, they panicked and fled. Lin Fan slashed a 9 Bug Gang member to death. What is going on? It hasn't even started. Chapter 195. Let's go, don't stay for long in case 9 Bug Gang arrives. Feng Poliu pulled Lin Fan away. Zhao Xianghe felt very embarrassed. He had asked for help, but the other party had ignored him. In the end, it was Yang Wu who had asked for help. Follow me, Zhao Xianghe said. Feng Poliu frowned. Follow you? Where are you going? I have a secret passage that leads into the city. Zhao Xianghe did not give up. He still wanted to enter the city. Feng Poliu looked at him like he was looking at a fool. It was already at such a time and he still wanted to enter the city. Was his brain kicked by a donkey? Are you really not afraid of death? 9 Bug Gang has seen what you look like, so don't think about moving around in the city. He had to remind these people. Was he really that immature? It was a miracle that he was able to survive until now. He did not have the strength, yet he dared to be so debauched. We have our ways, Zhao Xianghe said. It just so happens that I'm also about to enter the city. Let's go. Lin Fan came to Fuzhou to find 9 Bug Gang. After all this, he realized that 9 Bug Gang was really amazing. He took back what he had said. He needed some time to wipe out 9 Bug Gang, but it wouldn't take too long. He just needed to slow down. Somewhere outside the city wall. Seeing that there was no one around, Zhao Xianghe carefully peeled away the soil, revealing a hidden compartment. He then lifted it and it turned out to be a passageway. When did you dig a tunnel in Fuzhou? Feng Poliu looked at Zhao Xianghe in shock. Unbelievable. Really unbelievable. The key was that people from 9 Bug Gang hadn't noticed him. This passageway has existed for a long time. Zhao Xianghe didn't say too much. Some things were meaningless if they were said too much. Moreover, this was the first time he had met these people. Naturally, some things could not be said. Feng Poliu thought about it. It seemed like the Imperial Dynasty wanted to attack 9 Bug Gang. He didn't notice it usually, but they were searching for a chance in the dark. That was true. When he left Insect Valley, 9 Bug Gang didn't dare to be so arrogant. So many years passed, Insect Valley was closed and 9 Bug Gang had no one to manage them. For them to develop to such a stage was shocking. Let's go. Let's get to the city as soon as possible in case someone passes by and discovers this passageway, Zhao Xianghe said. Everyone entered the passageway. The passageway was very spacious, but it was a little dark. However, for those with high cultivation bases, the darkness was not a problem. After walking for a long time, they finally reached their destination. Zhao Xianghe opened the wooden board and everyone walked out. This was a room and the entrance to the passage was on the bed. There was no one inside or outside the house. The courtyard was neither too big nor too small. It was obvious that it had been prepared beforehand. Zhao Xianghe made the bed, and after he couldn't see any flaws, he looked at them. 3 good men, let me introduce myself. I am Zhao Xianghe. I belong to the Imperial Dynasty's secret department, and am in charge of investigating the connection between 9 Bug Gang and King Wutong. These people are my men. I didn't expect that, sigh. Zhao Xianghe was a little sad. There were a total of 12 of them and in the end only 4 of them were left. Their losses were heavy. But since he entered the Imperial Dynasty's secret department, he was prepared. 9 Bug Gang is plotting with King Wutong? Feng Poliu asked. As he guessed, he was thinking about whether or not 9 Bug Gang betrayed Insect Valley. Looking at the situation, the possibility was high. We don't know the specifics, so we came to Fuzhou to investigate this. Zhao Xianghe didn't say what he wanted to say. Although he was here to investigate how far King Wutong and 9 Bug Gang were. But the key was that the Imperial Dynasty wanted to attack 9 Bug Gang. King Wutong's rebellion wasn't a huge matter, but based on the news he got, 9 Bug Gang was trying to sow discord. They were trying to use King Wutong to achieve their true goal. Zhao Xianghe could see that these people weren't on the same side as 9 Bug Gang. But it was best to hide things. If too many people knew, it would be leaked. He was thinking about something now. Who was the spy? Of course, the spy wasn't one of the 4 remaining. Apart from him and Yang Wu, the other 2 couldn't be either. He personally picked them out. Even if they were, then what awaited them were people from 9 Bug Gang and not just empty. As for Ing Jiu saying that the secret department higher-ups were spies, he needed to think about it. It was possible. Right, this is a disguise liquid. Rub it on your hands and then on your face. It can change your face shape, but it can only last for a day. If you head out, it is best if you apply it. Zhao Xianghe passed a small bottle to Lin Fan. The sky is dark, so we definitely won't be able to move. Let's find a room to rest. Okay. Lin Fan nodded his head. Entering Fuzhou was half a success. They had to do the rest themselves. Since he couldn't wipe them out, then he had to let them know how helpless the outcome of offending him was. When Lin Fan walked out of the room, Yang Wu followed to thank him for saving him. Zhao Xianghe closed the door. He was thinking about where the 3 of them came from. One of them wore a mask and was the strongest. His background was unknown, so who knew where he came from? As for the remaining 2, he had no idea. Yang Wu seemed to know one of them, so he could ask him later. Within the room, Feng Poliu sighed. Young Master Lin, we shouldn't have come here. Fuzhou is filled with 9 Bug Gang's eyes and ears. It is impossible to do some things, much less wipe them out. It is okay, since we can't wipe them out, then we can't. We aren't in a rush. Lin Fan was really casual. He wasn't in a rush to do anything huge. Moreover, since he was here, if he turned back now, then wouldn't he have come for nothing? It is best if we don't have too much contact with those people. They seem like people with short lives. Feng Poliu said. Lin Fan blinked. Is that okay? Just one look and you say that they are short-lived. Luckily, they didn't hear it, otherwise they would have problems with you. Feng Poliu shook his head and didn't say much. If they hadn't met them, they would have died. He was thinking about something. Why was Junior Brother in 9 Bug Gang? After he left Insect Valley, Junior Brother was still there. After so many years, he actually bumped into him in 9 Bug Gang. I will rest first. Feng Poliu left. He had to go back and think about it. Cousin, you should rest too. Lin Fan said. He released 9 Demon. The little fellow was locked up for so many days and was really tired. He refreshed its stats. Fed it the special internal strength of the bug controlling technique to make the 9-headed bug happier. This little thing grew really quickly at the start, but now it was a little slow. He looked at the small support system. Rage points. 20391. A decent number. As expected, he earned it the fastest. The rage points now definitely couldn't raise his cultivation to peak Master Realm, but he could try to see how big the difference was between Master Realm and Martial Path Grade 12. Add points. It consumed a lot. 1 point actually needed 1,000 rage points. Add 1 point to physique, add 1 point to internal strength. Instantly, something happened to the small support system. His stats changed. Physique, 361 initial master. Internal strength, 361 initial master. Heart cultivation. Purple Sun Force Saint Scripture, grade 33. Demon Heart Enforcing Scripture, grade 10. Cultivation technique. Vengeful Tiger Blade technique, returning to true. Bug controlling technique, basics. Unmovable King Body, returning to true. Lightning Blade 4 strokes, returning to true. Mixed Energy Broken Jade Hand, unlearned. Demon Ape Fist, returning to true. Rage points. 18391. He felt a shocking change in his body. 2 internal strength Cs were clashing with his Ran and Du meridians. One of the inner energy came from below the middle pole and flowed through the abdomen, up to the guanine, to the throat, to the mouth, to the face, and into the eyes. An extremely cold chi appeared out of nowhere. This was opening up the Ren meridian, opening up the Yin meridian ocean. The other one came from the bottom of his stomach, going up to his feng fu, entering his brain, head, forehead, and nose. An extreme yang fire burned in his body. This was opening up the Du meridian, opening up the Yang meridian ocean. Lin Fan didn't dare to be careless. He sat cross-legged and felt that those scenes were a little scary. He calmed down the 2 Yin and Yang energies. The increase in internal strength was much greater than before. He just added a little. He had just entered Initial Master Realm and hadn't stabilized himself, but he was already so strong. As expected, Master Realm was a huge gap from Martial Path Grade 12. This was like building one's foundations, and then unlocking the secrets of the human body to obtain extraordinary strength. When he was prepared to heave a sigh of relief, the changes in his body arrived. It hurts a little. He felt that his flesh and blood were changing. Many green veins appeared on the surface of his skin, like many earthworms were moving in his body. It felt like they were about to explode. With a pung. Damn! It really exploded. All the green veins on his body exploded but no blood flowed out. Shortly after, something weird happened. Those green veins were reorganizing. It hurt a little. It was really itchy. It was like many ants were crawling on his body. That feeling was torture. How did this happen? When I raised internal strength, it didn't happen like this. Why did it become like this when I raised physique? Or was it really hard to raise physique to Master Realm? Lin Fan had such a guess and even felt like it was possible. Points. Add points. Physique. 370, Initial Master. Internal Strength. 370, Initial Master. He really felt the feeling of the internal and external layers. That stimulation was like electricity flowing through his body. Great. So great. Lin Fan laid on the bed, his hands grabbing the sheets. The internal strength change didn't cause much pain, but the increase in physique made him feel like his body was being ripped apart. Damn, I can take it. Motherfucker, it hurts. Fuck me, it hurts. In that short moment, he was covered in sweat. His body was drenched in sweat. Drip, drip. Sweat soaked the sheets. When he raised physique to Initial Master, his skin and dermis started to change. The epidermis and dermis of his skin were quietly mutating. In modern terms, his skin cells had already evolved. They were resistant to damage, beatings, fire, cold, and were even more resilient. There were many changes that no one knew about. After a long while, the pain disappeared. Lin Fan laid on the bed and panted. His body seemed to have become lighter, like he had improved. I became stronger. Chapter 196. Fuzhou, the giant boat on the river. Ingjiu stood beside the boat and looked at the brightly lit city. He didn't expect that senior brother would appear. Even if people searched for him, they couldn't find any traces of him. Now that he appeared in Fuzhou, what did he want to do? He had already told senior brother everything, but senior brother didn't want to admit it. Actually, he had always wanted to personally ask eldest senior brother if he was the one who killed Master. Although the people from Insect Valley had pushed this matter to senior brother, Zhongshou didn't know what to do. But he didn't believe it. That was because he knew that senior brother treated Master as a father, and wouldn't kill Master for the bug controlling technique. Deputy leader. Gang leader is looking for you. A gang member carefully informed. Ingjiu wasn't the deputy gang leader of 9 Bug Gang, but the deputy leader of the assassination squad. 9 Bug Gang didn't have a deputy gang leader. Understood. Ingjiu replied coldly and then walked into the cabin. The gang members heaved a sigh of relief. This was just too terrifying. The deputy leader had failed and was definitely on the verge of exploding in rage. If anyone was blind and made the deputy leader unhappy, they would definitely be killed. He had seen many such things. The next day, Lin Fan woke up early. The air in Fuzhou wasn't good, and he smelled a suppressive smell. Maybe this was the special smell of Fuzhou. Compared to Jiang City and even Yu City, it was much worse. Feng Poliu didn't sleep for the entire night. He came to Fuzhou, and for some reason he felt like he was getting closer and closer to Insect Valley. That feeling was just too magical. He pushed open the door and bumped into Lin Fan. He didn't recognize him right away. Who was this fellow? His face seemed to have changed. What, you? My cousin and I are going out for a walk. Do you want to go out too? Put something on your face and wear a mask. As long as one isn't blind, they will be able to recognize you right away. Lin Fan said. Sometimes he was thinking about it. Those people who wore masks, weren't they afraid of people recognizing them? I am not going. Feng Poliu shook his head. He didn't want to walk around Fuzhou. Lin Fan shook his head. This person was so boring. However, when he left, he noticed that Zhao Xianghe and the others were nowhere to be seen. Who knew when they left? It was tough to investigate the connection between Nine Bug Gang and King Wutong in Fuzhou. In the city, Lin Fan and Zhou Zhongmao had changed their appearances, but their physiques hadn't changed. This appearance-changing fluid was really powerful. Just smearing it on the face could cause such a change. This place is really bustling. Looking at his surroundings, Lin Fan sighed in his heart. Nine Bug Gang was indeed an evil power and they were really vicious. However, one couldn't see any signs of them being suppressed within Fuzhou. Indeed, if Nine Bug Gang messed around in Fuzhou, then this place wouldn't be so prosperous. People would have left long ago and hid far away. There were people gathered in front of him. Many people pointed at the portrait on the wall. He took a closer look. It was actually a portrait of Lin Fan and Zhou Zhongmao. This portrait wasn't the one that Lin Fan had given them but a new one. It was very similar and there wasn't much difference. However, how could there be no portraits of Feng Poliu? Cousin, this reward is a little low. We only have 20,000. This Nine Bug Gang really doesn't care about us. Lin Fan exclaimed. He felt slightly regretful. In the end, he still looked down on them. Zhou Zhongmao, on the other hand, did not feel this way. He did not care about money at all. However, if cousin said that it was little, then it was really little. Fuzhou Zhizhou Manor. Zhao Xianghe and his men disguised themselves as food delivery men and entered through the back door. The highest leader of the Zhizhou Manor was sent by the imperial dynasty to Fuzhou to monitor Nine Bug Gang. Usually, they didn't need to contact the imperial dynasty. They could even work with Nine Bug Gang to help them expand their routes. Only then would Nine Bug Gang believe that the people sent by the imperial dynasty were bought over by them. After they entered the mansion, someone led them to another path to leave. Within a hidden room, Sir Wang. Zhao Xianghe cupped his fists and was filled with respect. He had come to Fuzhou for the imperial dynasty for so many years. Wang Ji was the highest leader of the Zhizhou Manor. He was thin and had a mustache. His eyes were small and just one look made one feel like he wasn't a good person. Over the years, the people who contacted him changed wave after wave. Wang Ji hid really well and Nine Bug Gang didn't notice anything wrong with him. Sir Zhao. Wang Ji cupped his fists and said, I have waited for a long time. A while ago, King Wutong came to Fuzhou and contacted Nine Bug Gang. As for the exact situation, I don't know. Nine Bug Gang doesn't trust me fully even if I help them build connections with so many aristocratic families. It has been tough on Sir Wang to gather intel in such a dangerous place. Zhao Xianghe was impressed. He was really impressed. He had lived under Nine Bug Gang's eyes for so many years and danger accompanied him. If he didn't personally feel that pressure, he wouldn't have dared to imagine it. It is okay. The imperial dynasty trusts me, so naturally, I can't let them rely on me. Wang Ji said, right, all of you need to pay attention. Some sects have joined hands with Nine Bug Gang. These sects are really hidden. I learned about it from a hall head when I drank with him. He didn't reveal any more news and just mentioned it briefly. I hope that Sir Zhao can report it to the imperial dynasty to pay attention to the various sections. Zhao Xianghe's expression was solemn. How is that possible? Do those sects want to rebel too? I am not sure, but it is hard to say that the experts in those sects don't want to experience the power of the emperor. Wang Ji said. These things were already complicated. King Wutong's rebellion was just a spark. However, it still managed to blast many people out of their homes. He didn't understand what the emperor was thinking. His brother had already rebelled, so why didn't he suppress it and instead sent them to investigate? Zhao Xianghe and Wang Ji talked for a long while. Yang Wu and the others were wary of the situation outside. Sir Wang, I roughly understand the situation. Zhao Xianghe nodded. At the same time, Wang Ji passed the records of Nine Bug Gang's activities to Zhao Xianghe. Goodbye. Wang Ji cupped his fists. Have a good trip. After which, Zhao Xianghe and the others were led back the way they came. They turned into farmers and left from the back door. Wang Ji squinted as he looked at the backs of those who left. He smiled and left with his hands behind his back. Living in the center of desire, how many people could hold on to a firm heart that they thought would never change? That night. Brother Lin, we are leaving. How long are you going to stay for? Yang Wu came to say goodbye. Their mission was completed, and they needed to bring the intel back to the imperial dynasty. As such, they couldn't stay here for long. Ah, You just came and you want to leave? Didn't you want to investigate 9 Bug Gang and King Wutong? Lin Fan asked. That was just too quick. Yang Wu said, Brother Lin, with our strength, how can we sneak into 9 Bug Gang? We have spies here, and getting intel is the same as completing the mission. That was the truth. With their strength, they couldn't fight 9 Bug Gang at all. Seemed like he was thinking too much. Okay, have a safe trip. We don't want to leave yet, Lin Fan said. He just came here for a short while and was about to leave. This speed was just too quick. Even if he fired cannons, he wouldn't be so quick. Goodbye. If I have a chance, I will drink with Brother Lin. Yang Wu smiled and left. When he left, he bumped into Feng Poliu. Sniff, sniff. Feng Poliu smelled something bad from Yang Wu's body. What is he doing? Feng Poliu asked. Lin Fan said. He said that he completed the mission and will leave tonight. He said goodbye to me, so I didn't stop him. He strolled around Fuzhou with his cousin for a day. His horizons were broadened, but he didn't see anything that surprised him. I smelled something from his body, Feng Poliu said. He thought about it. It was a long time ago, so I can't remember. 9 Bug Gang within the cabin. Gang leader, our Jiyuan sect really wants to join King Wutong. Please introduce us. The person who spoke was an elder from Jiyuan sect. He brought disciples to Fuzhou to discuss this matter. Jiyuan sect, I have heard of it. But King Wutong doesn't need trash, so are you all trash? The gang leader behind the curtain asked. The disciples who followed the elder out knew that he was insulting them, but they didn't dare to be arrogant. However, they were furious deep down. This was 9 Bug Gang. A terrifying presence. Lu Neng looked like a middle-aged man and said, Gang leader, our Jiyuan sect is strong, so how can we be trash? Whether or not we are trash isn't something you can say with your mouth. I will give you a task to prove that you aren't trash. Go help me kill some people. The moment he said that, the gang leader gave a dark and sunken laugh. To the Jiyuan sect disciples, the fatty hiding behind was terrifying. Even if they didn't get close, just looking at him from afar made them feel a chill down their spines. Outside of Fuzhou, Zhao Xianghe brought the 3 of them and left swiftly. However, he felt like something wasn't right. However, it was hard to say what wasn't right. It was like everything was going too smoothly. Sir, do you think Sir Wang will live in Fuzhou for a long time and be corrupted by 9 Bug Gang? Yang Wu asked. Zhao Xianghe stared in rage. Impossible. Sir Wang sacrificed himself to stay in Fuzhou for so many years. In the future, you are not allowed to say such things. Yes, sir. Yang Wu lowered his head. The 4 of them rode horses and left Fuzhou. Suddenly, Poochie! A head flew up. With a loud explosion, the person on the horse lost his head and fell to the ground. Everything happened too quickly. Everyone couldn't react at all. Who? Zhao Xianghe was shocked. What was going on? Who revealed their actions? Jiyuan sect elder Lu Neng brought disciples to stop them. Don't leave, all of you stay. Lu Neng walked out from the darkness. The 9 Bug Gang leader was such a disgusting presence. That kind of high and mighty appearance really made people unhappy. Chapter 197. Within the room, Feng Poliu's expression changed like he thought about something. That smell was familiar, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Now that he thought about it, he felt that it wasn't good. What happened? Lin Fan looked at the 9-headed bug. Seeing that Feng Poliu's expression wasn't good, it was obvious that he had something on his mind. Feng Poliu said helplessly, It seems like I was right. Their lives are short, and something should have happened to them. You are talking about them? Lin Fan found it weird. That shouldn't be possible. There was a secret tunnel and no one noticed it. If they did, they wouldn't have waited until now to attack. And I smelled something from the person who left your room. That smell is something Insect Valley uses to track people. It is obvious that 9 Bug Gang has their eyes on them. It wasn't there when we met, but now it is. Seems like he went to meet someone and got it from there. Feng Poliu didn't care about his life or death, as it had nothing to do with him. But when he saw Lin Fan in deep thought, he asked curiously, You want to save them? I'm thinking about it, Lin Fan said. He was really considering whether or not to save them. Their relationship wasn't close, at most they had some contact. They couldn't even be considered friends. Now that he knew that they were in danger, he wasn't too emotional. He rolled up his sleeves and headed over. He was thinking about whether or not to take a look. Actually, there isn't much to think about. We don't know each other and it is easy to get yourself killed. Feng Poliu persuaded. Since some things had nothing to do with him, then he didn't care. He didn't want to bring trouble to himself. Outside the city. Third brother. Yang Wu saw his partner get stabbed in the chest with one sword. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. They were just about to leave, so why did such a thing happen? Who was it? Who betrayed them? Zhao Xianghe fought with him, but he was at a disadvantage. He wasn't Yuansek's match and slowly couldn't take it anymore. A sword shone coldly. Zhao Xianghe's stomach was ripped open and fresh blood flowed out. My lord. Yang Wu had some minor injuries on his body, but they weren't serious. He supported Zhao Xianghe and retreated. Don't worry about me. Go. Cold sweat appeared on Zhao Xianghe's forehead. The injury on his stomach was too painful. Moreover, he was an expert, and that sword had trashed him. You are right, Wang Ji might have been corrupted by 9 Bug Gang. His voice was weak. My lord, I can't give up on you. Yang Wu said. He looked at the people in front. I see that you aren't from 9 Bug Gang. If you have any requests, then tell us. As long as you need it, we will be able to do it. Lu Nang shook the blood-stained sword in his hand and said with a smile, Please lend me your lives. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ning attacked. A beam of sword light twined in front of him and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Just when his sword was about to kill the two of them, he felt a cold light coming from not far away. Pucci. A long saber was stabbed into the ground. Who is it? Nung Nung looked over but didn't see anyone. However, the saber proved that there was someone around. Lin Fan walked out from the darkness and said calmly, I thought that there would be many people, so there are only so few. How disappointing. Feng Poliu was helpless and insisted on coming over. He said that if it was an expert, he wouldn't attack. Who knew that he didn't care about them just because they had so few people? Brother, we are in 9 Bug Gang's territory. Sometimes, couldn't he be a little more humble? Brother Lin. Yang Wu was delighted. He didn't expect Brother Lin to save his life once more. Such kindness was hard to repay. Lin Fan walked in front of Yang Wu and looked at him. You only have so few people, it isn't enough for me to hammer. What a waste. Rage points plus 222. Rage points plus 123. Lu Nung was furious. How arrogant were those words, just like the 9 Bug Gang leader. His words were just too ugly, and it made them feel really annoyed. Kid, arrogant. Later, when you die under my sword, don't say that I didn't remind you. Lu Nung hollered in rage and used a decent sword technique. The sword light shone, and from far away, one could sense the sword energy from his body. Lin Fan didn't take out a blade as he felt like there was no need. Zhou Zhongmao wanted to attack, but Lin Fan stopped him. His cultivation was really strong and he wanted to test its strength. Just as Lu Nung was about to arrive in front of him, Demon Ape Fist. Lin Fan hollered. The demon ape appeared behind him. It was even stronger than cousins. The demon ape's aura spread out as it raised its hands and hammered down. Pung! The ground shook and a giant hole appeared. So strong. Zhou Zhongmao was shocked. Cousin was so amazing. Also, didn't he just give this cultivation technique to cousin? How did he cultivate it so quickly? It was even more profound than his own. Was there anyone who could teach him why his cousin was so strong? He broke through to Master Realm? Feng Poliu's eyes were filled with shock. How old was he? How could he cultivate so quickly? What realm was he at the last time he saw him? No. He must have seen wrongly. That was fucking impossible. Feng Poliu's eyes opened wide in shock. He felt like the heavens were joking with him. Or was it that when one reached middle age, one's eyes were about to go blind? Maybe he was really going blind. Lu Nung came aggressively with his sword in hand. He was still using his best swordsmanship. But at this moment, he stood rooted to the spot and looked at the deep hole in front of him. His body couldn't help but tremble. Haze, I hammered too early. If not, you would be in the hole. Lin Fan was helpless. He didn't expect that he would fail. How weak was that? Speaking of which, after cultivation reached Master Realm, it felt different. Internal strength and the explosion of power stacked together. There was no problem at all. He was a dual cultivator. Even if he was at the initial stage, he felt that he was stronger than peak Master Realm experts. Maybe it was an illusion, but he was confident. Who are you? Lu Neng's voice started to tremble. Lin Fan's aura was just too strong. Especially when those fists landed, the strong wind caused his face to hurt. What is your cultivation? Lin Fan asked. Lu Neng's teeth chattered. Martial Path Grade 12 Peak. Oh, that is very weak. Moreover, your sword skills are a little bad. Lin Fan chuckled. He finally understood why so many people love to cultivate with their lives on the line. It turned out that the feeling of being strong was really great. Cousin, am I strong enough? Lin Fan turned around and asked. That moment, Lu Neng, who was trembling in fear, had a cold glow in his eyes as he hollered in rage, Die. The sword in his hand stabbed forwards and the sword light gathered at one point. Kung! Lu Neng's eyes opened wide. How was that possible? His sword seemed to have stabbed into a metal block, and was unable to move an inch. Beneath the pierced clothes there was perfectly fine skin. The accuracy is enough, but the strength is much weaker. Lin Fan turned his head and moved the blade away. As expected, after physique broke through to Master Realm, it was terrifyingly tough. Lu Neng was a martial path grade 12 peak expert. That sword, which contained internal strength, actually couldn't break through his skin. He wanted to shout out loud. Brother! Are you joking with me? Your sword can't even break my defense, so what else can you do? Rage points plus 666. Lu Neng's eyes turned red. Rage exploded out as he hollered, I don't believe you. Destruction sword. He jumped up in shock. Terrifying martial path grade 12 internal strength surged out. How could he be so strong at such a young age? Where did this sick person come from? He didn't believe it. Lin Fan clenched his fingers, internal strength and strength combining to explode forth with his strongest attack. He punched forwards and struck Lu Neng's stomach. With a pung, the area where the fist touched started to twist at a speed that the naked eye couldn't capture. There was a loud explosion. Lu Neng's body flew backward, smashing numerous trees and falling to the ground. This is the strength of an initial master. No Master Realm can't compare to me, who has reached both internal and external cultivation. Lin Fan muttered. The strength of that fist wasn't explosive. It was just a casual punch. However, it was this casual punch that killed the other party in an instant. Run quickly, this fellow is too terrifying. When the Jiuan sect disciples saw their elder explode, they were like frightened birds. Although Lin Fan didn't attack them, very quickly he was going to kill them. Lin Fan looked at those fellows who fled and was annoyed. He raised his hands and lightning wrapped around them. This was the power of the Big Dipper Silence Palm. After breaking through to Master Realm, his control of internal strength was much finer. The power of lightning that was formed from his internal strength was extremely taxing on his internal strength. But to Lin Fan, his internal strength was limitless. It is over. He pushed with his palms. A snake-like lightning wrapped around and covered those disciples who were fleeing. Pili Pala. It was like the sound of firecrackers. Following that, those disciples fell to the ground with a loud bang, their bodies emitting thick black smoke. Everyone's hair had been electrocuted into a killer. Come out, stop hiding. Aren't you tired of watching? Lin Fan's eyes locked onto the dark sky. Pung pung. Instantly, a person appeared from the darkness. He stood on a branch and wore a mask. Amazing, you actually noticed me. The person wearing the mask opened his mouth. His voice was that of a male and was slightly hoarse. Lin Fan smiled. It isn't that I noticed you, I was just casually saying. After all, many wuxia dramas are like that. He was just giving it a try. In the past, when he watched dramas, there would always be people observing from the shadows. He had been thinking, could he really not notice me? So after this ended, he casually said that it was okay even if there was no one, he would just treat it as if he saw wrongly. Feng Poliu was stunned. What was a wuxia drama? When did this fellow come? He didn't sense anything at all. It didn't mean that he was strong, but that he was really good at hiding. Chapter 198. Who was he? Feng Poliu didn't know him. Although Nine Bug Gang was a subsidiary power of Insect Valley, he was unfamiliar with the gang members. As long as it wasn't Junior Brother, everything else didn't matter. The person who appeared was strong, but he wasn't so strong that he couldn't fight him. Feng Poliu admitted that there were many experts in the world and many stronger than him. But as the grand disciple of Insect Valley, he wasn't just for show. There wasn't a high chance of meeting people stronger than him. You should be the one who went against Nine Bug Gang recently, right? The masked man asked. Some people who popped out from nowhere dared to attack Nine Bug Gang. They were really bold. Lin Fan smiled. That's right, it is me. I did everything. As long as Nine Bug Gang can't find any clues, you can blame it on me. Can't be wrong. You are really confident. The face hidden under the mask changed. He had met another abnormal person. He hated such people, because the expression on his face was so confident. In the past, he was a confident person and was arrogant to everyone. However, after he met the gang leader of Nine Bug Gang, his confidence collapsed. From then on, he wore a mask. It wasn't that he didn't have the face to face others, but that the gang leader told him that if he saw his confident face again, he would kill him. He was so frightened that he only dared to wear the mask. It is okay, a man has to be confident. For example, I show my face to others, but you can only wear a mask. Don't think that you look handsome when you wear a mask, you are just like a fool. Lin Fan said. Rage points plus 666. Decent rage points. He was already annoyed. Are you angry? Unfortunately, you aren't confident enough. If you are, you should take off your mask and not use anger to vent your unhappiness like a kid. Lin Fan smiled. For rage points, he was actually going all out. His mouth was like a machine gun, spitting fire and giving off a blue light. Feng Poliu was helpless. He was from Nine Bug Gang, so why did he say so much to him? Rage points plus 777. The man with the ghost mask was enraged. Shut up. It's impossible for me to shut up. If you want to make a move, then come. I also want to see if you can make me use my full strength. Lin Fan was really a little arrogant. In the past, he wouldn't have said such things. He had always been low-key and kept a low profile. Now, keeping a low profile was far away from him. Replacing him was the king of verbal cannons, who loved to spout nonsense. Furthermore, there was discrimination in their hearts. Those who were weak didn't want to bother with them. Only those with great strength could receive his care and concern. Rage points plus 888. The masked man was really angry. He had never met someone who could make him so angry. It was as if someone was jumping in front of him, taking off his pants, patting his buttocks and shouting, "Come and hit me. Come and hit me if you have the guts. Otherwise, I'll kill you with a fart." Swoosh! The sound of leaves. The masked man spread his arms wide, and many leaves floated around him. They were densely packed, and they spun rapidly as if they could cut through anything. His opponent was gathering his power. Lin Fan waved his hand at Zhao Xianghe and Yang Wu. Hurry up and get out of the way. You guys won't be able to handle this wave of attacks. Yang Wu obediently retreated. He wasn't angry at all. He was telling the truth. They were a little weak and couldn't handle it. As an official of the Imperial Dynasty's secret department, Zhao Xianghe felt hurt. When did he become so weak in front of such a young man? He even felt so ashamed. Didn't other people say that young people wouldn't be too strong? That was because cultivation needed time. But who was this young man? Why was he so strong? He was already middle-aged and wasn't his match. If Lin Fan knew what he was thinking, he would tell him seriously. That was because he was a genius. He definitely wasn't someone that others looked down on but envied. Zhou Zhongmao saw that cousin was in danger and wanted to head up to help. Feng Poliu blocked him. What do you want to do? My cousin is in danger, so I have to help him. Zhou Zhongmao said. Feng Poliu wanted to die, but he still said, don't think too much, your cousin is much stronger than you. If you go help, you are asking to die. Even if I die, I am not afraid. Zhou Zhongmao said firmly. He didn't fear enemies who hurt cousin. Even if he couldn't win, he would fight to the last drop of health. Naturally, Feng Poliu wouldn't let go of Zhou Zhongmao. This fellow's brain wasn't normal. That was something he saw from a long time ago. Die, I am going to rip you into pieces. The masked man hollered. He pushed with his palms, thick internal strength wrapped up each leaf. A strong wind blew and with a xiao the leaves swept forwards. The leaves that spun at high speeds had a strong cutting ability. There were innocent trees in front of him that were cut by the leaves, but the leaves were completely unharmed. His internal strength was really thick. Normal people wouldn't be able to handle such consumption. This move is really strong, but I know how to do it too. Lin Fan opened his fingers. He didn't need to gather energy, internal strength surged out. The leaves on the ground floated up. Each leaf had a layer of internal strength on it. Xiao xiao. The leaves floating around him quickly flew over and collided with the other party's leaves. Every time a leaf collided, a shocking sound would erupt. This was the internal strength of both sides clashing. Why were the weak leaves so sharp? It was all because of the existence of internal strength. Lin Fan's internal strength was endless, and he couldn't feel any consumption at all. He was unhappy with the current situation. There were too few leaves, really too few. His internal strength couldn't be used up at all. Could he let him feel what it felt like to use up all his internal strength? Once, even if it was just for an instant. How annoying. Lin Fan hollered. Not to mention the leaves, even the trees were uprooted. His internal strength seemed like it couldn't be used up as he buffed the leaves and trees. Attack! A shocking scene exploded out. Feng Polia's eyes opened wide. This was just too sick. He knew that he was strong and had reached Master Realm. But didn't he feel that his internal strength was being consumed quickly? When his internal strength was used up, he was like a fish that was waiting to be slaughtered. The masked man was shocked. What was this fellow doing? Was he crazy? He pressed down with his palms. Internal strength was like a spinning wheel that wrapped around his body. Pung! Pung! The leaves and trees all smashed onto it and then turned to dust. The masked man's originally disdainful smile turned serious. When he saw him play like that, he was thinking that it was great. Let's see how thick his internal strength was and how long he could last. However, things didn't seem right. The leaves and trees within a radius of several hundred meters were almost swept clean by him. He used internal strength to block, but he needed to consume internal strength. If this continued, he didn't even fight him and was able to compete with him in terms of consumption. God shadow steps. The masked man stepped forwards, instantly turning into an afterimage. It was tough to track him. He even sped through the leaves and trees, perfectly dodging. This was a deep footwork technique. When one's cultivation reached master and above, their cultivation techniques weren't trash. Instantly, the masked man appeared in front of Lin Fan. One energy Saint mysterious technique. An even more terrifying internal strength exploded out and gathered on his fist. Lin Fan didn't panic at all. Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture's purple internal strength exploded. A purple glow appeared behind his head. At the same time, his body was covered in a black mist. This was the internal strength of the demon enforcing heart scripture. Pung! Pung! Unmovable king body was a physique technique. His muscles swelled up and tensed up. In that short moment, Lin Fan used all the strength that he had cultivated during this period of time. Their fists clashed. Pung! A white energy current rose up between their fists. It then spun like a windmill, causing an intense storm. Hong! The internal strength clashed, causing a deep hole to appear in the ground. The two of them maintained the position of clashing. There was no change at all. Feng Polia's expression was solemn. The masked man's cultivation was peak master realm, which was the peak. He was just lacking a chance to open up his meridians and become a grandmaster. But young Master Lin was only initial master. They were actually on the same level. You are just a peak master realm expert, you are just too trash. No, it wasn't that he was too weak, but the strength that young Master Lin used wasn't something that an initial master could have. Internal and external cultivation. This was a dual cultivation. Normal people basically cultivated internal strength. Even if they cultivated physique, they wouldn't be able to reach such a level like young Master Lin. Damn it. Didn't they say that he was a rich family young master? How did he cultivate his physique? It seemed like he had reached Master Realm. You are not bad. Lin Fan smiled, reaching out with his left hand and grabbing his wrist. The masked man reacted and grabbed Lin Fan's wrist too. Pung! The two of them punched one another, causing an even more intense storm. If one didn't personally witness it, No one would believe that an initial Master Realm fellow could actually fight a peak Master Realm expert on the same level. The masked man used some sort of cultivation technique. His arm twisted. He instantly pulled out his wrist and retreated. He took out a fan from his waist and opened it. Xiao xiao. Countless silver needles that were invisible to the naked eye flew out from the fan. These silver needles were as thin as cow hair and as fine as hair. Moreover, they could turn. Lin Fan crossed his arms, bent his body and hollered. Ding ding dang dang. Those invisible needles struck his body and gave out a metallic sound. The needles fell. Many thin needles were scattered around Lin Fan's feet. The moonlight shone and reflected the moonlight. There was no movement. Lin Fan maintained that posture. Some needles pierced his back, but they didn't enter his body. Ooh! Lin Fan heaved a sigh of relief. The internal qi in his body swelled and the muscles on his back swelled. Poochie! The needles in his back were squeezed out and stabbed into the darkness. What is your name? The masked man said solemnly. Lin Fan smiled and stomped his feet. The needles on the ground floated up and stabbed into the ground, forming 3 words. This is my name. Read it out loud for me. Hello, Father. The masked man looked at it word by word and then he couldn't help but say it out. This was a habit of humans. Hey's hello, son. Lin Fan replied. Rage points plus 999. Chapter 199. I really want to kill you. The masked man gritted his teeth in rage. Vengeful energy seeped out. He was filled with killing intent. Rage points plus 999. He had reached the peak of rage points. Lin Fan stretched out his neck and patted the artery on his neck. Come, kill me here. Slice down Poochie, that feeling. Feels good. He provoked him in an unrestrained manner. The masked man had never faced such a person who dared to provoke him in front of him, and was still able to live. This was the first one. Feng Poliu wanted to die. Dear young Master Lin, didn't you fight well just now? Why did you stop and even argue with him? Lin Fan wasn't interested in fighting. If he didn't suppress him, then it would be so pointless. To fight to the point where he was covered in injuries he didn't even know why. Go suppress him, I am not interested anymore. Lin Fan waved his hands towards Feng Poliu. 100 silver a month was expensive. Now was the time for him to perform. He didn't need to waste time, he just had to do it. Once Feng Poliu suppressed him, he would have a good chat with him. Feng Poliu looked at Lin Fan speechlessly. He knew that this would happen. To Lin Fan he had more or less figured out just how strong he was. He was very strong. If he continued to fight him, he would definitely win. He just needed to pay a small price. There weren't many people around. Who was he performing for? Even if there was an audience he wouldn't perform. He wasn't someone who acted cool. The masked man didn't say a word, leaving right away. A voice spread out. I remember all of you. Prepare to receive the endless rage of 9 Bug Gang. Lin Fan looked at Feng Poliu. Feng Poliu looked at Lin Fan too. The two of them just stared at one another. Why did you let him run? Lin Fan asked. His head hurt. If he knew, he would have tangled with him and then let Feng Poliu attack from the side. He ran too quickly and I couldn't react. Feng Poliu blamed him. It wasn't his fault, it definitely wasn't. Actually, he didn't want to stop him. There was really no need. You came to Fuzhou and fought 9 Bug Gang head-on, you were already really amazing. He really wanted Lin Fan to leave. There was no need to fight to the death with 9 Bug Gang. With their current abilities, staying in Fuzhou was not a wise choice. It was all right now. He was so close to going head-on against 9 Bug Gang. Thank you, Brother Lin. Yang Wu was astonished by Lin Fan's strength. It was just too terrifying. Moreover, they heaved a sigh of relief when they got rid of 9 Bug Gang's chase. Of the dozen or so people who came with him, only he and Lord Zhao were left. It was really too miserable. It's just a small matter. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively, not taking this matter to heart. Zhao Xianghe said, Young Master Lin, do you have any thoughts about serving the Imperial Dynasty? With your strength, if you serve the Imperial Dynasty, you will definitely be able to soar. Riches and power will definitely not be a problem. He had a heart that cherished talent. It would be a waste if such a person couldn't be used by the Imperial Dynasty. Do I look like someone who doesn't have money? Lin Fan felt that this Zhao Xianghe didn't know how to speak well, and was a little timid. Didn't he just want to rope him in so that he would be safer in the future? Zhao Xianghe explained, young Master Lin, this isn't about money, but to young Master Lin. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. What you said didn't move my heart at all, which means that I don't feel tempted at all. Lin Fan waved his hands and didn't want to continue talking about this matter. He was thinking about a really complicated matter. He couldn't stay in Fuzhou anymore. He was exposed. If he continued, he wouldn't gain anything unless he was confident in fighting 9 Bug Gang alone. But was that possible? If he could wipe out 9 Bug Gang so easily, they wouldn't have lasted until now. But if he didn't wipe them out, then wasn't the bold words he had spoken earlier a slap to his own face? Instantly, he thought about how 9 Bug Gang still had divisions. He could wipe them out and complete his bold words from before. Zhao Xianghe was a little sad. He was ignored. Yang Wu said softly, sir, let's leave in case 9 Bug Gang sends people to chase us. Zhao Xianghe nodded his head. That was the only way. This trip to Fuzhou terrified him, it was just too dangerous. Brother Lin, we will take our leave. We will repay your kindness in the future. Yang Wu cupped his fists and said solemnly. Lin Fan smiled, have a safe trip. Very quickly, Yang Wu and Zhao Xianghe left on their horses, not daring to stay any longer. I feel like the two of them have short lives. Feng Poliu looked at their disappearing backs and said. Lin Fan said, stop it, they didn't offend you, so why do you keep saying that they have short lives? For people like you to say bad things about them behind their backs, it would be impossible for them to win money in the gambling den. Forget it if you don't believe me. Really, what do you want now? Feng Poliu asked. Lin Fan said, leave Fuzhou, we can't stay here for long. Right, where are our horses? Feng Poliu blinked. You didn't lead the horses? What do I need to lead? Do I look like someone who leads horses? Lin Fan was speechless. A rich family young master leading a horse. No one would believe him. Then the two of them looked towards Zhou Zhongmao. Since the two of them didn't lead, then it was definitely him. Zhou Zhongmao said honestly, cousin, I was the one who led the horse. When we entered the secret passage, I left the horse outside. Is it gone? Wasn't that nonsense? They were definitely gone. It is okay, the horses went out for a walk. Then let's go. Could Lin Fan blame his cousin? He couldn't blame his cousin, wasn't it just a horse, what was the big deal? Feng Poliu wanted to say something, but he noticed that Lin Fan's gaze was a little off. Like he was sending a message. If you dare to say anything about my cousin, I will chop off your head. Feng Poliu was innocent, I didn't mean that. Lin Fan took a look. If you don't mean that, then don't say anything, otherwise I will take it that you mean that. Feng Poliu. What do you mean? Lin Fan, who cares what I mean anyway, you are not allowed to. No matter what, Lin Fan being willing to leave Fuzhou was a success for Feng Poliu. Leaving Fuzhou was the right choice. 9 Bug Gang was terrifyingly strong and couldn't be offended. At least with the current situation, not offending them was the wisest choice. Let's go. Lin Fan rose up. His body was as light as a swallow, slowly disappearing into the darkness. He was thinking about when he could fly, how good would it be if he could fly. The three of them were really quick, under the moonlight they were like fairies flying towards the moon. Suddenly, there was a figure waiting in front of him. Maybe sensing their arrival, Ingzhou turned his head. His expression was a little complicated. Senior brother, are you just going to avoid me? You know him? Lin Fan asked. Feng Poliu shook his head. You recognize the wrong person. Ingzhou stood there and said, eldest brother, I can mistake others for someone else, but I will never mistake you for someone else. Your smell, your moves, and your voice, I will never forget them. Why can't I admit who you are? Or did you really kill Master and don't dare to face me? Master treats us like a mountain, you treat Master as your father. Other people might believe that you killed Master, but I don't. He was eating melons. Lin Fan was quiet. One had to be quiet when eating melons, otherwise there would be nothing to eat. However, Feng Poliu was really vicious. He actually killed Master, he really couldn't tell. Senior brother, take off your mask, I don't believe that you killed Master. Ingzhou said. What he said was the truth. He believed that anyone killed Master, but he didn't believe that senior brother killed Master. Lin Fan and Zhou Zhongmao didn't say a word. This was a family matter and it wasn't good for them to interrupt. Listening quietly was the greatest respect they could give to the other party. Feng Polia's head hurt. He didn't want to see people he was familiar with, especially junior brother. Instantly, Feng Poliu attacked, arriving in front of Ingjiu. He pressed down with a palm and then his technique changed, striking the back of his neck. He just knocked him out. Young Master Lin, let's go, Feng Poliu said. He stood beside junior brother to let Lin Fan go first, in case Lin Fan was rash and killed him. That would be a huge problem. Lin Fan smiled. Who didn't have any secrets? He headed forwards. Feng Poliu looked at Lin Fan's back and then squatted down to touch Ingjiu's head. He muttered, junior brother, it is not good to know some things. He followed. Not long after Feng Poliu left, Ingjiu woke up. He looked around to search for senior brother, but he couldn't find him. In the distance, Lin Fan said, I couldn't tell. He is your junior brother, so you don't want to acknowledge him? He recognized the wrong person. Feng Poliu said. I don't think he recognized the wrong person. He is staying in 9 Bug Gang, and I feel like he won't be treated well. Why don't you let him be like you, become a helper of Martial Path Mountain? Lin Fan said. Feng Poliu said helplessly, I really don't know him. Stop acting, forget it. If you don't know him, then so be it. I have seen the consequences of him staying in 9 Bug Gang. If you don't admit it, when I get stronger and wipe out 9 Bug Gang, don't blame me for killing the wrong person. Who would believe him? Feng Poliu didn't care about Lin Fan's words at all. Okay, let's not talk about this. Are we returning to Martial Path Mountain? Lin Fan shook his head. Not Martial Path Mountain. Let's head to the 9 Bug Gang division. We can't wipe out the headquarters, but a division shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, the silver is still hidden there, so we have to bring it back. Are you serious? Feng Poliu was stunned and looked at Lin Fan in a daze. What was he thinking? Did he want to fight 9 Bug Gang to the death? Lin Fan smiled. How can it be fake? Don't worry, it is just a division. We will teach them a lesson. Feng Poliu was speechless. He felt like he was on the edge of asking to die. 9 Bug Gang was really unlucky to be targeted by this fellow. Chapter 200. After Lin Fan left Fuzhou, 9 Bug Gang searched the city. The deaths of those people from Jiuan sect didn't affect 9 Bug Gang at all. The gang leader said that they were trash. If they weren't trash, then it proved that they weren't trash. But regretfully, they proved that they were trash and even died in his hands. To 9 Bug Gang, there were too many of such people, too many. They didn't even look at their own sect's strength and dared to come to 9 Bug Gang to introduce King Wutong. What a joke. The masked man returned in failure and was scolded and punished by the gang leader. He was really unwilling, but he had no choice. Lin Fan was unexpectedly strong. Wang Ji was the Fuzhou prefect and had been corrupted by 9 Bug Gang. However, the imperial dynasty didn't know about it. If they found out, he wouldn't have a good life. The commoners in the city suffered from people breaking into their houses for no reason. Even if they were unhappy, they were furious but didn't dare to say anything. Many sect disciples in Fuzhou noticed that 9 Bug Gang was causing a huge commotion. They were really curious and didn't know what happened. In the end, after searching for a long time, they didn't even find a single person. To 9 Bug Gang, this was an unbearable humiliation. Others found them and they lost many experts, but they didn't even find a single person. Trash. They were just trash. Yunlu City. Lin Fan and the others rushed through the night and finally arrived at their destination. This place was hundreds of miles away from Fuzhou. This was the place where they hid the silver. 9 Bug Gang had many divisions. There was one in Yunlu City while the others were in other cities. The few cities were connected and protected Fuzhou within. These divisions opened their doors to recruit disciples. However, they were all outer disciples and weren't recognized by 9 Bug Gang. If something happened, these disciples would be cannon fodder and would always be the first to charge to their deaths. On the official path, Lin Fan, Feng Poliu, and the others walked leisurely. Before I saw Fuzhou, I felt that Yunlu City was the most luxurious city I have ever seen. Unfortunately, it can't compare to Fuzhou. Lin Fan exclaimed. How good would it be if Jiang City could catch up to Fuzhou? It didn't need to, it just needed to be the same as Yunlu City. Feng Poliu said, of course, Fuzhou's waterways are developed and there is an endless stream of merchant ships. They are connected to the various cities and business is frequent. However, we are heading there to find trouble. If not, we can see other sceneries like the markets that Fuzhou opened for sections. That is truly dazzling. That is a waste, but it is okay. If I have the chance, I will head to Fuzhou. Lin Fan smiled. Do you think he will let it go just like that? That was impossible. The main thing was that he wasn't strong enough. Once he was strong enough, he would crush 9 Bug Gang. Don't ask him why he was so powerful. Because he was just that confident. Feng Poliu shook his head. Young Master Lin's thoughts were too simple. Forget it, it was good to have thoughts, could he not let him imagine? After entering the city, Lin Fan and the others came to an inn. Yunlu City didn't have his arrest warrant, maybe to 9 Bug Gang, they were definitely hiding in the city. Guests, please enter. The servant at the door had a rough cloth on his shoulder as he bowed and welcomed them. Loft, good wine, good food and 3 good rooms, Lin Fan said. He couldn't let himself suffer when he was outside. Feng Poliu looked at Lin Fan. Was he so generous? He was filled with disbelief. Okay. The servant wiped the tables and chairs for the 3 of them and then left. Feng Poliu saw the servant leave and smiled. You are wanted by 9 Bug Gang. And you are actually in their division city, eating and drinking. Aren't you afraid that people will kill you if they find out? He had seen arrogant people. He had never seen such an arrogant person. Whether or not they will kill me depends on whether or not they have the ability to do so. Lin Fan was really calm. He had an initial understanding of his own strength. Maybe he was the strongest below Grandmaster. He was just so confident. He didn't even need to say anything. Zhou Zhongmao sat there honestly. When he heard what cousin said, he smiled in a silly manner. Very quickly, the servant brought good wine and dishes over. Servant, do you know where the 9 Bug Gang division is? Lin Fan asked. The servant was shocked. It was obvious that he was naturally afraid of the 9 Bug Gang division. He reacted and pointed at the tall tower. Sirs, that is it. Lin Fan looked out. In the distance, there was a 10-story tower that stood out from the rest of Yunlu City. It was really eye-catching and really majestic. Who knew that just a division would be so majestic? Oh, there is nothing for you to do. Thank you. Lin Fan smiled. Acting in the day was just too arrogant. It was best if he waited for night to fall before he attacked. Within a superior room, Lin Fan had nothing to do and waited for night to fall. He sat cross-legged and started to think about his cultivation technique. Purple Sun Four Saint Scripture was cultivated to the highest realm of grade 33. The purple internal strength had a change in quality. He activated it slightly and the purple internal strength in his body was unobstructed. When he used it, the purple energy buffed him and it was filled with many mysteries. Moreover, when he used the Purple Sun Four Saint Scripture, he could also use the Demon Heart Enforcing Scripture. This heart cultivation technique was a top heart cultivation technique. With the 2 stacked, the internal strength was really thick. There aren't many external techniques either. Only Motionless Bright King Body and Demonic Ape Fist can achieve the goal of increasing the inner chi of the body. I was thinking that maybe this was the reason why I was able to fight with Peak Master Realm experts at Initial Master Realm. That was what he thought. Internal and external cultivation. Both of them were at Initial Master. He thought about a question and asked cousin whether or not he could use 2 heart cultivation techniques at the same time. His cousin's answer made him even more certain that he was special. How was that possible? He couldn't use 2 heart cultivation techniques at the same time. After getting this news, Lin Fan felt that the small support system wasn't so simple. There were many things that he had to slowly study. I might need some more cultivation techniques. Lin Fan wanted to cultivate a few more related to heart cultivation and physique cultivation techniques. When that happened, he would know the exact situation. That night, the entire Yunlu city was really quiet. The night market ended much earlier than any other place. Are you sure you want to attack? Feng Poliu had to ask. He didn't want Lin Fan to fight to the death with 9 Bug Gang. To 9 Bug Gang, maybe time would wash away the past matters. But once they wiped out the division, then this hatred wouldn't end. Lin Fan said, of course, if not, why would I come here? Let's go. He didn't want to say more. An intense battle was about to occur. Just thinking about it made him excited. As for dilly-dallying and hesitation, that was the behavior of a woman. Yunlu City Division. The tall tower was lit up. White Demon returned from the headquarters and was furious. What did it have to do with him? The silver didn't disappear from his hands. He even rushed over in time, so what could he be blamed for? Have you arranged for my friends? White Demon found a subordinate and asked. Gang leader, it has been arranged. Send beauties for the guys, send handsome guys for the girls. The subordinate said. He was really curious about gang leader's friends. It was normal for a guy to want a girl, but this girl actually wanted a guy. That was weird. He even wanted to take the initiative to go up and play with the gang leader's friend. White Demon saw through his thoughts and said coldly, if you want to die, you can accompany them. People will die. Gang leader, I don't dare. The subordinate lowered his head and trembled. Although he was the gang leader of the 9-Bug Gang division, his position was really high. Making friends with all sorts of evil sect disciples could save him a lot of trouble. The people who came this time were Xiedao sect disciples. This sect cultivated the evil techniques of harvesting yin to replenish yang and yang to replenish yin. Anyone who fell into their hands would be sucked dry. It was really terrifying. White Demon waved his hands and told his subordinate to leave. He wanted to have a good rest and dream about being the gang leader of the headquarters. Of course, he could only dream about it. If he really did something, he would die a tragic death. Pung! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. It woke White Demon up. His expression was one of rage. What happened? Who dared to make such a noise and disrupt his dreams? Did they really want to die? Instantly, the subordinate who left hurried in and said in a panic, Gang leader, not good, someone is attacking us. What? White Demon felt like he heard wrongly. What did he say to him? Someone was attacking? Did they take down the signboard of the 9-Bug Gang division, such that they didn't recognize this place? Solve it right away, don't disturb my dream, otherwise I will teach you a lesson. Scram. White Demon didn't care about what was happening outside. There were some sects that were loyal to the royal family who sent people to wipe them out. But what happened in the end? Naturally, they became stronger and stronger. Yes, gang leader. The subordinate hurriedly left to inform the elders and helpers. These were the top powers of the division. Without the gang leader even needing to attack, they could deal with the enemy. Too weak. Lin Fan pushed forwards. Even if swords and blades struck him, he would slap them to death, leaving their corpses in one piece. Cousin was just a little fierce. He didn't hold back, he was just a corpse-tearing demon. It was bloody and terrifying. Such a good environment, but the ground was covered in blood. Feng Poliu showed mercy and didn't kill him. However, cousin stabbed him in the back. If you leave problems for my cousin, I won't let you off. Zhou Zhongmao stared at Feng Poliu and said. He didn't like such soft-hearted people. Especially, why did he leave these people alive? To leave problems for his cousin, to make them a true threat in the future? He had seen many such things. Looking down on others would bring unpredictable disasters to oneself. Only by killing them could he solve the danger. Feng Poliu wanted to teach this kid a lesson. He wasn't strong, but his tone was huge. However, forget it, he wouldn't stoop to his level. If he wanted to stab him, then go ahead as long as he was happy. Chapter 201. That moment, someone hollered in rage. A spear pierced through the air. The spearhead spun quickly, shaking the air and forming a white energy whirlpool. Kung! Lin Fan reached out, allowing the spearhead to spin in his palm, but it was unable to move in at all. Your weapon isn't sharp enough, Lin Fan said. Feng Sheng's expression changed. He was actually unable to pierce his skin. He stepped back and asked coldly, Who are you? People who knew him all knew that he used an explosive spear to sweep Song Mountain. He was famous there, which was why he was called Song Mountain Spear Saint. After he left Song Mountain, the people he met were all really strong. This was why he didn't become even more famous. But truthfully, his spear technique was really strong. This was why he was able to become a helper of the 9-Bug Gang division in Yunlu City. The division only has so few people? Lin Fan looked around and didn't notice any other people. Rage points plus 333. Song Mountain Spear Saint Feng Sheng was furious. Was Lin Fan ignoring him? Damn, you even dare to disregard me, Song Mountain Spear Saint Fengsheng. Take this. Fengsheng couldn't take it anymore. To cultivate the spear, one naturally had to press forward and never retreat. Fengsheng hit his aura and stared sharply at Lin Fan. Suddenly, his aura swelled and he hollered. Cloud-shattering, wind-splitting. He instantly attacked. The long red spear expanded and turned into thousands of spear shadows. Out of all the illusions, one of them was real and had the strength to split open mountains. The wind whistled like the wind was being sliced apart. This was Fengsheng's strength. It told the world that his title as Song Mountain Spear Saint wasn't just for show. Pata! Lin Fan reached out and grabbed with his fingers. He directly grabbed the spearhead that was hidden in the illusions. With a flick of his fingers it shook. To Fengsheng, the spear in his hand gave off an unstoppable aura. He released his hands and the spear was grabbed by Lin Fan. Lin Fan clenched his fist and punched the tip of the spear. Poochie! The spear pierced through Fengsheng's chest from the front all the way to the back. Fresh blood flowed down the spear. Just martial path grade 12 and you are so arrogant. Lin Fan waved his hands, not bothering about Fengsheng at all. Rage points plus 999. Fengsheng fell. His spear pointed to the ground. The Song Mountain Spear Saint died, but he didn't die for nothing. He was as light as a feather but as heavy as a mountain. The moment he closed his eyes, it brought him the highest amount of rage points in his life. When the gang members saw that Feng Gongfeng was killed, they cried out in alarm and retreated. Who are they? I don't know. How terrifying. Consecrator Feng couldn't even take a single move. Initially, they were extremely excited when they saw Exalted Feng. They thought that as long as Exalted Feng took action, there would be no problem. But looking at the current situation, it was terrifying, okay? Consecrator Feng died with everlasting regret. Even his widened eyes were saying, how did this happen? How did I die like this? Your 9-bug gang division really has no one? If there's really no one, then I won't be courteous anymore. Lin Fan said that he was going to destroy the division, and he wouldn't waste any more time. Instantly, several figures appeared. One of them saw Fengsheng being pierced by his spear and exclaimed, Brother Feng. Rage points plus 999. Rage points plus 999. They were all filled with killing intent. When they learned that someone came to the 9-bug gang division to cause trouble, they were shocked and filled with disbelief. But when they arrived, when they saw Song Mountain Spear Saint die, they knew that the person who came wasn't simple. Someone finally came. Lin Fan smiled. Was this the top strength of the division? But it didn't look like it. Who are you people? The person who spoke was the division head, Old Wu Tuesday. His left arm was made of metal. When he fought someone, his arm was sliced off and replaced with metal. Originally, losing an arm would affect his cultivation greatly, but not only did he not become weaker, but he became stronger instead. Lin Fan smiled. We just came from Fuzhou. There are too many experts in the headquarters and we can't wipe you out. I am really annoyed and heard that you have a division in Yunlu City, so I came to take a look. I noticed that you are a little weak, so I was prepared to wipe you out. The moment he said that, a furious voice spread out. This kid is arrogant. I have roamed the world for so many years and have never seen such an arrogant person. I will rip his mouth apart. Are the young people so arrogant now? Rage points plus 888. Rage points plus 888. Oh, Lin Fan came here to be arrogant. No matter if the higher-ups were furious or not, even the gang members couldn't take it. They were bound together, and if they lost, all of them lost. An outsider coming to the division to be arrogant meant that he didn't care about them at all. So they were furious too. And their anger gave Lin Fan enough motivation. Although the motivation was weak, one shouldn't look down on these rage points. At the crucial moment, they could explode with shocking effects. Wu Tu's face was dark and sunken. Which means that everything that happened in our gang was because of you? The gang leader returned from the headquarters in a really annoyed mood. He found out that during this period of time, someone was causing trouble. Who knew that they would come to find him? Right, I did it. So, you bunch of people probably won't live to see the sun tomorrow. Lin Fan said. Confident. Wu Tu laughed coldly and then his face turned dark and sunken. Unfortunately, confident people don't live for long. Pung. Wu Tu disappeared from where he stood. only leaving behind a crack in the ground. Lin Fan smiled. Internal and external cultivation exploded out at the same time. His palm grabbed towards the sky. What? Wu Tu moved at an extremely fast speed. Suddenly, his line of sight was blocked, and a palm grabbed at him. He was so shocked that his expression changed drastically. This fellow was amazing. He couldn't be careless. Oh! White Demon held his forehead and closed his eyes to rest. He opened his eyes in shock and looked at the tightly shut wooden door. What is going on? He didn't know who dared to cause trouble in the division. But no matter who it was, as long as they dared to come, there was only one outcome. Death. Xiedao sect was a top sect among the evil sections. Naturally, there was a reason why he sucked up to the Xiedao sect disciples. He hoped that he could get their support. They needed people to cultivate and he could provide them. He just hoped that Xiedao sect could give him some help. For example, to become the gang leader of the headquarters. A division was just too small and he didn't care about it at all. Men! White Demon shouted. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. After a while he frowned. Usually, when he called someone would reply in a short time. Why today? Why was he so slow? White Demon's face was cold and he was about to get up. Pung. The wooden door was smashed open and split apart, splattering all around. Shortly after, a person flew in and smashed into the pillar. He used a lot of strength, causing many cracks to appear on the pillar. Gang leader. Elder Wu's face swelled up and he spat out fresh blood. Half of his body was deformed and he was badly injured. He shouted towards White Demon and then fainted. He was too strong. He wasn't his match at all. Maybe he wasn't serious and was just playing with him. White Demon found it weird and looked towards the door. Your 9-bug gang really knows how to enjoy life. The headquarters is a giant ship facing the ocean while your division is a giant tower that looks down on the entire Yunlu city. I am really envious. Lin Fan walked in slowly. His body gave off a white mist which was formed from internal energy evaporating. When he fought Elder Wu and the others, he didn't use internal strength and just relied on his physique. Who knew that his physique was actually so strong too? Who are you? White Demon asked warily. To be able to walk here meant that the people below had all been dealt with. That wasn't a good sign. Lin Fan said helplessly. I have heard those words many times, can't you change it? Okay, you don't need to ask. I admit that I am the person your 9-bug gang wants to find. I am not here to turn myself in, I just want to wipe out your division. You are the only one left in the entire division. Zhou Zhongmao and Feng Poliu walked in. They just dealt with an ant, it was really easy. Feng Poliu sighed. Everything happened too quickly. They were about to wipe out the 9-bug gang division. What kind of motivation supported Lin Fan to do that? If it was just because of conflict, there was no need for that. White Demon squinted and laughed coldly. Wipe out the division. That would depend on whether or not you have the strength. Do you think you can do whatever you want just by defeating them? You are wrong. You don't understand. A true expert only needs one person to support a huge power. Facing such a situation, White Demon didn't panic at all as he was confident in his own strength. So what if he wiped out those small fries? They were just normal gang members. Those elders or helpers were at most initial master. Even he could kill them. He just needed to spend a little more time. However, you really infuriate me. White Demon said coldly. Rage points plus 999. He was in charge of the Yunlu City division. Now that it was destroyed, if the headquarters found out, they would scold him. However, as long as he took down the 3 of them, then such a thing wouldn't happen. That moment, fog rose up from White Demon's body. There were things swimming in the fog. They looked like bugs. To Lin Fan, only the members of 9-bug gang knew the Insect Valley cultivation method. The few fellows he was facing below used martial arts that had nothing to do with Insect Valley. Die! White Demon hollered in rage. The mist formed into a fist and punched towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan dodged. When the fist landed, the ground was corroded. There was some unknown liquid left and the ground gave out a sizzling sound. Amazing! Lin Fan exclaimed. He held the blade in his hand. Internal strength boiled and gathered on the blade. He then slashed forwards. White Demon controlled the fist to clash with the blade energy. There was a loud explosion. It formed a really strong strike. Everything in the room was flipped and it became a mess. Lightning blade 4 strokes. Lin Fan hollered and slashed out. The blade light covered and drowned White Demon. What strong blade energy! White Demon was wary. Half of the mist around him was sliced off because he couldn't dodge it in time. If his body was hit, he probably wouldn't be able to take it. Lin Fan tossed the blade to the side. He didn't want to use it now. I am going to be serious. Chapter 202. Fuzhou Giant Ship, 9 Bug Gang Headquarters. Gang Leader. I have turned Fuzhou upside down and haven't found those people. A hall head reported. He was really nervous and didn't know what to do. The 3-day deadline that Gang Leader gave was up. He said that if they couldn't find them in 3 days, they would be in trouble. Now that 3 days had passed, they really couldn't find them. It would be great if they had some clues, but unfortunately there were none. Those people seemed to have evaporated. At this moment, the entire place was silent. No one dared to speak. Gang Leader, who was like a meatball sitting behind the curtain, didn't make a sound at all. After a long while, he opened his mouth. So you didn't find them? Gang Leader, I have tried my best. I suspect that they left Fuzhou long ago. If not, they would have been able to find them. This hall head was weak in 9 Bug Gang and was ostracized. Gang Leader ordered this matter so that everyone could search. Who knew that those people were so cunning and actually pushed the matter to him? In the end, he stopped this matter. If Gang Leader was furious, naturally, he would vent it on him. Left Fuzhou, then why are you still searching there? Didn't you listen to my words? Gang Leader's voice became dark and sunken, and one could even hear him panting. The higher-ups in the cabin stood there and didn't dare to move. This was a matter between Gang Leader and Head Xiao. They just treated it like they were watching a show. Gang Leader, when I reacted, it was already too late. Leaving Fuzhou to search is like finding a needle in a haystack. Head Xiao's back was drenched in sweat. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. When he faced the Gang Leader, he was filled with fear. Late, is that the reason? I said that if I can't find them, I will feed you to the bugs. Now that you didn't complete it, I won't keep you alive. Gang Leader's voice turned cold. Hall Head Xiao's pupils constricted as he trembled in fear. Chief, this matter has nothing to do with me. They pushed the blame to me. I was alone. How could I possibly find the culprit? It's them. You can't blame me alone. Instantly, the surrounding higher-ups hollered in rage. Hallmaster Xiao, how can you push the blame onto us? That's right. Back then, you were the one who wanted to personally search for it, hoping to accomplish something great. Now that you didn't accomplish it and will be punished by the Gang Leader, you blame this on us. Do you have any shame? Hallmaster Li is right. Hallmaster Xiao, you are in the wrong. Everyone targeted Hallmaster Xiao and threw the blame to him. They wanted him to take the blame for them. They knew the Gang Master's temperament. I won't show you mercy just because you're the Hall Master. Whatever you say goes. For them. Since Gang Leader was such a violent person, why did he join 9 Bug Gang? Couldn't he just leave? There were many people who wanted to leave. But how many? Did he really think that the Gang Leader of 9 Bug Gang was a pushover? That just because he was fat he had no brains? Their lives were in the hands of the sect master. Even if they were given 10 guts, they wouldn't dare to do it. Hallmaster Xiao glared at everyone. There was a ball of fire burning in his heart. These despicable and shameless fellows were detestable. He then looked towards the Gang Leader. He knew that he wouldn't be able to live past tonight. Gang Leader, I have followed you for so many years and fought for you. Even if I didn't do much, I have worked hard. Today you want me to die. I am not willing. I don't want to die. Hallmaster Zhao's eyes turned red as he stared at the Gang Leader. He clenched his fists. Green veins popped out. The Gang Leader behind the veil acknowledged. You want to rebel? Hallmaster Xiao knew that he wouldn't be able to live today. The Gang Leader definitely wouldn't let him off. That was because he had seen too many such things. How did he become the Hall Master? The previous Hall Master was killed by the Gang Leader before he became the Hall Master. Although a long time had passed. But he remembered it in his heart and would never forget those scenes. Gang Leader, do you really want me to die? Hallmaster Zhao's voice was really low, like he was on the verge of exploding. Hallmaster Xiao, you didn't complete my mission, so you have to be punished. This is the gang rule and no one can change it. I think you should know that. The gang leader shifted his body. The fats on his body were like waves rumbling. The surrounding higher-ups had a look of enjoyment on their faces. What a nice voice. Suddenly, the expressions of the higher-ups in the room changed. They sensed killing intent from Hallmaster Zhao's body. Crazy. Was this fellow crazy? Fatty, damned fatty, I've done so many things for you. Now, just because I haven't completed one thing, you want me to die. How can you be so heartless? Hallmaster Zhao was enraged. Since that was the case, he could only fight to the death. When Hallmaster Zhao said these words, everyone was shocked. The faces of the higher-ups in the room turned ashen white. They exclaimed and ran outside. Something happened. Something was really going to happen. Damn, are you a fool? You actually said that the gang leader was a fatty. Do you want us to die together? I hate people calling me a fatty. I want to feed you to bugs. Gang leader was furious. Endless rage exploded out. Instantly, Hallmaster Zhao's pupils dilated as a huge shadow shrouded him. No! Yunlu City Division. Pung! A person was smashed into the ground, forming a deep hole. Looking closely, it was White Demon. Shortly after, a person landed. His leg stepped on the ground, giving out a shocking explosion. Lin Fan raised his leg and stepped on White Demon's face, smashing it into the ground. Is this what you meant by a true expert being able to carry a power alone? If that is all you have, then I really can't see how strong you are. He had some injuries on his body. However, the toughness of his physique was beyond imagination. His injuries were constantly recovering, and he was no longer a hindrance. White Demon wasn't weak, Peakmaster Realm. After fighting with him for such a long time, his head was starting to hurt. But Lin Fan felt that White Demon wasn't the strongest in Peakmaster Realm. Although he spent a lot of effort, in the end he became a salted fish under his feet. A salted fish that couldn't even flip around. Poochie! White Demon coughed. Each time he coughed, he would spit out large amounts of fresh blood. His body felt like it was about to explode. Every single bone in his body seemed to have been broken by his opponent. Even his internal organs were damaged, and he was bleeding profusely. His body was bleeding profusely. You fellow! White Demon glanced at Lin Fan in rage. He was so frustrated that he was about to die. Lin Fan slowly bent down. How is it? I told you that I can't wipe out the headquarters, but it shouldn't be a problem to wipe out your division. Do you have anything else to say? Oh right, where is your division's wealth? He thought about this really important question. Although he wanted to improve his cultivation now, when his cultivation really increased in the future and he needed to enjoy himself, he would need silver to maintain it. This was why if he built a solid foundation when he was young, then it wouldn't be so troublesome in the future. White Demon grinned. One couldn't see his snow-white teeth, only his mouth that was covered in fresh blood. Occasionally, blood would seep out. Do you think I will tell you? So annoying. Lin Fan was helpless. He hated people who were stubborn. He just couldn't understand what was the use of being so stubborn. He didn't bring it with him when he was born and couldn't bring it with him when he died. Helping others was the same as helping himself. Don't be too arrogant. My death isn't much to the headquarters, but your actions have totally infuriated them. I hope that one day you can still be so calm. White Demon stared at Lin Fan like he wanted to remember his face in his heart. Once he turned into a ghost, he would find him to take revenge. Lin Fan took in a deep breath. He reached out and grabbed White Demon's head. He raised it in front of him and tossed it. With a pong, White Demon smashed into the ground and cried out. Forget it, whether you say it or not is up to you. I don't have high expectations for this. He had reached his goal. The division's destruction would let the headquarters know that sometimes one shouldn't offend people easily, otherwise, one would end up badly. Feng Poliu felt tired. Why didn't he just say it? Why did he have to hide it? Although wealth wasn't attractive to him, if he had some extra money, he could head to the gambling den and not be tossed out because he had no money. Unfortunately, he didn't want to say it, so he had no choice. After dealing with you, I will go search. If I can't find it, then forget it. Just as Lin Fan was prepared to kill this fellow, a furious shout spread out from the distance. Stop! 2 males and 1 female floated over from the distance. Their movement techniques were really strong and they left behind long afterimages. The 3 of them from Xiedao sect were enjoying the cauldrons that White Demon found for them. When they noticed the commotion outside, they didn't care much. This was White Demon's matter and should be solved by him. Why would it be their turn? But since White Demon was suppressed, then it had something to do with them. And Lin Fan raised his head and looked out. The three of them didn't look like they were from 9 Bug Gang. But the aura that they gave off made one feel uncomfortable. Be careful, they seemed to be from Xiedao sect. Feng Poliu was knowledgeable and knew where they came from right away. Xiedao sect? What sect is that? Lin Fan didn't know much about sections. The only sect he had seen was Wandering Dragon sect. Feng Poliu said, Xiedao sect is an evil sect and was created by a disciple of Yin Yang sect. It has 300 years of history and is really strong. To Lin Fan, this was like listening to a story. After all, a sect with a long history would have a deep foundation. It sounded like a fairy tale to him. Oh, so it is a handsome brother. Why do you like to fight and kill? Why don't you come to my side and enjoy sex? The only girl out of the three of them had a flirtatious expression. She wore very little clothes and revealed a large portion of her flesh. Simply put, she was a prostitute. Especially those 2 dots which were really visible and one could see what their shape was like. Lin Fan took a look and said in disdain, You are so flirtatious. You wear so much makeup and I can smell it from so far away. I will leave your corpse intact and not let you spit out blood. I am afraid your blood will be smelly. Chapter 203. Rage points plus 555. A little weak, he only had so little rage points. He curled his lips in dissatisfaction. Meishou, I didn't expect that your charm would be ignored one day. The bald guy beside Meishou laughed out loud. There were 6 scars on his head. His upper body was bare and his muscles swelled up. Shut up. Meishou stared at him in rage. Just that stare was really alluring and made one's body go soft. White Demon's face was swollen and his eyes were only a slit. He opened his mouth weakly. Save me, however, after he said those words, he regretted it. What was the point of relying on them? The 3 of them weren't as strong as him. At that moment, the guy who didn't speak walked towards Lin Fan. He took out a stone token and tossed it towards him. White Demon is Xiedao sect's friend. I hope that you can give him face and let him off. This token is an apology. In the future, when you head to Xiedao sect, you can ask them to help you do something. He was just bragging and it was basically useless. When he took the token to Xiedao sect, he would definitely not be able to return and he would become a cauldron for the sect. He heard that the sect had a senior brother who wasn't straight. Thinking about that, a weird smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, his smile froze. He whipped at his waist. Terrifying power exploded and his body felt like it was about to explode. Pung! The guy's body flew out like a cannonball, smashing into the stone pillar of the tower. The stone pillar cracked and a huge hole appeared. Even my father's face is useless outside and you are talking about face to me. You are sick in the head. Lin Fan was filled with grievances. His father was so strong and when he faced problems, he used who he was but he was still beaten up by others. Now, these 3 people came from who knew where and casually threw a stone token to make him give face. What was going on? Feng Poliu wanted to stop them but it was too late. Young Master Lin was really amazing. He was impressed. Not only did he offend 9 Bug Gang, he even offended Xiedao sect. Amazing, really amazing. How dare you? Meishou looked at Lin Fan in shock. He had already reported his background and he still dared to attack. He obviously didn't care about Xiedao sect at all. Bang! Meishou didn't even have time to blink. She only felt a gust of wind and the demonic monk beside her disappeared. You don't even have martial path grade 12 cultivation, so how do you expect me to believe how strong your Xiedao sect is? You are just holding this stupid token? Lin Fan smashed the token on her face. The token bounced a little, then fell into the gap between the tall buildings. There was a time when water filled the sky due to friction. What are you talking about? The current situation was not good for Meishou. There were 3 of them just now, but now she was the only one left. At this moment, Meishou came to her senses and looked at the man in front of her. Her eyes were filled with fear. It was impossible to resist. She was the weakest here. Even the strongest could not resist. How could she resist? Perhaps, Meishou hummed. The token in her hand was cold, stimulating her senses. She didn't act too much. She just hoped that she would use this small hump to attract his attention. Maybe it would be fine. White Demon didn't have the energy to say anything. He didn't expect this fellow to actually kill a Xiedao sect disciple. With Xiedao sect's personality, they definitely wouldn't let him off. He didn't say anything. It was useless to say anything now. Feng Poliu saw Lin Fan stare at Mei Xiao'er and thought that he liked her. He reminded, young Master Lin, since you have offended her, then there is no turning back. You can't leave her alive. Fi didn't attack. He really didn't want Lin Fan to have conflicts with Xiedao sect. But now that two of them were killed, if one was left alive, then it would be a problem in the future. When Mei Xiao'er heard this, she was terrified. Her gaze towards Feng Poliu was filled with rage. Jerk, if I didn't die, I would take your life. However, Lin Fan's next words made her heave a sigh of relief. You really are vicious, you can even attack a woman. I will never hurt a beautiful flower in my life. Lin Fan looked at Feng Poliu and objected to his cruel actions. He waved his hand. Cousin, come over for a moment. Zhou Zhongmao walked in front of Cousin. Come, touch her head with this hand. Touch her chin with this hand. Lin Fan told Cousin to do it. Cousin was smart and knew right away. He didn't need to learn at all and his actions were really standard. Mei Xiao'er was filled with questions. What was he doing? Cousin, do you feel anything? Lin Fan asked. Zhou Zhongmao shook his head. Cousin, I don't feel anything. This was normal. Zhou Zhongmao really didn't feel anything at all. Even if Mei Xiao'er's breasts were huge, Cousin's gaze didn't even sweep over them. Even if he did, it was an unintentional action. Mei Xiao'er was nervous, but she felt that he didn't attack because he was interested in her. Moreover, he said that he would never hurt a beautiful flower. This meant that she could still live. As long as she was alive, she would have a chance to contact Xiedao sect. At that time, she would be able to take revenge. Twisted. Lin Fan said. The moment he said this, Kacha. Her neck broke. That was the sound of her spine breaking. Feng Poliu opened his mouth and stared at Lin Fan with his mouth agape. He didn't expect this fellow to have such a dark side. The moment Mei Xiao'er's spine broke, she provided him with 555 rage points. The peak of her life. You really aren't going to say where you placed the silver? Lin Fan looked at White Demon and asked. White Demon gave a tragic smile. If I don't say, you won't let me off. If I say it, you still won't let me off. I have spent more time in the pugilistic world than you. Remember, there is no one who always wins. When the true calamity comes, you will be more than me. Hung. Lin Fan was lazy to listen to White Demon's meaningless words, directly kicking him to death. Cousin, go see whether or not there are any fish that escape the net. Since he did it, then he shouldn't show mercy. Zhou Zhongmao picked up the blade that fell to the ground. Each time he passed a complete corpse, he would stab it. He was decisive and didn't hesitate at all. He killed them with one blade. Even if they were dead, they could only die twice. As expected, there were indeed fish that escaped the net. They were definitely left by Feng Poliu. When Zhou Zhongmao attacked, he definitely wouldn't leave a complete corpse. Naturally, he would slice the corpse into pieces. Feng Poliu's methods were more normal. If he was lucky, there would be people who were heavily injured but still alive. Lin Fan entered the giant tower to search whether or not there was treasure hidden within. He searched really carefully and didn't let go of any place. However, he searched all the way to the top and didn't find anything suspicious. They hid so deeply. Lin Fan was annoyed. He had no way to deal with these stubborn fellows who didn't speak. Actually, he couldn't blame them for being stubborn. Since they knew that they were going to die, why would they say where the silver was hidden? He searched one round and didn't find anything, so he gave up. Outside, the commotion in the division naturally shocked many commoners nearby. However, no one dared to head out. They knew that something huge had happened, otherwise, there wouldn't be such a commotion. That was the 9-Bug Gang division, who dared to cause trouble here. Those who dared to cause trouble naturally weren't normal people. When he left, he told Cousin to find a carriage. At the same time, he pasted his portrait and name on the 9-Bug Gang division. He had to let the 9-Bug Gang headquarters know who did it. In the forest. Young Master Lin, where are we going after digging out the silver? Feng Poliu asked. He was totally convinced. The Yunlu City division was wiped out just like that. Xiedao sect disciples were also killed along with them. Just thinking about it made his head hurt. Lin Fan stood with his arms behind his back and didn't reply. He was a little worried. We killed a lot of people tonight. Feng Poliu rolled his eyes. Wasn't that nonsense? How could they kill less? At least hundreds of people were killed. It was enough to form a river of blood. Of course they didn't kill wrongly. From the gang leader to the members, none of them were innocent. Forget it, I am a little tired. Let's return to Martial Path Mountain, Lin Fan said. Feng Poliu heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that they were going to wipe out other divisions. What happened tonight would definitely spread to the 9-Bug Gang headquarters by tomorrow night. At that time, all the divisions would be wary. It wouldn't be so easy to wipe them out, and they might even lose their lives. Zhou Zhongmao placed the silver he dug out one by one onto the horse carriage. Cousin, it is done. Lin Fan patted Cousin's shoulder and said in satisfaction, and very good. Cousin, don't be so murderous in the future. Many people died tonight. And understood, Cousin. Zhou Zhongmao nodded his head and listened to Cousin's words. Cousin told him not to be so murderous, so he lowered it by a little. Feng Poliu dissed. Who was the murderous one? Lin Fan left his portrait and name. He wasn't afraid that they would know who he was. Anyway, the world was so huge and Jiang City was so far away from Fuzhou. Even if they cracked their brains, they wouldn't be able to guess. If one day they found out who he was, no, that was impossible. Before they found out, maybe he would have already wiped out the 9-Bug Gang headquarters. Also, the Xiedao sect disciples he met made him realize a problem. Even the disciples of powerful sects would not necessarily have a high cultivation base. He thought that when he broke through to Master Realm experts would be everywhere. Now it seemed like that wasn't the case. If not, the Yunlu City division wouldn't just have White Demon, this peak Master Realm expert. Feng Poliu, do you think there are many Master Realm people? Lin Fan asked. Feng Poliu said, it depends on the situation. Normal people need 30 to 40 years to reach Master Realm. Actually, it depends on talent in the place. Within hundreds of miles of Jiang City, there shouldn't be more than 5. If we go to some big cities or strong sects, there will be many. Lin Fan understood what he meant. Just like in the past, it was tough to find 1 in 100 million in a town. There were a few in the county and many in the city. When they went to important cities, they would be everywhere. That was what he meant. Chapter 204. The next day, Yunlu City commoners surrounded the division and didn't dare to enter. They pointed at the situation inside and discussed softly. In a night, 9-Bug Gang was wiped out. Some people heard the commotion inside but didn't dare to come out. They could only hide in their blankets and shiver, waiting for things to end. Last night I heard movement. It lasted for a long time. There were also tragic cries. After a long while, the cries disappeared and I heard the sound of horses. This person was telling the truth. It was obvious that he lived next to the branch and had heard everything that had happened last night without missing a single detail. Even wiping out the 9-Bug Gang division, who is so bold? The commoners discussed. To them, all of this was too far away. In their hearts, they only knew that 9-Bug Gang was strong. The division was strong too, and no one dared to offend them. Now that they stood at the entrance and saw the tragic situation inside, it had a huge impact on them. Very quickly, a bunch of guys riding horses came to the entrance. Their expressions were dark and sunken as they chased away the commoners. One of them walked in to take a look. Corpses were all over the ground. Even if the guy had been through a lot, when he saw those scenes he panicked and didn't know what to do. Who had the guts to do such a thing? Did they really want to die? That night. Pung. Damn. Bunch of trash, what do I need you for? There was a loud explosion. Terrifying internal strength exploded from the gang leader's body, forming a shockwave that spread out. The expressions of the higher-ups changed. They were unable to block it at all and were smacked away into the water. Then it was like they thought about something terrifying in the river. They jumped onto the boat and returned to the cabin, kneeling in front of the gang leader. They cursed in their hearts. Damn it. You bastards, even if you want to cause trouble, you can't do that. If you have balls, then come to the headquarters. You went to wipe out the division, weren't you just making us suffer? Moreover, when they sensed the terrifying aura of the gang leader, their hearts turned cold. Too terrifying. Who is Lin Fan? Who is he? Damn, what a bastard. Damn bastards, they actually destroyed the Yunlu branch. Damn it, search for them. Even if the sky and earth flip, find them for me. Gang leader was really angry. That angry voice was like a boiling fire, burning them until they were drenched in sweat, as if they could melt at any moment. The world was vast. Where was he going to find it? The frequent incidents actually made him forget about the precious treasure that the gang had lost. The higher-ups were terrified, and they all disappeared from the spot. They knew that the gang leader was angry, and no one could escape. They were furious. Of all the people you could have provoked, you just had to provoke our gang leader and even dragged us into this. You're really despicable. Early morning. Zhou Zhongmao drove the carriage and Lin Fan and Feng Poliu sat behind. Young Master Lin, our target is too obvious and we can't stop. We have to leave 9 bug gangs' territory. Feng Poliu muttered that along the way. When he passed by the city, Lin Fan didn't want to panic. He wanted to find a place to rest and wait for daybreak before leaving. But Feng Poliu couldn't. He had to rush through the night as if he was afraid that people would notice him. Stop talking. From last night till now you have said it hundreds of times. You might not be annoyed, but I am. Lin Fan was helpless. He really wanted to toss this fellow off the carriage. Feng Poliu said, I am just reminding you, I don't mean anything else. Moreover, how did I say it so many times? It was just a few times. Truthfully, he had huge gains this time. These were all treasures and it was hard to estimate. Not all of them were silver, but there were many gems and other precious things. As for how much they were worth, he had to hire a professional to calculate them. Lin Fan placed his hands at the back of his head and leaned against the chest. He was really relaxed and looked at Fuzhou, which he couldn't see at all. I will return. He went to Fuzhou and personally experienced 9 bug gangs' situation. They weren't something he could deal with now, but he could still cause some problems for them. Perhaps they were now stamping with rage, so angry that they wished they could beat him to death. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. Who asked you to fight with me? If I wasn't slightly weaker, why would I play with you until now? I would have killed all of you long ago. Feng Poliu glanced and noticed that this kid's smile was a little smug. Who knew what he was thinking about? Feng Poliu, did you really kill your master? Lin Fan asked. Damn. Weren't you thinking about something? Why did you push the blame to me? He recognized the wrong person. Feng Poliu said. Lin Fan said, I don't think that I recognize the wrong person. You are indeed from Insect Valley, otherwise how would you have the bug controlling technique? Did you kill your master for it? Actually, it isn't a big deal. It is normal for young people to do things. As long as you repent, it is okay. Although I will look down on you, I won't look down on you. Feng Poliu turned around and turned his face to the side. He didn't want to speak to Lin Fan anymore. That moment, several people struck from the distance. They rode horses and wore the same attire. They didn't recognize what Lin Fan and the others were wearing, but they all carried swords on their backs. When these people passed Lin Fan, they just took a curious look. They didn't stop and just left right away. Sword Palace people. Feng Poliu looked on and was confused. Why would Sword Palace disciples appear here? After all, Sword Palace was 108,000 miles away from here. It wasn't really that far, it was just an example. You know them? Lin Fan asked. Feng Poliu said, I just know them. Sword Palace is a really strong sect, but it is really weird. Why are there so many disciples from large sects? Did something happen? Who cares anyway, it has nothing to do with us. Lin Fan looked at the sky like he was in a daze. His cultivation was already at Master Realm. Although he wasn't at the peak, he wasn't weak either. He wanted to get some top cultivation techniques. Actually, the simplest way was to return to U City to find his father. With his foundations he definitely had many. But he still wanted to rely on his own ability to get what he wanted. Once his strength increased, he would return to give his father a surprise. Feng Poliu, do you know where to get top heart cultivation or physique-raising techniques? Lin Fan asked. Fuzhou has them. Feng Poliu said. But you can't go back, you are just asking to die. If you really want, you can head to Rong City. Rong City has a market. Although it can't compare to Fuzhou, there are top cultivation techniques there. As long as you have enough silver. Rong City? Lin Fan thought about it. He thought about Li Jixio and said, okay, then let's not head back. Let's head to Rong City first. Can you stop with this and that? Why do you need so many top-notch cultivation techniques? Given your current situation, it seems like you've already cultivated quite a few of them. Feng Poliu didn't understand. So many top cultivation techniques were useless. There was a limit to one's strength. Who would cultivate so many? You don't need to care. Lin Fan replied. Then he sighed. Can I tell you that my cultivation technique isn't enough anymore? The small support system was really strong. But the drawbacks slowly appeared. That was that he couldn't rely on one cultivation technique to forcefully reach a higher realm. Other people could cultivate a cultivation technique to the peak, spending years or even decades to accumulate internal strength to a certain level, and then reach a higher realm. After he raised a top cultivation technique to the peak, even if he cultivated slowly, his internal strength wouldn't increase. So he needed more cultivation techniques to strengthen his body. Feng Poliu didn't understand what young Master Lin was thinking, but he didn't say much. Since he wanted to head to Rong City, then he would. Rong City wasn't far from here, but it wasn't close either. It would take at least 5 days to get there. During this period of time, 9 Bug Gang didn't stop searching for Lin Fan, but they didn't find anything. The portrait was too narrow, and it was too difficult to recognize a person based on the portrait. Thus, during this period of time, 9 Bug Gang members were covered in darkness. Every day people died. It wasn't the gang leader who did it, but those higher-ups who were under huge pressure and needed to vent it out. They flipped hundreds of miles of land and searched, but there were no signs of him. It was like he had evaporated from the world and was nowhere to be found. After several days of rushing, they finally arrived at Rong City. I do have someone familiar here. Lin Fan smiled. Feng Poliu said helplessly, I do too, but she isn't friendly to me. The person you are talking about is the gambling den, right? The person I am talking about is the daughter of the Li family, who my father almost wanted to be my wife. Although she knew that she wasn't good enough for me and left the Lin family, I am still familiar with her. Could he not do that? What Feng Poliu hated the most in his life was people bragging. He had no choice. This young Master Lin kept on bragging and he was about to explode. Feng Poliu said, Young Master Lin, didn't you want to buy cultivation techniques? Then let's go find someone. Such a situation usually requires someone to pull strings. Okay, then let's go. Lin Fan said. On the way to find the contact person, he found out from Feng Poliu that the markets were supported by many rich families and strong sections. As for one person holding one, that was impossible. After all, no one had such ability. He followed Feng Poliu to a gambling den. Lin Fan looked at Feng Poliu. Do you want to go in and gamble? No, the person who pulled the strings is inside. Wait for me outside, I'll be right out. Feng Poliu said and walked in. When he reached the door, he turned his head and said, Why don't you lend me some, I want to play. No. Lin Fan rejected right away. Feng Poliu sighed. He didn't cherish such a good chance to help him. Do you really have to wait until I'm rich to add flowers to the brocade? Chapter 205. You didn't come at the right time, you have to wait until tomorrow night. Lin Fan looked at the person that Feng Poliu said was the middleman. There was nothing special about him. He was just a normal person. If he was tossed into a crowd, he would be useless. But such a person was actually the middleman. One had to say that he made people look up to him. Such a normal person didn't attract attention at all. Only people who did big things would do that. Lin Fan's thoughts were in his head, so he could think whatever he wanted. Okay, we will come here tomorrow night to find you, Feng Poliu said. He hadn't participated in the Rong City market, but he had participated in other places. It was basically the same, there was no difference. The middleman took a look at Lin Fan and didn't say anything. He just entered the gambling den. Young Master Lin, we can come tomorrow night. Now we need to find a place to rest, Feng Poliu said. Lin Fan was a little curious about the market tomorrow night. Who knew what it would be like? He said, okay, let's find an inn to rest for a while. Young Master Lin, Didn't you say that Rong City's Li family little miss nearly became your wife? Even if we aren't fated, at least our relationship is. Why not head to the Li family? Feng Poliu wanted to expose Lin Fan. Lin Fan squinted and looked at Feng Poliu. This fellow was a little dishonest. Did he want to see whether or not what he said was true? If that was the case, then he would be disappointed. Although he was bragging. But it was true. Okay, then let's go to the Li family, they are familiar. Lin Fan smiled. He didn't believe that the Li family wouldn't let him stay. He had to do what he bragged about. If Feng Poliu looked down on him, then where would he have any face? Outside the Li manor. The manor door was open, and there were 2 guards guarding. Zhou Zhongmao walked forwards and was stopped by the guard. He told the guard that Yu City Lin family young master was here and quickly went to report. The guard heard that his little miss was going to marry into the Yu City Lin family. Although he didn't remember clearly, it seemed like such a thing happened. He immediately went to report. However, when he turned his head, he saw Old Master and Wang family young master walk over. Old Master Li, I can consider this matter. Wang Yunfei said politely. He had a smile on his face. Since he returned from Yu City, he felt that his body wasn't right. It seemed like he was frightened by the Hongxiu pavilion, and that thing couldn't get hard. This was a very terrifying thing. Wang Yunfei was naturally scared out of his wits. As the young master of the Wang clan, he had to carry on the family line. If he was crippled just like that, it would be terrible. Therefore, he naturally looked for a famous doctor. The famous doctor told him that he had suffered a serious shock, causing him to blah blah blah. In any case, he did not understand. The only thing he understood was that there was no cure for him at the moment and he had to wait. He was frightened in Yu City because he wanted to know who did it. But he never found it. Okay. Old Master Li smiled. He didn't agree to Wang Yunfei's suggestion. Master, someone is waiting for you outside, the guard said. Old Master Li was confused. Who was waiting for him? When he reached the door and saw the figure outside, his heart skipped a beat. Oh my God. Why is he here? At first glance, he had already recognized who the other party was. Lin family's young master Lin Fan. Wasn't he living well in Yu City? Why did he come to Chengdu? In the blink of an eye, Old Master Li thought of many possibilities. For example, Lin family was wiped out by King Wutong and nephew Lin came to join him. But that was impossible. Very quickly, he tossed such thoughts to the back of his head. Was he here to propose? Even if he brought her back to Rong City, he still thought about her, which was why he personally came to propose. Looking at the carriage filled with boxes, that was really possible. Nephew Lin. Old Master Li's face was filled with smiles as he welcomed him. Lin Fan smiled and looked at Feng Poliu like he was saying that he wasn't bragging to him. Uncle Li, it has been a long time since we parted ways in Yu City. Lin Fan cupped his fists and said. Then when he saw Wang Yunfei, he recognized him with a single look. Aren't you that young Master Wang who came to Yu City to visit brothels? Lin Fan exclaimed, directly exposing his background. Rage points plus 99. Wang Yunfei had completely forgotten about Lin Fan. But when he heard the words of the other party, he was stunned. What did those words mean? It was a little annoying. Kiki, who is this? Have we met before? Wang Yunfei scoffed and asked. His gaze was a little off, like he was asking, what the heck were you saying? Why did his words make him feel so annoyed? Old Master Li looked at Wang Yunfei. He hated brothels the most. Who knew that Wang Yunfei not only visited Rong City, but he even went to Yu City? What a joke. Young Master Wang, you are so forgetful. Didn't you have a good time with Yuan Tianchu? He directly brought you to the most popular brothel in Yu City, Hongxiu Pavilion. How did you forget? Lin Fan smiled. Rage points plus 199. A decent amount of rage points. Although it wasn't much, to be able to increase it was a form of improvement. Damn. Can't you shut the fuck up? Wang Yunfei was furious. Did this fellow know how to speak, or was he so ignorant to casually say such things? He really wanted to shut his mouth. You got the wrong person. You must have got the wrong person. I, Wang Yunfei, never go to these brothels. Wang Yunfei waved his hands and cupped his fists. Old Master Li, you have a guest here, so I won't disturb you. Goodbye. The moment he said that, Wang Yunfei left without turning his head. Even if Lin Fan shouted from behind, he didn't care and didn't react at all. In his heart, he cursed Lin Fan's entire family 10,000 times. If Lin Fan knew, he would definitely shout, "Father, someone wants to do you." "Kid, you know him?" Old Master Li smiled and asked. "Right, there is no reason. The last time he came to Yu City, young Master Yuan welcomed him. He even went to the most famous Hongxiu pavilion to play for a night, so how could I not know him?" Lin Fan shook his head and felt a little regretful. Old Master Li believed Lin Fan's words. If he hadn't been there, then there was no need for Wang Yunfei to run so quickly. Now that things had passed, Old Master Li just remembered it in his heart and didn't say much more. "Kid, come in, don't stand at the door," Old Master Li said. Lin Fan told cousin to arrange the carriage. These riches were really important, and if they were lost he wouldn't even be able to cry. Back courtyard. Suilan ran in a panic. "Little miss, not good, something happened. That fellow chased us here." Li Zhixia was training. She had returned home for over a month and trained every day. Seeing Suilan run over in panic, she stopped. "What happened? Who came?" Suilan's face turned red and she said in fear, "It is Yu City Lin family young master. He is here with old master." When she mentioned Lin Fan, Suilan's heart jumped. She was really frightened. To her, Yu City Lin family young master was really terrifying and loved to torture people. He was also someone who killed mercilessly. She personally witnessed it and was so terrified that she nearly peed her pants. Li Zhixia's expression changed slightly. In her mind, scenes that she didn't dare to imagine appeared. Lin Fan's cruel and violent actions didn't scare her at all. Actually, what she was most afraid of was that when night fell, she would fall unconscious for no reason. When she opened her eyes the next day, he would be lying beside her. That was something that Li Zhixia couldn't imagine. This was why when her father and mother came to the Lin family, she had thoughts of retreating. Living room. "Kid, since you came to Rong City to do something, then you can stay here for the night," Old Master Li said. He had already asked and found out that the kid didn't come to Rong City to ask for marriage. He was just passing by. Although he heaved a sigh of relief for some reason, he felt a little regretful. "Thank you, uncle, I won't stand on ceremony." Lin Fan smiled and then looked towards Feng Poliu. "Did you see that? Did you think I lied to you? What I said was true." Feng Poliu looked at Lin Fan. He didn't get to the main point. "Forget it. You are amazing. You can act cool, I won't compete with you." Originally, Lin Fan didn't want to come to the Li family, but looking at Feng Poliu's disbelieving gaze, he felt really uncomfortable. He could tell anyone loudly, "Do you believe that I, Lin Fan, have never said a single word that I, Lin Fan, am bragging? Don't believe it? Good." He immediately brought Feng Poliu to the Li family to prove it. When Wang Yunfei returned to the manor, his face was dark and sunken. He was really unhappy. The servants around saw that young master's expression was so ugly, so they didn't dare to say anything. They all retreated far away. Then, Wang Yunfei waved his hands and a servant ran over. "Go find some experts for me." "Yes, young master." The servant replied and then left. He knew that someone was going to be unlucky in young master's hands. Wang Yunfei recognized who Lin Fan was. Yu City young master Lin. When he went to Yu City, Yuan Tianchu welcomed him. Yuan Tianchu had conflicts with this fellow and even made Wang Yunfei furious. He even said it directly. If such a fellow dared to come to Rong City, he would teach him a lesson. Now that he came, he even said that he went to a brothel in front of old Master Li. Who could take that? If he didn't teach him a lesson, he would think that he was easy to bully. Li Manor. Lin Fan and the others were arranged in the third-row courtyard. They bumped into Tsuelan, who was carrying a basin. She screamed like she had seen a ghost, turning around and running. Lin Fan was stunned. "Who was it? I don't even know you, so your actions are a little exaggerated." The next night, Lin Fan brought cousin and Feng Poliu to the Li Manor. "Young Master Lin, we brought a carriage of treasures. Isn't that a little too obvious? Are we purposely inviting people to commit crimes?" Feng Poliu felt that something wasn't right. "We might have to fight tonight. If we don't bring it, we won't have any confidence," Lin Fan said. Anyway, the riches didn't belong to him. Buying some martial path cultivation techniques was a good choice. Chapter 206. It was already past midnight. There was no one on the streets. Feng Poliu. Isn't it a loss to use these secret techniques to exchange for money a little? Lin Fan asked. Feng Poliu said, to me it is indeed a loss, but to others it might not be a loss. Although martial path techniques are important, more important is wealth. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food. That is the unchanging logic. Dang dang. Not far away there was the sound of metal rubbing. Several shadows flashed across the alley. From the shadows one could see that they were assassins with blades. Damn, they finally came out. They waited for Li family for 2 full days, how vicious. Young Master Wang's money isn't easy to earn. Brothers, remember this and teach him a lesson. Cousin, I smell a very weak killing intent. Zhou Zhongmao stopped moving forward and stared at the dark alley not far away. Oh, Lin Fan didn't care. He sensed that these people weren't strong, probably grade 2 or 3. Who wanted to take revenge on him? Or did they just want to earn a living? Very quickly, 6 masked men in black shirts appeared on the streets with blades in their hands. They blocked Lin Fan and the others. They gave off a cold aura, filled with killing intent. A battle was about to begin. Zhou Zhongmao frowned and jumped up. He jumped off the carriage and landed on the ground. With a kacha sound, cracks appeared on the ground. He shouted in rage, "Are you asking to die?" Their mouths were agape. The 6 men in black shirts looked at the cracked bricks beneath their feet. Their bodies shook and they felt that something wasn't right. Quang dang. Their blades fell to the ground. "Hero, please spare us, we are just trying to earn a living." The 6 of them knelt on the ground, burying their heads in the ground. They shivered and knelt down to him. They were just trying to earn a living. They had eyes and knowledge. He leapt up and when he landed the ground cracked. Was that something they could do? Zhou Zhongmao didn't care whether or not they were just trying to earn a living. He was about to attack. Cousin, it isn't easy to earn a living, forget it. Lin Fan said. Zhou Zhongmao glanced, you are lucky. When the carriage passed by, the 6 of them immediately stood at the side. Thank you for not killing us, great hero. Have a safe journey, great hero. Until he couldn't see it anymore. Big brother, it was so dangerous. I almost lost my life. Yeah, I felt a strong killing intent enveloping me just now. If we had knelt any slower, we would definitely be lying here. What about young Master Wang? What young Master Wang? Can't you see how strong he is? Hurry up and leave. With my many years of experience, don't get involved in this matter. Retreat. Young Master Lin, your situation isn't right. Why are people finding trouble with you everywhere you go? Feng Poliu sighed. People like that wouldn't have a good life in the future. Lin Fan smiled. Those who don't attract jealousy are mediocre. Wherever I go, people find trouble with me. That can only mean that they are jealous. Fuck. Feng Poliu felt that he was really dumb, asking such useless questions. It was easy for him to act cool. He really regretted it. The person who knew how to brag the most in his life was young Master Lin in front of him. He met the middleman at the gambling den. Follow me. Don't make a sound no matter what you see. The middleman said. After which, he was in charge of driving the carriage. Walking around the city, turning left and right, he didn't know where he was going. Gradually, fog appeared around him. This fog was originally only floating under his feet, but as time passed, it gradually covered him. Other than being able to see the people around him, the surrounding environment was a vast expanse of whiteness. He couldn't see anything else. Lin Fan felt that it was really magical. Maybe this wasn't something that martial path could do. We are here, the middleman said. Who knew when, but there was actually a huge residence in front of them. Don't worry, no one will cause trouble here. Even if you meet enemies, it is okay as no one dares to attack here. The middleman explained the situation here. This wasn't the first time Feng Poliu came here, so he was used to it. So amazing. Lin Fan was really interested in this place. Feng Poliu said, that is indeed the case. Until now, not many people dare to cause trouble here. Then are things. Lin Fan was still thinking about how to settle the accounts. After all, these few chests of treasures couldn't be carried in. Young Master Lin, it is okay. Just leave it outside. Once you pick something, someone will follow us out to get money. Moreover, leave the items here and there will be people guarding it. Nothing will happen. Feng Poliu said. Even such an experienced person like Feng Poliu said that, so it was obviously true. Cousin, you all enter, I will watch here. Zhou Zhongmao said. Lin Fan nodded his head. It was safe for cousin to guard here. He pushed the door open. Instantly there was a lot of noise from within. The room was really wide, lights were hung high, people walked to and fro. There were many stalls all around and many people were looking at them. Young Master Lin, the rules here are very simple. You can only look at the classification, you can't touch it, and you can't touch it either. There are two types of manuals here, one is unique and the other is the duplicate. Unique means that after you buy it, there won't be a second copy for sale. Duplicate means that after you buy it, others can also buy it. Therefore, you're not the only one who knows this martial art manual, so the price difference between the two is like heaven and earth. Feng Poliu introduced the situation here to Lin Fan. Based on his estimation, just the flow of wealth here was an astronomical figure. Although he knew that this market was created by a few aristocratic families and sects, he didn't know which powers were involved. It had always been a mystery. Lin Fan wanted to casually flip through it and imprint it in the small support system. Now, it seemed like that was impossible. They definitely didn't know that he had the small support system, but they were afraid of meeting people with photographic memory. The people who bought things here all had strong internal strength. However, he didn't see any in Rong City. Maybe they rushed over at this time. He came to a stall. There was a list on the stall. 12 secret techniques. Master realm techniques. At the same time, it was split into heart cultivation, cultivation techniques, and external cultivation techniques. Then, there was the introduction of the cultivation technique and also the price. So expensive. A cultivation technique within the 12th stage of the martial path actually cost 100,000 silvers. Some of the stronger ones cost 200,000 silvers. That was way too fucking ruthless. It made him want to sell his secret manuals. If I sell them here, will I be able to sell them? Lin Fan asked. Feng Poliu rolled his eyes. Don't think about it, that is impossible. Do you think that anyone can sell them? Even if you dare to sell them, others might not dare to buy them. There were many fake ones on the market, and it was normal for the real ones to be mixed in. These are all duplicates. Some cultivation techniques don't sell duplicates, they are only sold once. You can take a look and don't worry. Feng Poliu said. Lin Fan slowly understood the situation. Those secret manuals that were only sold once were all top secret manuals. Master realm techniques were expensive. Grandmaster techniques were so expensive that one wouldn't dare to believe their own eyes. Young Master Lin, don't think that they are expensive. Each one is the hard work of numerous experts. Techniques created by true experts are worth cities and can cause a bloodbath in the world. Feng Poliu said. Insect Valley's bug controlling technique. How much is it worth? Lin Fan asked. Feng Poliu laughed. If you dare to sell it, no one will dare to buy it. That was absolute confidence. The techniques sold here are from some large sections. They need money to sell them. If any sect finds out that someone is selling their techniques without their permission, then they can forget about living in peace. They will definitely fight to the death. Feng Poliu explained the risks and some rules to Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't care. Fight to the death? That only meant that he wasn't strong enough. If he was strong enough, then he would just wipe them out. No one would dare to say any nonsense. He continued to search for a suitable cultivation technique for himself. He needed some heart cultivation and external body training techniques. He didn't need any cultivation techniques now. Mixed energy broken jade hand hadn't improved, so where would he get so many rage points? With the current situation, master level techniques were what he needed the most. It would be even better if he had grandmaster techniques. However, the price was unimaginable. Not only did this place sell techniques, but there were also many pills and treasures. That thing was useless to him. What dragonbeard grass, yin yang great return pill, heaven and earth energy pill. No matter how strong they were, he didn't need them. Slowly, his brows furrowed. He was really engrossed and didn't miss out on the introduction of any technique. That moment, he stopped in front of a stall. An external body training technique attracted his attention. Barbarian Saint Battle Technique, Master Realm Technique. 180 years ago, Barbarian Saint failed to break through to Grandmaster Realm. He summarized his martial path experience and left the barbarian saint battle technique. Zhou cultivated this technique a year ago. He was killed by others on the snow mountain. Effect. Initial training will strengthen vital energy. Barbarian blood will boil and strengthen one's body. When trained to large success, the barbarian aura will spread 1,000 meters, vital energy like a dragon charging into the sky, forming a barbarian tattoo. The effect is really special, best for solo and group battles. He didn't expect that the introduction here would be so detailed, even knowing when the person died. Amazing, really amazing. It was just that the price 2 million taels of silver was too fucking expensive. He suddenly realized that the 300,000 silver he'd painstakingly earned some time ago wasn't even enough to buy a single secret manual, and it was truly unacceptable. The stall owner said, "Young hero, barbaric saint battle technique is not bad. If it wasn't for it being an external technique, the price wouldn't be 2 million silver. Although it is hard to cultivate, this external technique isn't limited to Master Realm. Even Grandmaster Realm people can continue to cultivate it." Suddenly, a voice spread out from the side. "This technique?" Lin Fan raised his hand. "Don't bother, I like this external technique. I will buy it." Chapter 207. After Lin Fan said such domineering words, everyone was stunned. His voice instantly disappeared. He didn't expect such a place to have such people. Feng Poliu looked at the introduction of the cultivation technique and his head felt like it was about to explode. "Actually, you can wait. This technique might not be that good for you. You can look at others and maybe you will have a new choice." Lin Fan said, "If I look at too much, it will affect my judgment. This external cultivation technique is not bad. It is what I need." It was just that 2 million taels of silver was really fucking expensive. So expensive that his heart turned cold. Luckily, this wealth wasn't his and came easily. However, this was the first time he spent so much. The stall owner was a middle-aged fatty. When he smiled, his eyes became a line. "This young hero has a good attitude. His future is limitless. Young hero, please take this token. After this ends, someone will be waiting for you at the entrance." Lin Fan looked at the token in his hand. There was nothing special about it. There was a mark on it which should be related to this technique. He had obtained an external cultivation technique and had some gains. However, he didn't understand. Techniques were just too expensive now, so expensive that it was a little scary. After all, it was just a Master Realm technique. If someone heard that, they would smash his head. Hearing his tone, why did it sound like Master Realm was so normal? Zhou Zhongmao was talented and was one of the top. He cultivated for decades and only reached grade 9. Recently, he had improved and was about to break through. If he cultivated like that, he would need several years to reach Master Realm. Even if Lin Wani opened up all his meridians, he would need a year. Lin Fan thought about it. With his own situation, Purple Sun Forsaint Scripture and Demon Heart Enforcing Scripture weren't low grade, they were Master Realm techniques. Even if he didn't cultivate other heart cultivation techniques, it was enough to reach peak master. Maybe when father gave him these techniques he was thinking about it. Whether or not he could reach Master Realm was a problem. Let's just leave it at that. "How much silver do you think our carriage of treasures is worth?" Lin Fan asked. If he didn't have enough silver in the end, that would be a huge problem. "Wait for me." After Feng Poliu thought about it, he left hurriedly. After a period of time, he came back and whispered into Lin Fan's ear. "I showed it to them, there are roughly 7 million. Lin Fan knew that it was indeed a huge sum of money. Then, he went to another stall to continue looking at secret manuals. Xiao Chan had no interest in the secret manuals of Great Grandmaster level Martial Grandmaster level masters. None of them were lower than 5 million silver taels. As for secret manuals of Great Grandmaster level masters and above, he did not see any. In Feng Poliu's words, Grandmaster and above techniques weren't something that could be measured by money. If one wanted to obtain secret manuals above the Great Grandmaster level, one would have to use real treasures to exchange for them. Moreover, Chengdu did not have the qualifications to sell secret manuals of Great Grandmaster and above. Forget it. Don't think about such distant things. It was better to work hard to raise his cultivation to peak master, and then step into Grandmaster. At that time he wouldn't need to buy techniques anymore. He could just find a random faction to snatch and take them. Then he wouldn't have any burden at all. Not long later, he was interested in an external cultivation technique, 9 Heavens lightning drawing technique. When he saw the name, he thought that it was a celestial technique. Now that he looked at the introduction, it was another technique that was a little hard to cultivate. This technique was a little more expensive than barbaric Saint Battle technique. It needed 3 million silver. Moreover, there was only one copy. He realized that the market was such a scam. Although there were some copies of Master Realm techniques, they didn't look like much and didn't have anything special about them. To such an eye-catching and special person like him, techniques that weren't special were trash. Buying 2 techniques and he didn't have 5 million silver. How terrifying. External cultivation was enough. He wanted to use the remaining silver to buy some pills for cousin, to let cousin feel the joy of his strength soaring. When he looked at these things, he noticed that the people around all chose suitable items for themselves. They were also really generous. Oh my God, do you think everyone here is so rich? Lin Fan asked. He really didn't dare to imagine. When he had 300,000 silver, he felt like he was rich. After coming here to take a look, he realized that he was really poor. Even his hands felt a little itchy. Yes. Actually, the people who come here don't just buy for themselves. Among this group of people, there are many figures of the higher-ups of the sections. They come here to buy secret manuals in order to fill up the secret manuals library of the sections. There are more secret manuals for the disciples to choose from. So, if you want to become stronger, it is very necessary to join a powerful sect. Otherwise, if you want to become strong by yourself, there is basically no hope. Techniques aren't cabbages and can't be found everywhere. Some people are talented, but if they don't join a strong sect or aristocratic family, they won't be able to find suitable techniques. Their cultivation will be stuck there, and they might not be able to break through for the rest of their lives. As for those who don't have any power to back them up, if they want to become a peak expert, out of 1 million there might not be one. Feng Poliu came out from Insect Valley, and his knowledge was really terrifying. After all, he stood at a high position, so naturally he could see more things. Lin Fan nodded his head. Those words made sense. At the same time, it allowed him to understand something. No wonder he didn't pick up any techniques after beating so many people to death. Were the major forces so strict with their control over secret manuals now? Lin Fan asked, "Does my father have a backer?" Feng Poliu wanted to say something, but he kept quiet. Did this fellow want to act cool in front of him? He could tell him that it was impossible. He definitely wouldn't give him such a chance. As for his father, he was just 1 out of 1 million. Why? Lin Fan saw that Feng Poliu didn't speak, so he patted his shoulder and asked, "Nothing, I am not familiar with your father, so I won't comment much," Feng Poliu said. That moment, there was a loud noise coming from the front. It sounded like someone was arguing, and it caused quite a commotion in the house, which was not very noisy yet. "Are you blind? Do you know who I am? You dare to snatch this thing from me?" The one who spoke was a young man. He wore beautiful clothes and looked really handsome, but at this moment he was really arrogant. His eyes were filled with a sense of superiority. "Kid, don't be too arrogant." The person that the young man scolded was a middle-aged man. He felt like he had lost face and replied in rage. "Kiki arrogant, so what if I am arrogant? Even the various powers behind me have to give my family some face. Who do you think you are?" The young man raised his head and looked at the middle-aged man in disdain. He then said, "If you don't believe me, you can try." He was young and energetic, his aura was shocking. He actually suppressed the middle-aged man. "Who are you?" the middle-aged man asked coldly. The young man laughed in disdain. "Zhao family 9th son, Zhao Bufan." The middle-aged man's expression changed from rage to shock. His face turned red as he lowered his head and left. It was obvious that Zhao family's name shocked him. "What is the background of this Zhao family? Didn't you say that people aren't allowed to cause trouble here? Why is he fine?" Lin Fan asked. Feng Poliu felt like he was being slapped in the face. "This is the Imperial Dynasty Zhao family, young master. Their family is really strong and can be considered a giant. We can't offend them," Feng Poliu said softly. Zhao Bufan smiled coldly and looked around. "I passed by Rong City and came to take a look since I had nothing to do. Recently I lack experts by my side. Who here is willing to follow me back to Zhao family? Of course trash below master don't come, I only need experts. Lin Fan was impressed by how arrogant he was. It would be a miracle if he wasn't beaten to death by someone right now. But one had to say that. The people around wanted to attack, but when they heard that it was the Imperial Dynasty Zhao family, their expressions changed. They lowered their heads and talked to one another. Young Master Zhao, I am Qin Tai Initial Master. I am willing to follow by your side and work for you. A bearded man walked out and said. Lin Fan muttered softly. Does he have no pride? Feng Poliu said. This isn't about pride but the fastest way to get close to an aristocratic family. In my opinion, Zhao Bufan isn't well liked in Zhao family. But even then, to outsiders it is a chance for him to become a phoenix. Life isn't fair. The rules here are useful to others but to the true aristocratic families, as long as one doesn't go overboard, they will close one eye. Zhao Bufan is the 9th son of Zhao family. Although he doesn't look like much, with his family background, not everyone dares to offend him. Feng Poliu shook his head and sighed. Young Master Lin was too dumb and didn't understand some things. However, he muttered in his heart. If Lin Wani didn't defend Yu City and went to the Imperial Dynasty, maybe young Master Lin's identity and status would change drastically. Zhao Bufan smiled and looked around. Who else? If you miss this chance, you won't have another chance. As long as you follow me, I will pay the bill tonight. Uproar. Many people were tempted. Many of them were thinking, damn, I already have a sect. Although I wanted to follow you, if I really followed you, I would be betraying my sect and I would die a horrible death. Young Master Zhao, I am willing to work for you. Someone stepped out. It was obvious that he couldn't resist the temptation. What they longed for to others was within their reach. How domineering. Lin Fan wanted to shout that he would pay the bill tonight, but he didn't have the ability to do so. Young Master Lin, we have bought everything so we should leave. Feng Poliu said. Lin Fan shook his head and smiled. Don't rush, we will wait. Feng Poliu found it weird. When he saw Lin Fan's fiery eyes staring at Zhao Bufan, his heart creaked. Was he thinking don't? His heart couldn't take it. Chapter 208. Young Master Lin, everyone has their own way of life. You can't have bad intentions just because he is like this. Feng Poliu pulled Lin Fan and hoped that he could use his sincere words to convince him not to offend more people because of his rash actions. For example, he was low profile and kind. He had friends all over the world. Although he couldn't borrow money from them, he felt that his way of doing things was good. He had been around for so many years and didn't have many enemies. In his words, this was the change of a man after 40. Mature and responsible. At the same time, he respected society. Lin Fan looked at Feng Poliu and said helplessly, why do I feel that you are so timid? I am timid? Feng Poliu stared and pointed at himself. This was the funniest sentence he had heard in his life. He really wanted to ask Lin Fan if he knew who he was. Did he know what vicious things he had done in the past? Don't you know that I used to be famous for being ruthless? And that is how it feels. Lin Fan nodded and didn't want to say anything more. But such a combination was good. One was bold and one was timid. When they made decisions, they would have time to calm down and think about what they were going to face next. He admitted that this arrogant Zhao Bufan had a strong family background, but that wasn't a reason for him not to be beaten up. He didn't need to kill him, but he definitely needed to be beaten up. He didn't do that because he saw that he was rich or because he was jealous. That wasn't the case. But because he was so young and relied on his family background to be so arrogant, it would have a huge impact on his future development. So he had the responsibility and obligation to teach him a lesson in case he fell deeper and deeper and walked down the wrong path. Feng Poliu was such a shallow person, so how could he understand his good intentions? He didn't understand. Did they understand? Zhao Bufan had 3 followers beside him. They were all really old. They looked like they were at least 50 years old, maybe even older. To be able to reach Master Realm at this age meant that they weren't talented and didn't have many opportunities. Even if they came here, they would probably just take a look. Now that young Master Zhao had jumped out and thrown out such a huge temptation, how could these people tolerate it? However, most of the people there were from the various forces. They were just spectators. Most of them did not fight or cause a ruckus. After all, the Zhao family was indeed very powerful. They could not afford to offend them. Even their sex could not afford to offend them. Feng Poliu looked at Zhao Bufan and felt really helpless. Why did he have to do that? Did he know that his high profile attracted someone's attention? But you don't even know it, and you're still exuding the arrogance that only a noble family has the right to exude. He observed the situation around him. Young Master Zhao's strength was not strong. Perhaps he could be described as trash. Logically speaking, with this kind of status, there would definitely be experts protecting him when he went out. But some people were very strange. They didn't need the protection of experts when they went out. They just walked around arrogantly and used their family background or wealth to tempt those people. After a long time, young Master Zhao felt good and left with the 3 people who followed him. Although his actions here made many people feel that he was a little arrogant, this arrogance was not without reason. If they were young masters of the Zhao clan, they might be even more arrogant than young masters of the Zhao clan. Let's go, let's follow, Lin Fan said. When they were at the entrance, young Master Zhao showed his shocking side once more. Writing an IOU going to Zhao family to get money, he was just so overbearing and made one feel helpless. In front of a true noble family, the market took a step back and broke the rules. Young Master Zhao, do you need us to send people to protect you when you leave? Zhao Bufan mocked. No, when I go out, I never need anyone to protect me. Or maybe you are worried and want to send people to Zhao family to get money. Are you afraid that I will go back on my word? No, definitely not. It is best if you don't, otherwise, you are looking down on my Zhao family. Zhao Bufan smiled and brought his 3 newly recruited brothers out. He couldn't be envious. Lin Fan wanted to do such a thing, but his ability was limited. They might not give him face. In the end, he was still too weak. If he was stronger, then this wouldn't have happened. He was outside. This carriage of riches wasn't his anymore. It was taken by the people from the market. He felt that the riches were used up too quickly. He didn't even warm it up in his hands and it was given away just like that. It really made him feel helpless. Take it, it is better if you wear it later. Feng Poliu took out 3 masks. He bought them last time and carried them with him. He thought that he wouldn't need them, but who knew that he would really need them today? This thing. Lin Fan was helpless. A mask to cover his head? He actually didn't like to wear masks, but looking at the situation, not wearing a mask would scare Feng Poliu to death. Rong City outskirts. A luxurious carriage slowly traveled on the official path. Young Master Zhao wouldn't stay in Rong City and had another goal. 3 of his followers drove the carriage while others rode horses and guarded at the sides. To them, it was good to be able to join the Zhao family boat. Even if Zhao Bufan didn't look like much, he was still the Zhao family young master. As long as they needed him, he would be able to help them raise their cultivation. They had no choice. There were 2 shortcuts to cultivation. One was to join a sect, but that needed time. Sects needed loyalty and they were competitive. One couldn't just do whatever one wanted. The other was to join an aristocratic family. Whether or not their strength could increase represented whether or not their master had more room to be active. So if they wanted to raise their cultivation, young Master Zhao would definitely help. But that would require them to pay a higher price. Not only loyalty but also dignity, personality, and going against one's wishes. Within the carriage, Zhao Bufan laid there. He held a long pipe in one hand and a small bottle in the other. He opened the cap and poured something into the small hole in the pipe. What fell out from the bottle was golden powder. This was a really precious thing. When one inhaled it, not only would it make one excited, but it would also strengthen one's meridians and physique. The only side effect was that one would get addicted. Comfortable. Zhao Bufan sucked in a deep breath and a comfortable expression appeared on his face. If there were young and beautiful maids to massage his legs, that would be even better. Unfortunately, he didn't like to bring people when he was outside. When he reached the next city, he could find some girls to spend this boring time with him. He picked up the teacup and was about to take a sip when the carriage stopped and the tea splashed on his body. What happened? Young Master Zhao opened the curtains and asked in rage. He couldn't even do such a small thing like driving a carriage, so what else could he do? That really infuriated him. Young Master Zhao, someone is blocking the way. Qin Tai said warily. Zhao Bufan looked out and noticed that not far away, there were 3 masked men waiting quietly. Their expressions were really unhappy. Young Master Zhao, let us solve this, Qintai said. Since he followed young Master Zhao, then naturally he had to perform well. They were all initial master and felt that they were really strong. Zhao Bufan waved his hands impatiently. Solve it quickly, don't let any random person block my carriage. After saying that, young Master Zhao shrunk back into the carriage and continued to enjoy his godlike life. Pung! Pung! Very quickly there was a really intense shaking sound from outside. The shaking was really loud and there was also a really low voice. But to Zhao Bufan he was really satisfied. These 3 newly recruited fighters were not bad. They were temporarily of some use. However, it wasn't enough to bring them back to Zhao family. But if they were loyal enough and could make him happy, he didn't mind developing them. With Zhao family's ability, it wasn't hard to develop peak Master Realm experts. Very quickly, the movement outside disappeared and everything became really silent. Is it over? Zhao Bufan laid there lazily and squinted his eyes. Occasionally he would listen to the movement outside. Since it is over, then let's go. The curtains were pulled open. Zhao Bufan turned his head but suddenly a hand grabbed him. It grabbed his head and dragged him out of the carriage. Let go, you let go. Young Master Zhao hollered in rage. He was the Zhao family young master, especially someone who said that he would pay for everything. Such domineering words, how could he be treated like that? There was a pung. Zhao Bufan fell to the ground, his makeup was a little messy. He stared at the masked man in rage. Who are you? You are actually so bold. I am the Zhao family young master. Do you all want to die? He looked around. The 3 fighters he recruited were all smashed into the deep hole. He didn't know if they were dead or alive, but they were totally useless. How did this happen? Weren't these people Master Realm experts? Even if they weren't his match, they shouldn't have lost so quickly, right? He reported his family name every time. Many people feared Zhao family's position and didn't dare to act rashly. There were even many people who would lick his boots. Young Master Zhao, I know you, I have a basic understanding of your family and position. But I am a little tight today. I hope that young Master Zhao can cooperate. Lin Fan said. Zhao Bufan was stunned and then reacted. He knew who he was and still wanted to take the risk. That only meant one thing, he was at the end of his rope. Actually, we can make a deal. I cherish talents and since you can defeat my guards, it means that you are really strong. Why not follow me? I can give you everything you want. Wealth, women, power, even top techniques, I can get them for you. How about that? Lin Fan smiled. I have already treated you like this and you can still give me good things? Ha ha. Zhao Bufan laughed. What is that? My Zhao family wants loyalty. Even if you are disrespectful to me, as long as you are loyal, then there is no problem. You can think about it. I think you will choose the best choice. Yes, I have made my choice. Lin Fan said. Zhao Bufan smiled. Okay, I won't worry about this. Help me up. What are you doing? Zhao Bufan panicked. What the fuck are you doing? Chapter 209. Feng Poliu looked at the scenes in front of him and was speechless. He actually didn't know what to say. The high and mighty young Master Zhao was stripped clean. Not a single thread was left. As expected from a pampered rich family young master, your skin is white and tender. Even girls might not have skin like yours. Lin Fan sized him up. That invasive gaze caused Zhao Bufan's butt to tighten. He was actually a little afraid. What do you want to do? Zhao Bufan's eyes were filled with terror. He wasn't afraid that Lin Fan would kill him, but he was afraid that Lin Fan would torture his body. In a true aristocratic family, as they focused on matching families, their descendants were all strong. None of them looked ugly, which gave birth to some sick thoughts. For example, just thinking about it made him feel terrified and disgusted. Lin Fan searched his clothes. Apart from finding dozens of golden invitations, there was also a crystal box. A white mist floated up from it. Feng Poliu said softly, "We can't use these invitations, they have the Zhao family mark on them. If we use them, we will attract unnecessary problems. Actually, this is a protective measure of the Zhao family." He was knowledgeable and knew things that others didn't. Such invitations could be exchanged for money in the various banks, but there was something special about them. Each strong family would leave a mark on it. It was to prevent their wealth from being stolen or their disciples from being robbed, and they couldn't find the target. Invitations with a special mark were different. As long as one dared to use it, then they would know who you were. Oh, is that so? That is a waste. Lin Fan was really calm. He looked like someone who wouldn't be moved by money. Actually, he felt really sad. He could see it but couldn't use it. That really made him feel helpless. He then opened the crystal box and a fragrance surged into his face. The pill was golden in color, like it was spitting out a golden light. It was really eye-piercing. What is this pill? Lin Fan asked. Zhao Bufan felt pained. It was obvious that it was something really important to him. Feng Poliu found it weird. This is a purple gold dragon essence pill. I heard that you really have to kill a dragon and use its pellet energy to craft it. It is a priceless treasure. I have heard of it but I have never seen it before. Dragon? Lin Fan found it weird. There were really dragons here? If there were dragons, then the martial arts realm of this world would be a little abnormal. Can you return this pill to me? I can use other things to trade with you. Zhao Bufan couldn't calm down anymore. This pill was just too important to him. This was a pill that could only be consumed by the direct descendants of the family. Each person could only have one in their lifetime. He had kept it until now so that he could consume it when he reached the peak of the 12th grade of the martial path. At that time, he would be able to perfectly absorb the medicinal energy of the pill and obtain all sorts of wonders. Then Zhao Bufan looked at Feng Poliu and said, "You know what this pill is, so you definitely aren't a normal person. You should know what kind of existence my Zhao family is. Offending Zhao family won't do you any good. Pass the pill to me and you can take everything else. If not, you will regret it. Even if you kill me, it is useless. My Zhao family's ability isn't something you can imagine." Feng Poliu agreed with what Zhao Bufan said. Zhao family wasn't a normal family and they couldn't be offended. If they killed Zhao Bufan, then things would become complicated. With Zhao family's ability, although it was a little problematic to find who did it, it was definitely possible. Zhao Bufan was furious. If he knew that this would happen, he should have let those people escort him. Such a thing wouldn't have happened. Pung! Just at that moment, Lin Fan stepped on Zhao Bufan's head and then tossed the box to Zhou Zhongmao. "Cousin, this pill is for you." He had the small support system and didn't care about pills. To him these were just small things. As long as he earned some rage points, then everything else wasn't a problem. When Feng Poliu saw Lin Fan toss the pill to the honest Zhou Zhongmao, he was really envious. Oh my god, he should have given it to him. This pill was really useful to him. "Cousin, what about you?" Zhou Zhongmao asked. Lin Fan said, "I don't need it." Although both of them wore masks, the way they called each other was obvious. "Cousin, cousin?" Zhao Bufan remembered it in his heart. He knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to keep these pills. Lin Fan released his leg and squatted down. He was helpless about the rage points that didn't appear. It was obvious that he didn't look at his face, so there were no rage points. "Don't you want to know who I am? Then I will let you take a look." Lin Fan looked at Zhao Bufan and then slowly took off his mask. Young Master Zhao panicked and shook his head. He closed his eyes and shouted, "No, I won't look. I don't know who you are and I don't want to know who you are. Don't let me see your face." When he faced such a thing, he closed his eyes right away. He knew his identity and status and still wanted to show him his face. It was obvious that he wanted to kill him. No, definitely not. He definitely couldn't. Feng Poliu covered his face and didn't want to say anything more. This was a sin. "Young Master Lin, what were you thinking?" He could swear to the heavens that he had never met such a person in his life. Even if his father was Lin Wani, he couldn't be so stubborn, right? Actually, he was wrong. Not only was Lin Fan stubborn, but he needed rage points. To raise his strength, he didn't fear anything. Even if he was from a rich aristocratic family, he wouldn't be afraid. "Look at me," Lin Fan said in a commanding tone. "I don't want to take the thing and leave. I will act like I don't know anything." Zhao Bufan lowered his head and touched the ground. With his many years of experience, when he saw his face he would die. Even if the family would take revenge for him, so what? He was already dead. Lin Fan grabbed Zhao Bufan's head and opened his eyes. "Look, remember my face. Remember it forever, don't forget it." What was imprinted in Zhao Bufan's eyes was a young face. Rage points plus 111. Rage points plus 222. Oh. Rage points plus 777. At that moment rage points increased. Young Master Zhao's heart was filled with rage towards Lin Fan. When he saw the real person, the rage exploded out. Very good. Lin Fan smiled in satisfaction. He didn't want to kill this fellow. Although he was arrogant, letting him go might have a different effect. Zhao Bufan was furious, but he still wanted to close his eyes and roll his eyes. He wanted to act like he didn't see his face. He really didn't see his face. I hope you can understand my goal. I'm doing this to you because I want you to understand how dangerous the world is. Family background and status are unreliable. Only when you're strong can you be arrogant and do whatever you want. But you still don't understand. But after this matter, I think you should understand. Lin Fan used strength and pressed Zhao Bufan's face to the ground. Remember? I am doing this to let you grow. If you are angry, then I will be happy. Come, be angrier, okay? Rage points plus 999. It exploded. Zhao Bufan's rage points exploded. He had never faced such a situation before. Damn. How hateful. As a true rich family young master, he was surrounded by everyone. When had he ever received such treatment? But now he didn't dare to fight back. Lin Fan showed him face and abused him. He was just a thin line between life and death. Suddenly, he realized that Lin Fan released his head. Was he going to send him on his way? For some reason. At that moment Zhao Bufan suddenly calmed down. He didn't beg for mercy or use his family status to gain some hope. A cold wind blew. Zhao Bufan shuddered. A rustling sound spread out from not far away. He raised his head and noticed that Lin Fan was stripping the clothes of the people he called so perverted. Feng Poliu looked at Zhao Bufan. He hesitated and didn't know what to do. To kill or not to kill. Lin Fan had 3 secret techniques in his hands. They were all master realm. Of course they couldn't compare to what he bought, but it was still a gain. As expected of the golden belt of murder and arson, this was the fastest way to get rich. Before Lin Fan left, he looked at Zhao Bufan and said, "Young Master Zhao, remember my face. I hope that you will always think about me. I look forward to the next time we meet. What will you look like? Go." Then, Lin Fan hid into the darkness. Feng Poliu was filled with disbelief. He let him go just like that? Didn't he kill him? At least killing him would reduce a lot of problems. Zhou Zhongmao's hands were itchy. He couldn't help but want to clear this hidden danger. But since cousin wanted to let him go, he could only bear with it. Actually, the best plan is to kill him, Feng Poliu said. Letting him go is the best plan. Letting him go can reduce a lot of unnecessary problems. Lin Fan smiled. He could understand the thoughts of a rich family young master. He definitely wouldn't spread such a thing, especially to someone who liked to act cool. If others found out, what would they think? Wouldn't he lose all his face? Even if danger struck, it would be young Master Zhao who sent people to find him. Zhao family wouldn't personally appear. So, did they really think that he was dumb? It ended just like that? Zhao Bufan looked around in disbelief. Did he really let him go? Or would there be a sudden counterattack? That shouldn't be possible. He continued to lay on the ground and wait. There was no movement at all and everything was safe. Then Zhao Bufan was furious. Damn it, I will definitely find you. Zhao Bufan gritted his teeth. Rage burned in his heart. He was naked and it affected his image. He picked up the clothes on the ground. Damn! His clothes were ripped and he couldn't wear them at all. He walked in front of the 3 of them and picked up their clothes. They were in a similar situation, but they were better than his. He bore with the dirty clothes and slowly wore them. Chapter 210. I am not dead yet? Qin Tai opened his eyes and felt like his bones were about to fall apart. Before he fainted, he only remembered that Lin Fan punched him to the ground and he instantly lost consciousness. To him it was just too terrifying. How could there be such a strong person? Although he was old, he was once a tyrant in a certain place. People gave him the title of unparalleled Iron Fist. He relied on his iron fists to sweep hundreds of miles and was invincible. It was really cold. He lowered his head and saw that he was totally naked. The fur in front of his chest swayed in the wind. What was going on? Who was it that took off his clothes and did something outrageous when he was unconscious? What kind of world was this? They didn't even let off a middle-aged man. How could they be so evil? Zhang Mu and the other person woke up. They coughed and were badly injured. However, that wasn't important. What was important was that they realized that they were naked and their clothes were ripped off. That masked person was so terrifying. They had no way to fight back at all. Young Master Zhao, the clothes you are wearing are mine. Qin Tai noticed that young Master Zhao's clothes were familiar. He looked closely and realized that it was his clothes. Zhao Bufan coughed, that thief defeated you and I used my family's secret technique to force him back. As he was too strong, my clothes were ripped, so I took yours. Do you have any objections? Naturally, he wouldn't say that his clothes were ripped and he had no clothes to wear, so he could only wear yours. Sometimes when one was tortured, one had to act cool. No. Qin Tai shook his head. However, it felt weird to not wear clothes. Scoff. Zhao Bufan said unhappily, I found you to solve some small matters for me, but I didn't expect that I would need to personally attack. I am really disappointed. Forget it, I didn't have much hope for you. Leave Rong City and bring you back to Zhao family to train you. Yes. The three of them lowered their heads. They just became young Master Zhao's men and faced such a thing. Zhao Bufan acted like he was really calm and swallowed his tears. His heart was filled with sadness. What he couldn't forget was the purple gold dragon essence pill. He wanted to wait until he reached grade 12 to consume it and absorb the dragon essence power to become the strongest master. Who knew? He couldn't take it. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Damn it, I will definitely find you. Rage points plus 333 Chengdu Li Mansion. Cousin, you should take this pill. I don't need it. Zhou Zhongmao pushed the pill in front of his cousin. Although his cousin gave him such a good pill, he couldn't bear to use it. He still hoped that his cousin could use it. Young Master Lin, your cousin is right. You should consume this purple gold dragon essence pill. This is a magical pill and the foundation of Zhao family. Each direct descendant will consume it, and it can change one's body and meridians to reach the strongest master realm. This is a treasure that others can't even dream of. Feng Poliu said. He was envious, jealous, and hateful. Who would have thought that young Master Zhao would actually have such a precious treasure on him that he had not used? If those people who came to the market had known that young Master Zhao had an extremely precious pill like the violet gold dragon essence pill on him, they probably wouldn't be the only ones trying to rob him. The temptation was too huge and covered the risk. It was enough to make one go crazy. Lin Fan smiled. I don't need it. Cousin, you should take it. My father opened up your meridians and left you with hidden injuries. Since this pill is so amazing, it will definitely help you recover. I don't want my cousin to be a person with flaws. He really didn't need the pill. As long as he had rage points, he could raise it. It was simple and there were no side effects. Especially when he stacked cultivation techniques, he felt like he wasn't a human anymore. It was hard to describe that feeling, but it felt really good. Feng Poliu gave Lin Fan a thumbs up. Respect, I really respect you. Young Master Lin, I really respect you. I have never seen someone give such an expensive thing to someone else. Those I saw were people who killed one another for treasures. Although Lin Fan spent 100 silver to hire him as a helper of Martial Path Mountain, but he wanted to leave. Naturally, 100 silver couldn't tempt him. However, for some reason, this young Master Lin who liked to cause trouble and didn't have a brain gave off an aura that made one want to explore. He wanted to see how far young Master Lin would go. Lin Fan said casually, just a pill, I don't care much about it. However, do you think there really are dragons in this world? Yes, but they are very rare. Based on what I know, only Zhao family knows where dragons exist. Feng Poliu said. This wasn't a secret. Many aristocratic families and sects knew about Zhao family's secret. Moreover, the purple gold dragon essence pill was a top pill. Many aristocratic families and sects hoped to buy it from Zhao family. However, Zhao family didn't sell it and there was nowhere to find it. His luck was just too good. It was so good that it was about to go against the heavens. Lin Fan thought about it. Interesting, but he didn't know what kind of dragon it was. Cousin, quickly consume it. We will protect you. Lin Fan said. Feng Poliu said, actually, it is best to consume it when you are grade 12. However, in case anything happens, consuming it now is also a choice. At least Zhao family won't be able to find it. Zhou Zhongmao looked at his cousin. Seeing him nod his head, He didn't hesitate and consumed the pill. A golden pill entered his stomach and he waited for a shocking change. The original cousin's calm expression suddenly changed. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes tightly. Indistinctly, there was a golden light shining from his belly button. Then it rose abruptly, like a golden dragon spiraling up, straight into his brain. The dragon roared. "This pill is interesting," Lin Fan said. This was the first time Feng Poliu saw someone consume the purple gold dragon essence pill in front of him. Naturally, he looked on seriously. At the same time, he sensed the changes in Zhou Zhongmao's body. "Young Master Lin, be careful in case anything happens," Feng Poliu said. Taking any top-notch elixir was not safe. This purple gold dragon essence pill was not the kind of elixir that would make one invincible in the world after consuming it. However, its miraculous effects were very miraculous. Anyway, as far as he knew, there were many miraculous effects. There was also a small chance of it turning into a dragon. That was truly amazing. Out of the Zhao family peak experts, there was one person who had the ability to turn into a dragon after consuming the pill. He grew into a true expert and was much stronger than people of the same cultivation. Cousin frowned. There was a mist formed from internal energy floating around and it was getting thicker and thicker. But Cousin's expression was like he was in pain. Green veins circled around like many giant dragons were attached to his skin, like they could break out at any moment. This is expanding the meridians. The purple gold dragon essence pill is really amazing. Its effects are really terrifying. Feng Poliu said. "Are you jealous?" Lin Fan asked. "Aren't you talking nonsense?" Feng Poliu rolled his eyes. Who wasn't jealous? Only he was willing to give it to his cousin. As the Insect Valley flute, naturally he had consumed some good pills, but he hadn't consumed the purple gold dragon essence pill. He wanted to try. Suddenly, something happened. Cousin's skin started to dry up. It happened really quickly, such that one couldn't react at all. Not good. Your cousin's internal strength is dissipating like something is absorbing it. Let's inject internal strength into him. Feng Poliu said solemnly. Lin Fan was shocked. He didn't hesitate, sitting on Cousin's shoulder and internal strength surged in. When Feng Poliu placed his hand on it, he released it. It actually needs the same internal strength, otherwise his body will reject it. "I will do it, you just watch from the side." Lin Fan cultivated the demon enforcing heart scripture, and had the same type of internal strength as Cousin. When the internal strength entered Cousin's body, he noticed that there was a strong attraction force striking him. "What is going on with my cousin?" Lin Fan asked. Feng Poliu thought about it for a moment. "I am not sure, but I feel like something huge is happening." Look, there are fish scales on your cousin's wrist." Lin Fan looked over. It was indeed a scale, but what the hell was this fish scale? "Do you know how to look? These are dragon scales." "You said dragon transformation. Is my cousin transforming into a dragon?" Feng Poliu frowned. "That shouldn't be possible. If it was so easy, then Zhao family wouldn't only have one or two. Even if your cousin is strong, his luck wouldn't be so good. Also, when your internal strength runs out, you have to let go, otherwise you will be sucked dry." To Feng Poliu, this was the first time he personally witnessed someone consume a purple gold dragon essence pill. As for what would happen, he really wasn't sure. But he knew about the rumors of dragon transformation. However, he remembered that it was really hard, basically a 1 in 10,000 chance. It was even harder than 1 in 10,000. Oh. Lin Fan saw that Cousin was slowly calming down and heaved a sigh of relief. As for the problem of internal strength running out, that was a good question. It basically didn't exist. After a long while, Cousin's dry skin slowly recovered. Not a loss. This really wasn't a loss. Lin Fan was overjoyed. He didn't expect that this pill would allow his cousin to turn into a dragon. If he were to consume it, he would probably just taste like a rather decent chocolate candy. When Cousin's internal strength slowly calmed down, Lin Fan let go. He didn't look tired at all, like everything was normal. "Your internal strength." Feng Poliu was stunned. One could even say that his mouth was agape. However, he seemed to understand why Zhao family had so many people who could turn into dragons. If the dragon transformation required a steady flow of internal energy, then it would be impossible. Not many people would be able to withstand it. But at the same time, he was thinking about one thing. How did the Zhao family members who had dragon transformation manage to survive? Wang. Just at that moment, with cousin at the center, internal strength spread out. Zhou Zhongmao's cultivation instantly rose, reaching initial grade 10. The internal strength he gave off was much stronger than those at the peak of martial path grade 10. Chapter 211. Cousin. Zhou Zhongmao opened his eyes with a smile on his face. I seem to have become stronger. In the future, if cousin meets any enemies, I will be able to crush them easily. Lin Fan smiled. No problem, I will leave it to you in the future. How is it? Do you feel different? Like transforming or something? A thoughtful expression appeared on Zhou Zhongmao's simple and honest face. Cousin, does this count? Instantly, cousin's eyes changed, turning into golden dragon eyes. These weren't eyes that a human could have. Amazing, these are dragon eyes. Lin Fan exclaimed. This was the first time Feng Poliu saw such a situation. Damn, his luck was too good, he turned into a dragon just like that? If the Zhao clan were to find out about this, they would probably want to die. Moreover, he had heard that dragonization was divided into different parts. Some would dragonize their arms, some would dragonize their feet, some would dragonize their skin, and so on. There were many types, and he was not sure about the specifics. In any case, to him, being able to dragonize was a sign of strength. This was something that he couldn't even envy. Cousin, is there anything special like an ability? Lin Fan asked. Zhou Zhongmao scratched his head. Cousin, I have some ability, take a look. Just at that moment, cousin's dragon eyes shone a weak golden light. Fuji. An invisible shockwave spread out. Although there weren't any changes, Lin Fan realized that there was a certain aura pressing down on his body. Dragon aura? Lin Fan muttered. That was a new word. Young Master Lin, that is a decent move. Dragon aura is suitable. The aura that he gave off could crush a martial path grade 9 expert. Even people of the same realm would be greatly suppressed. I didn't expect the purple gold dragon essence pill to have such strength. Do you regret not consuming it yourself? Feng Poliu smiled and asked. He looked really calm, but deep down he was shocked. Lin Fan looked at Feng Poliu and said, Your words are wrong. Don't use the word regret on me and my cousin. My cousin never regretted what he did for me. I gave him things, even if it is the best thing, I won't regret it. Forget it, you won't be able to imagine the relationship between me and my cousin. Feng Poliu was helpless. He said that you were fat and you really panted. Lin Fan patted his cousin's shoulder. Cousin, go back and rest well. If you feel anything wrong, tell me right away. Don't think about it yourself. Cousin, I will continue to cultivate. I feel like my body is filled with power. Martial path grade 10 isn't my end. I can continue to improve. Zhou Zhongmao said. Feng Poliu's eyes turned red. Oh my god. Such a great opportunity was given to this blockhead. He really couldn't understand Lin Fan. He had no idea what gave him the confidence to give up such a rare opportunity. Inside the house, Lin Fan got such a huge opportunity for cousin. He felt really good. Although he didn't know how strong dragon transformation was, from what Feng Poliu said, it was really rare. Even Zhao family didn't have many. Not bad, not bad. He checked the small support system. Rage points. 33842. This period of wandering was not bad. He didn't waste any time and just added a point. Constitution increased by 370 to 380. Physique. 380. Middle Master. This wasn't like before where each increase would be a huge realm. Now that he broke through to Master Realm, he could only slowly increase it. For normal people to break through to Master Realm, techniques weren't a problem. The key was the Governor and Conception Meridians. The Governor and Conception Meridians sounded simple, but it was actually really tough. It involved the Yin and Yang Ocean. However, he had the small support system. As long as he had enough rage points, everything was fine. Increase internal strength. Internal strength. 380. Middle Master. Just this increase consumed 20,000 rage points. The consumption of dual cultivation was huge, but he felt that it was worth it. If he didn't have any outstanding areas, how could he suppress people of the same realm? He still had some rage points that he didn't touch. His 2 external cultivation techniques didn't improve, and he still didn't reach the basics. As for the techniques that he got from the few people, although they were Master Realm techniques, they weren't good enough. Even if he cultivated them, he would just waste rage points. The next day the sky was bright. Old Master Li personally knocked on the door. Since the kid was here, naturally he had to receive him well. Even if his father, Brother Lin, offended King Wutong, he didn't look down on him. He was definitely a good elder. Courtyard. Uncle, sorry for disturbing you. Lin Fan cupped his fists and thanked him. Old Master Li waved his hand and smiled. What is nephew saying? How can it be considered disturbing? Uncle is very happy that nephew can stay here. Ha ha. Lin Fan smiled. Oh right, did young Master Wang come here for something? If there are any problems you can tell me to do it. I am also thanking you for your hospitality. Old Master Li said, it isn't much. He came to propose. You know that my daughter and you are fated but not fated. When we returned to Rong City, I don't know what that young Master Wang was thinking, but he kept pestering me to make me agree. Oh. Lin Fan nodded his head and then said, Uncle, I think that you shouldn't agree. Young Master Wang is really amazing in terms of prostitutes. That day in Yu City, he was brought to a brothel by Yuan family young master, and only came out the next day. I heard that he called many beautiful girls and his methods were really fresh. News of that spread throughout Yu City. Ah! Old Master Li was shocked. Uncle, are you shocked? Actually, it isn't that bad. I heard that a few girls in Yu City's brothels told others that young Master Wang has many pimples and there is a weird smell. I don't know if he contracted some weird disease. Uncle, don't say that I said that. I think you only have one daughter, so you can't push her into the fire pit. Lin Fan said softly like it was true. Old Master Li was shocked. It was obvious that he was filled with disbelief. Still okay, still okay. Master Li patted his chest as if he was glad that he had made a decision. My dear nephew, you don't know this, but when I was young I was a good friend of the daughter of a sect. After thinking about it, I decided to send Xiao to my friend's side to cultivate. It is good that uncle has such a method. Lin Fan replied. Just at that moment, Wang Yunfei came. Speak of the devil, and he really came. To Wang Yunfei, he was really anxious. There was a problem down there and he was unable to get up. To him this was like a bolt from the blue. It was something that he couldn't accept. However, the key problem was that he had to hide this matter. Based on normal situations, he definitely wouldn't be able to hide it. He definitely couldn't hide it, but when he heard from the grapevine that Master Li was going to send Li Jixio to some sect to cultivate, he suddenly had an idea. That was to marry Li Jixio. He said, Jixio, cultivation is the most important. We don't have to be too anxious. Go to the sect and cultivate. I will wait for you in Rong City. What a perfect thing. Even if other people found out, they wouldn't think that he had any problems. Instead, he would be able to gain a good reputation. However, when he saw the person standing beside old Master Li, Wang Yunfei's expression changed. What was going on? Those few fellows didn't help him last night? Wang Yunfei thought too simply of things. The few people he found were all top experts in the world. They were good at fighting and threatening. As for other high-end things, there was nothing he could do. Uncle Li. Wang Yunfei walked in front of Old Master Li and cupped his fists. Old Master Li nodded. Kid, why did you come so early today? Uncle, I've come early today to invite Jixio to the cruise. Wang Yunfei smiled. However, he was still wary of Lin Fan. Wasn't this fellow from Yu City? Why did he come to Rong City? Moreover, it seemed like he was staying at the Li family. This wasn't a good sign. There was a problem, there was definitely a problem. Young Master Wang, I spoke to you yesterday and you left in a hurry. I am really regretful about that. Lin Fan said. Wang Yunfei found it weird, brother, we haven't met before, right? Lin Fan smiled. You indeed haven't, but I am familiar with young Master Wang. Young Master Wang's name is like thunder to my ears. No, it is just an undeserved reputation. Wang Yunfei said humbly. Even if Lin Fan said those words, he didn't dare to be careless. Lin Fan said, how can it be an undeserved reputation? Young Master Wang killed everyone in Yu City's Hongxiu Pavilion, killing all the girls there. News of that has spread throughout Yu City. Who doesn't respect young Master Wang? Fuck your mother. Wang Yunfei was furious. He thought that Lin Fan would say something human, but who knew that he didn't even say anything human. What the hell was he talking about? He said it yesterday and he still said it today. Did he really think that he was easy to bully? Rage points plus 222. Wang Yunfei's expression wasn't good as he said calmly, brother. Did you remember wrongly? I have never been to such places. He then looked towards old Master Li. Uncle Li, who is this person? Why did he say such humiliating words to me? Does he really think that I am such a person? Do you want to force me to swear? Lin Fan smiled. Okay, you can swear. Fuck your mother. Rage points plus 333. Wang Yunfei took in a deep breath and stared at Lin Fan in rage. You came here just to find trouble with me. How did I offend you? Why did you have to talk about me going to brothels? Or did that bastard Yuan Tianchu betray me? And after I left, he would spread the news about me going to brothels? That had to be the case. Apart from him, who else would be so free to spout such nonsense? Yuan Tianchu, who was far away on Martial Path Mountain, was the innocent scapegoat. To old Master Li, he felt that this matter wasn't right. Nephew Lin was so angry at young Master Wang. Was he jealous? Was he unhappy that young Master Wang came to propose? My daughter's charm is so great? As such, old Master Li couldn't help but think about it. Chapter 212. Wang Yunfei was so furious that he wanted to press Lin Fan to the ground and beat him up. Were you even a human? Did I offend you, or did I screw your whole family? We just met a few times and you kept grabbing onto my dirt. Are you afraid that people don't know? Is it that I can't fight, or is it that you are too arrogant? Okay, stop arguing. Nephew Wang, my Xiu'er, will head to the sect to cultivate in a few days. Marriage isn't a rush. With your character and status, you will definitely be able to find someone better. Old Master Li persuaded. When he saw how furious Wang Yunfei was, it was obvious that he believed Lin Fan's words. It seemed like Wang Yunfei was a god that descended from the heavens. His combat strength was unparalleled, and he contracted an illness that he shouldn't have contracted. Wang Yunfei opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. He was rejecting him. For some reason, he pushed all the blame to Lin Fan. It had to be that dog. If he didn't say all that, how would things have turned out like this? Then, the way he looked at Lin Fan had a huge change. Grievance, rage, and also helplessness. Uncle Li, since that is the case, then I will take my leave. Wang Yunfei cupped his fists. When he left, he stared at Lin Fan furiously like he was saying that he would remember him. Very quickly, Wang Yunfei left in a dejected manner. He hated Lin Fan, and at the same time he hated Yuan Tianchu as well. That bastard's mouth was really loose. He was definitely waiting for him to leave to spread the news of him visiting brothels. How despicable. Don't think that I will let you off. When the time comes, I will teach you a lesson. Back courtyard. Suelon ran really quickly and came in front of Little Mississippi. She panted, Little Miss, that Lin family young master and Wang family young master quarreled. Li Zhixia was wiping her spear head. When she heard that, she asked curiously, why did they quarrel? Suelon said, I don't know. Young Master Wang came to propose and met young Master Lin. The two of them quarreled. Little Miss, do you think that young Master Lin doesn't want to let you off, so he is jealous? To her it was very possible. After all, although their young miss liked to play with knives and spears, had a bad temper, and was a little impatient, she was still very good in other aspects. Li Zhixia's hand stopped moving. She was actually a little flustered. She looked down on Wang Yunfei because she knew his character wasn't good. As for young Master Lin, she was under a lot of pressure. The feeling that the Lin family gave her was terrifying and her heart couldn't take it. So, when her father agreed to let her go to the sect to cultivate, she was really excited and had long thrown everything else to the back of her mind. To her, going to the sect to cultivate was the most important thing. Suelon, don't make wild guesses. Things shouldn't be what you think. Li Zhixia said. Is that so? I don't think so. Suelon muttered softly. That was indeed true. She sneaked a peek and really saw the two of them going head to head. Uncle Li, I have been away for a long time, so I shall not disturb you any further. I am here to say goodbye to you. Lin Fan cupped his fists. His harvest in Chengdu was not bad, and there was nothing else for him to do even if he continued to stay. He was lazy to even bother about Wang Yunfei. He fought to the death and used such vicious words to insult him. This bit of rage points wasn't enough at all. "Kid, why don't you stay for a few more days?" Old Master Li asked, wanting him to stay. From a deeper level, he noticed that the kid was not bad, unlike when he was in the Lin family. "No, I have something to do, so I won't disturb you," Lin Fan said. Old Master Li saw that Lin Fan had decided to leave, so he didn't try to stop him. What a waste, some things were just fated but not fated. It was his fault for being so decisive and leaving the Lin family. After all, King Wutong's name was really terrifying. When Lin Fan and the others left, they actually bumped into Li Zhixio at the entrance. Suilan was traumatized by Lin Fan. She retreated in fear. Her mind was filled with scenes from the Lin Manor. It was just so terrifying. Lin Fan smiled and nodded towards Li Zhixio as a greeting. He then left without even turning his head. Outside. "Young Master Lin, that girl isn't good enough for you? I think she is not bad," Feng Poliu said. Lin Fan said calmly, "Of course. To you she is not bad. Actually, to me she is just average. With a different status and identity, naturally one's eyes are different too." Damn. Feng Poliu kept silent. He suddenly realized that it was really dangerous to talk to Lin Fan. Without even batting an eyelid, he allowed Lin Fan to act cool. That was really terrifying. "Cousin, is there anything wrong with your body?" Lin Fan asked. Zhou Zhongmao shook his head. "No, everything is normal." "That's good." Lin Fan nodded his head and heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, the pill that cousin consumed was the Zhao family's purple gold dragon essence pill. They didn't have much understanding of it, so if something happened it would be problematic. Feng Poliu said enviously, "He is fine. To your cousin this is a great fortune. But I suggest that you don't let him dragon transform in front of everyone. If Zhao family finds out, the outcome will be catastrophic. At least before he reaches a certain level of strength, don't let others know." "You don't need to say that, I know. Zhao family, Imperial Dynasty, I really want to take a look," Lin Fan said. After learning that there were so many interesting places outside, he was tempted. Feng Poliu rolled his eyes. What other place didn't he want to go? He could tell that wherever Lin Fan went, he would definitely offend some sort of power there. Let's not talk about some small family. Just 9 bug gang, he had offended them. There was also Imperial Dynasty's Zhao family. He had offended half of them. He wasn't old and his cultivation wasn't high, but the people he offended weren't simple. It wasn't easy for him to live until now. The 3 of them rode out of Rong City. After Wang Yunfei returned, he was furious. He had never suffered such humiliation before. "I told you to call people, so what did you call? Now that they are all gone, what use do you have?" Wang Yunfei hollered at the servant. He said that he would find some experts to teach them a lesson. Now the experts he found were all gone. They didn't even make a single splash. "Young master, those people are definitely experts. Since that surnamed Lin person is still fine, that means that they have met with misfortune." The servant cursed those bastards to death in his heart. Trash, really trash, they couldn't even deal with 3 people. In the past, they even bragged to him that they were invincible within 100 miles. Now, it seemed like they were just bragging, causing him to be scolded by the young master. Wang Yunfei was furious. "Trash, what can you do with just you?" Wang Yunfei stared. He had no choice. It seemed like he could only find the helpers in the race and ask them to help him regain some face. Outside the city, Lin Fan and the others led their horses and walked on the official path. "Young Master Lin, you should be back to Martial Path Mountain now, right?" Feng Poliu asked. He had been out for so long and caused such a huge commotion. If he continued, he might not have a good ending. Lin Fan smiled. "Actually, I was thinking about not returning so quickly. But forget it, I have been out for a period of time, so I should head back and take a look." Feng Poliu heaved a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that young Master Lin would have other thoughts. That would make things a little complicated. Walk, they slowly reached a place where there was no one. "Stop following us, come out." Lin Fan and the others stopped. Not long after they left the city, someone followed them. At the start, they thought that it was just a passerby, but then they realized that the target was them. Pung pung. The sound of leaves shaking spread out. "So, the few of you are experts." A person stepped on the leaves and floated in the air. It was an old man who wore a white shirt. His beard was long and he gave off a celestial aura. Every move he made was filled with a really strong martial path aura. Who are you? Lin Fan looked at the person who came. He looked decent. Even if he didn't have cultivation, with his aura of an expert, he could bluff many people. This old man here is Yuan Shan, a helper of the Wang family. The three of you have offended my young master and you're leaving just like that? Aren't you looking down on my Wang family a little too much? Yuan Shan said calmly. He then landed gently on the ground without making any sound. He observed all sorts of signs. He could see that the old man was really strong and was a true expert. Lin Fan looked at Feng Poliu and Feng Poliu looked back at him. Both of them had a helpless look in their eyes. They were already thinking of leaving. What did they want to do? Okay, then how does your young master want you to deal with me? Lin Fan asked. Yuan Shan said, my young master is kind and doesn't want me to kill you. I just need to smash your mouths and then break your legs. Lin Fan said, are you going or should I? Feng Poliu said, you go, I don't like to bully the old. Moreover, it isn't easy for him. He is already so old and his cultivation is only middle master. That is enough to show how much hardship he went through when he was young to reach such a stage. Rage points plus 333. Yuan Shan heard the belittling words of these scoundrels. He was so angry that his face turned red, arrogant, truly arrogant. How dare you look down on me? It seems like if I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. He was really furious. What was he even saying? He didn't like to bully old people? His cultivation was only middle master? He used the word only really well. Lin Fan walked towards Yuan Shan with a helpless look on his face. Originally, we were about to leave and I didn't take your young master's matter to heart. After all, it's just a small matter. I didn't expect him to send someone to stop me. In other words, he is officially declaring war on me? The moment he said that, a terrifying aura exploded out from Lin Fan's body. Yuan Shan's expression changed abruptly. His pupils constricted as if something was amiss. Chapter 213. Yuan Shan was wary and felt like something wasn't right. Energy wrapped around Lin Fan's body. His body gave off a sharp aura. Very good. Wang Yunfei sent you to find me. Actually, he didn't want you to help him vent his anger but to send you to die. Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, your aura is not bad. What? Yuan Shan was shocked. He didn't understand what Lin Fan meant. That moment, he noticed that Lin Fan disappeared in front of him and a terrifying energy struck him. That feeling actually made him feel somewhat at a loss. Instantly, a figure appeared in front of Yuan Shan. In Yuan Shan's eyes, the palm that was spread open was surrounded by extremely terrifying internal energy. No peng, pa, ah, honglong. A simple sound, but it had a different rhythm. This was the suppression of an expert. There weren't many special effects and there wasn't much nonsense. The ground shook and the ripples weren't huge, but it was different. Actually, I don't like to beat up old men, but I haven't seen many as arrogant as you. Lin Fan looked down from above. In front of him was a 12-centimeter deep hole. There was a sizzling sound around the hole. Lightning was swimming around and the ground was charred. The old man in the hole, his snow-white shirt was dyed black. His body was covered in a thick white mist. His snow-white beard was curled up so badly that it was almost burnt. Lin Fan heaved a sigh of relief. He opened his fingers and grabbed the old man. The old man closed his eyes. His limbs hung down and he didn't move at all. The old man couldn't believe what he had just seen. Too terrifying. Or maybe it all happened too quickly such that he couldn't react at all. Wang family helper is a little amazing. It isn't easy for him to reach Master Realm, Lin Fan said. He looked towards Rong City, which was getting smaller and smaller. He felt like it wasn't good to leave just like that. Feng Poliu said, you are too quick. He is a Master Realm expert and you killed him instantly. It would affect his mental state. I had no choice, he was too weak. It was too difficult to suppress my strength to the same level. Lin Fan shook his head and said. Feng Poliu was helpless. What now? Leave? Impossible. I, Lin Fan, never find trouble with people, but this Wang family is a little arrogant to actually send people to stop me. Let's return to Rong City and teach them a lesson, Lin Fan said. He then tossed the old man to his cousin and the three of them headed towards Rong City. Rong City, Wang Mansion. Wang Yunfei sat down and waited for the consecrator to return. He trusted his own helper. Needless to say, he was terrifyingly strong. Master Realm, do you understand? You don't understand? That was a realm that exceeded martial path grade 12. It was a shocking change. No matter if it was in Chengdu or other places, he was not a weak expert. Thinking about the face of that surnamed Lin, Wang Yunfei's anger soared. No one had ever dared to be so presumptuous in front of him. But this Lin guy just had to pop out. He was so angry that his liver was about to explode. Young master, if Helper Yuan were to make a move, it would definitely be incredible, the servant at the side said. The treatment that Consecrator Yuan received in the Wang family was incredible. Even the young master of the Wang family did not dare to offend him. Moreover, the Wang family had to find ways to help Consecrator Yuan get some heavenly treasures or martial arts manuals. Thinking about it, when did Consecrator Yuan come to the Wang family? Thinking about it, it had been over a decade. At that time, Consecrator Yuan was just a peak martial path grade 12 expert. In these 10 years, the Wang family spent money and effort to finally raise him to Master Realm. This caused Wang family's position in Rong City to soar. Therefore, it was worth it to spend this time. Wang Yunfei looked at the servant. Aren't you talking nonsense? How can Consecrator Yuan attack so casually? He trusted Consecrator Yuan a lot. To him, as long as Consecrator Yuan attacked, then there was nothing he couldn't solve. Pung! The Wang Mansion gate was kicked open. Shortly after, the guard at the gate flew in. The Wang Mansion people didn't know what to do. Why would anyone come here to make trouble in broad daylight? When they looked out, they noticed that one of them was carrying a person. Wasn't that Consecrator Yuan? Lin Fan looked at the stunned servant and said, I didn't come to find you. Tell your young master Wang to come out and talk to me. That moment, many guards surged over from all around. They looked at them warily and then hollered in rage. They attacked those people who dared to cause trouble. Take them down. Pung! Pung! One figure after another flew into the sky. To the guards, they didn't know what was going on. Before they even got close, they were struck by a power and flew up. The guards floated in the air. Were they flying? It felt good, the air was really fresh. Pung! Pung! Not long later, the guards fell from the sky, causing them to cry out for their parents. The pain was unbearable. Lin Fan didn't kill them. He wasn't a killing maniac. Actually, he was a really friendly person. These guards didn't have high cultivations. Most of them were only grade 2 or 3. They were just trying to make a living. When the Wang family manager saw those scenes, his face turned ashen white. How would he dare to look on? He immediately ran into the distance. Reading room. Old master, not good, something happened. The Wang family manager shouted in panic. He ran really quickly. He was really frightened. It was broad daylight now. For someone to attack the Wang family in broad daylight, how terrifying was this matter? Recently, the Wang family didn't offend anyone. Why are you panicking? What happened? Old Master Wang placed down the book in his hand and frowned. The Wang family manager said, Old Master, 3 people came here to cause trouble and injured many people. Cause trouble? Where is Helper Yuan? Old Master Wang asked. Their Wang family had helpers in charge. Normally, when such things happened, they would be the ones to solve it. When he mentioned Helper Yuan, the Wang family manager's face turned ashen white. He stuttered when he spoke. Old Master, Helper Yuan is held in their hands. We don't know if he is dead or alive. Shock. Old Master Wang, who was originally calm, stood up when he heard that. He said solemnly, Is what you said true? Steward Wang said, It's absolutely true. Lin Fan and the other 2 checked out the situation around them. They did not want to kill their way into the Wang family single-handedly. But to be bullied to such an extent, how could they endure it? Don't worry, I am not interested in all of you. Call your young master out to see me, I have to talk to him. Lin Fan said. If they really started a massacre with the current situation, no one would be able to stand here. Chapter 214. The servants of the Wang manor all hid far away, looking at the guards who fell to the ground in shock. They didn't expect that the guards, who they thought were very powerful in the past, would be defeated so easily. They didn't even have a chance to resist. That speed was just too quick. So quick that one couldn't react at all. Did you inform your young master? Lin Fan asked. He wasn't interested in the guards who were lying on the ground and crying out. He did have rage points, but it was just too little. It was so little that it was terrifying. As expected, the rage of the weak was nothing to the strong. It didn't even cause any ripples in his heart. Feng Poliu sighed. These people were sick in the head. They could have offended anyone, but they had to offend this fellow. Didn't they know that people would die if they messed around like that? However, he could see that this fellow showed mercy to the guards. However, he didn't understand why he would be so vicious to 9-Bug Gang, directly leveling their division to the point where he didn't even leave a single chicken or dog alive. The servants who were hiding didn't dare to speak. Who dared to speak at such a time? The outcome would be terrifying. That moment, footsteps spread out from the distance. The Wang family manager followed behind and said softly, "Old Master, these people are dangerous, we can't be careless." Old Master Wang didn't say anything. How could he not know whether or not they were dangerous? As for being careless, that was even more impossible. They had already fought their way over, which meant that they didn't care about the Wang family at all. Why did the three of you come to my Wang family? Or did I offend the three of you? Old Master Wang walked over and cupped his fists as he asked. Right away he saw Yuan Shan, who was being held in his hands. His heart was filled with pain. This was their Wang family helper, but now he was beaten up like a dead dog. His heart was cold and he actually felt an indescribable sadness. "You are the Wang family head?" Lin Fan asked. From the surface his aura was outstanding, and one look and one knew that he wasn't a normal person. "Right, why did the three of you come to my Wang family and hurt my helper?" Old Master Wang asked. Even if the helper wasn't his match, he didn't panic. This was the demeanor of the old master. Lin Fan smiled and said, "You are a funny person. Don't you know why your family's consecrator is in my hands?" To Old Master Wang, he really had no idea at all. If he really had an idea, he wouldn't be talking nonsense here. Wait a minute. Old Master Wang's heart creaked. That's right, why was the offering in their hands? Didn't he usually stay in the mansion? Could it be that he went out to stir up trouble and provoked an iron plate, and was found by others? Forget it. I'm too lazy to talk to an old man like you. Hurry up and get your son out. I have to have a good chat with him. Lin Fan waved his hand, too lazy to say anything else. Originally, he was prepared to leave Chengdu, but he was attracted back by Wang Yunfei. He had to admit that this fellow had the constitution of attracting hatred. Old Master Wang frowned. He was here to find his son. What exactly happened inside? Could it be that the unfilial son had a conflict with the other party, and had asked Consecrator Yuan to teach the other party a lesson? In the end, Consecrator Yuan was no match for the other party, and the other party came looking for trouble? Friend, if it is a conflict between my son and you, I am willing to apologize. Why don't we just let it go? Old Master Wang said. Lin Fan smiled. You are dreaming. Hurry up and call your son out. Don't say such useless things. Originally, we were preparing to leave Chengdu, but your son sent people to stop us. He actually wanted to smash my mouth and break my leg. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm stronger, your son might have succeeded. Old Master Wang understood. As expected, it was exactly as he thought. As expected, that unfilial kid caused trouble outside. Back courtyard. Wang Yunfei was still waiting for the good news from Consecrator Yuan. However, after waiting for so long, there was no news at all. His efficiency was just too slow. Suddenly, a servant charged over. Young master, not good. Someone came to the Wang family and said that he wants to meet you. The guards couldn't stop him. What? Wang Yunfei stood up. Rage surged into the heavens. Recently, weird things happen one after another. A fellow from a small city dared to offend him. Now, someone actually came to the Wang family to find trouble with him. Do you really think that I, Wang Yunfei, am a vegetarian? He didn't think about anything and walked furiously towards the front courtyard. He wanted to see who was so bold to come to the Wang family to find trouble with him. He was just asking to die. The servant wanted to say something, but he didn't expect that young master didn't listen to him at all. He just charged over angrily. Ahead, old Master Wang was still talking to Lin Fan and hoped to solve this matter. What he didn't expect was that Lin Fan didn't want to talk at all and wanted to see his son. Even Consecrator Yuan wasn't his match. That was enough to show how strong he was. The three of you, is there really no way to discuss this? Old Master Wang asked. Just let your son come out. There is nothing else to discuss. Lin Fan said. He felt that his temper was really good. Till now he didn't attack. That moment, a furious voice spread out from the distance. Which bastard is blind to dare to cause trouble in my Wang family? Does he really think that I am easy to bully? Wang Yunfei charged over furiously. Recently, his mental state was on the verge of exploding. Why did everyone want to step on his head? When old Master Wang heard Wang Yunfei's voice, he had a bad feeling. Stupid thing, didn't he see what was going on? Unfilial kid, what nonsense are you saying? Old Master Wang chided. Wang Yunfei came in rage. After being scolded by his father, he was actually stunned. What was going on? Father, why were you scolding me? Now that outsiders came to cause trouble in our Wang family, it was normal for me to be so fierce. When he saw Lin Fan, he was stunned. Damn, why was he here? Didn't Consecrator Yuan go to block him? Why did he appear here? When he saw the person in Lin Fan's hand, Wang Yunfei's eyes opened wide like he had seen a ghost. Oh my god. What happened? How did Consecrator Yuan become like that? In his heart, Consecrator Yuan was a Master Realm expert. The main character is here, he is looking for you. When Lin Fan saw Wang Yunfei, he smiled. He tossed Yuan Shan to his feet. You sent people to block me, but why didn't you send someone stronger? Wang Yunfei stared blankly at Consecrator Yuan, who was lying at his feet. His bruised and swollen face seemed to indicate that Consecrator Yuan had suffered a terrible beating. Lin Fan walked towards Wang Yunfei. You said that you wanted to smash my mouth and break my legs. I remember all of that in my heart. Wang Yunfei saw Lin Fan walk over, but he didn't move. He opened his mouth and looked at Consecrator Yuan and then at Lin Fan. Wait. Old Master Wang walked forwards and wanted to stop what was going to happen. He sensed that something huge was about to happen. It was obvious that Lin Fan wouldn't let his son go so easily. Stop, it has nothing to do with you. Lin Fan pushed old Master Wang aside and then stood in front of Wang Yunfei. I don't want your life. After all, you didn't want me to die. But you want to break my legs, so this matter isn't so easy to solve. You. Wang Yunfei was about to speak, but he suffered a slap. Gotcha. Wang Yunfei's face was about to change shape. Large amounts of fresh blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. His teeth broke and fell to the ground. A short moment of pain struck him. Wang Yunfei covered his mouth with his hands and cried out in pain. It was so painful, it hurt so much. Fresh blood flowed from his fingers and dripped onto the ground. Lin Fan reached out and helped Wang Yunfei up. If you want to be beaten, then stand properly. You sent people to stop me, so you should have been mentally prepared. Old Master Wang saw that his son's mouth was covered in blood and his heart hurt. He stared at Lin Fan in rage. You. Rage points plus 555. Lin Fan said, Old Master Wang, just watch. If you attack, then it will be a matter between your Wang family and me. It won't just be a matter between your son and me. The moment those words were said, old Master Wang was stunned. Were all young people so overbearing now? Cousin, let me do such a small thing. Zhou Zhongmao wanted to help him. How could he let his cousin do such a small thing? Let me do it. I am afraid that you will kill him with one slap. Lin Fan said. If cousin really did it, just that slap alone would have caused Wang Yunfei's head to explode. He wasn't joking. He was speaking the truth. Old Master, what should we do? We can't watch young Master get beaten up. The Wang family manager said softly. He panicked. These people were just too lawless. They actually came to beat up their young master. This matter couldn't be stopped and would definitely spread out. When that happened, would the Wang family still have any face? Old Master Wang's face was terrifyingly dark and sunken. He was thinking about how to solve this matter. Since they suppressed Helper Yuan, that meant that they were really strong. With their current strength, they couldn't fight them at all. Even if they went to find helpers, they wouldn't have enough time. Just as he was thinking about all these things, an even sadder scream spread out. Wang Yunfei fell to the ground. His legs were already deformed. Lin Fan had broken them. His head was covered in sweat. He wanted to grab his legs, but the intense pain caused him to roll on the ground. Normal people wouldn't be able to take the broken bones. Son! Old Master Wang was shocked. He headed up to check on the situation and then looked at Lin Fan. You are too much. Lin Fan said calmly with his arms by his side. Okay, I have done what I wanted to do. I will treat your son however he wants to treat me. It is normal. Also, I am the Yu City Lin family young master. If you want to take revenge, I welcome you. The moment he said that, he turned around and left. To him, the Wang family was like a no-man's land. No one could stop him. The Wang family servants looked on in shock as the three of them left. All of them stood rooted to the spot with their mouths agape. They were really frightened. That was just too terrifying.